Hello everyone, my name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is the very first episode of Python for DevOps engineers, and in this video we will learn about some really interesting topics such as why Python is used by DevOps engineers. Then we will understand the differences between shell scripting and Python scripting. After that, we will learn some real-time use cases of Python by DevOps engineers. Finally, I'll teach you how to install Python and run your very first Python program. Whether you're on Windows, Linux, or macOS, I'll share some useful tips so that you will be able to run your first Python program in just a couple of minutes. So please watch this video till the end. Okay, now before going into today's video and deep diving into that particular topic, let me tell you that this is a GitHub repository that I am going to use throughout this series. That is right from day 1 to day 19, whatever notes that I want to share with you people, the programs that I'm going to write, interview questions, everything will be uploaded to this GitHub repository. Not just during this series, let's say after 6 months, 3 months, I want to update few things so that it is useful for you people. I will update in the same GitHub repository. So just start this GitHub repository so that you will get updates as I make some changes to this repository. Along with that, there is also a README file. And in the README file, you have the complete course content. That is the complete course syllabus. Right from day 1 to day 19, what we are going to cover, in which order we are going to cover, everything is available. Right? So please start this repository so that you get the information. Okay, now going back and understanding the topic for today, that is why Python, right? I'm pretty sure most of you have this question, right? That Abhishek, as a DevOps engineer, why should I learn Python? So this question also comes from shell scripting versus Python, right? Probably this also leads to this question. Now, I understand that many people have this concern. That is because you have already learned shell, or you are confused. Should you start with shell scripting or should you start with Python scripting? Which is more important than the other? If I have to only learn one thing, should I learn shell or Python? All of these questions I will answer in a very simple way. So instead of just giving you one liner, let me explain from the basics, right? So why shell scripting is very commonly used by DevOps engineers. So usually as a DevOps engineer, you deal with Linux systems. Okay. That is most of the machines that we use, or the most of the machines that we use to deploy the software, the applications, right? It is on the Linux machines because Linux is much safer when compared to Windows servers, and they are very less vulnerability prone as well. So that's why people prefer Linux, and most of the applications are deployed on the Linux servers. And because we are concerned with the deployments, because we are the team who provides the infrastructure, so on a day-to-day basis we deal with a lot of Linux machines. And unlike Windows machines or your Mac OS machines, which have a rich user interface, right? That means today I'm explaining this video on my Mac OS machine, and I am writing things here, I am drawing things here, I have opened the browser and I'm showing this content to you, right? This is all possible because this has a very rich user interface, the laptop that I'm using or the operating system that I've installed on the server. Whereas if you talk about the Linux systems, right? Let's say you have created an EC2 instance, or you have created a virtual machine on the Azure platform. By default, by default, they do not come with a graphical user interface. They don't come up with a GUI. So that's why to interact with these Linux machines, it can be to creating a file or opening browser and reading the content. That is, if you want to access any website and read the information on the website, or creating some folders, right? Learning about the free disk space on the Linux system, or the memory that is left on the Linux system, or the number of CPUs that are available on the Linux systems. So any day-to-day task you want to perform on this Linux system, right? So you need to learn shell commands, right? Why you need to learn shell commands? Because to interact with this Linux systems, what you do is you SSH to those machines. SSH is a protocol through which you can connect from your personal machine to this Linux system. It can be EC2 instance, VM on Azure or Google Cloud, anything. So you SSH to those instances and run the shell commands. Now, what is the difference between shell commands and shell scripting? It's very simple. If I have to put this in a very, very blunt way, that is, if I have to put this in a very, very simple way, if you create a file, okay, and provide the extension of the file as .sh, instead of providing the extension as .txt, usually for the text files, we have .txt. Instead of that, if you provide the extension of this file as .sh, that is, you create this file with name test.sh or abc.sh or something. And inside this file, if you just write bunch of shell commands in order, that is line number 1, line number 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you write 5 shell commands and using this command called /test.sh, if you execute this file, all the commands will be executed in the serial order. That means, let's say someone tells you that Abhishek, log into a Linux machine, SSH to a machine, then create a file in the machine, then create a folder in it, then try to get the free disk space, try to get the free memory, try to get the free CPUs that are available in the machine. Now, instead of running 5 commands and reading the output one after the other, you can put all that 5 shell commands in a file, and you can just execute the file using this command, and it will print the output on the terminal, right? So this is about shell scripting. That's it. So the primary purpose of using shell scripting, watch it very carefully when I'm talking. I'm saying that this is the primary purpose. I'm not saying this is the only purpose, but the primary purpose of shell scripting by DevOps engineers is to interact with Linux systems and to get some information from these Linux systems, or to manage these Linux systems, or to get some system related information from these Linux systems. You use shell scripting or shell commands. Now, if you are able to do all of these things, then why would you need Python, right? So for that, I'll give you 2 fundamental reasons. Okay. One reason, second reason is very important, but the first reason is that I told you that as a DevOps engineer, most of the things that we interact with is Linux systems. But I told you most of the systems. I did not tell you all of the systems that we interact. So there can be some instances that is Windows as well. Okay. So if you are writing scripts on Linux machines only, or if you are writing shell scripting, let's say the task that is given to you is to get some information both from Linux systems and Windows machines, then your shell scripting would not work. So, shell is only restricted to Linux, whereas Python can work on both Linux and Windows. Now, you might say that if you are a DevOps engineer, you might say that, but Abhishek, I have Ansible for that, right? Why would I need both shell scripting and Python? I can simply learn Ansible, which works on both of these things. The foundation of Ansible is also Python. That is, Ansible is written in Python. Now, it is because many people don't know Python, so they can simply learn a templating language. I will call Ansible as just a templating language because it's a YAML scripting, right? So using Ansible, you can run things both on Linux and Python. That's why I said this is only one reason, and this is not the most important reason. The most important reason is that when you want to perform some complex tasks, okay, when you want to write some complex programs, you want to interact with APIs. I'll tell you use cases, don't worry. why you interact with APIs or why you write complex programs, I'll explain in a minute. But when you want to write complex programs, when you want to interact with the APIs, when you want to perform more of data manipulation, okay, so in such use cases, Python wins over shell scripting. Okay, so if you ask me, these things cannot be done using shell scripting, you can definitely do it. Okay, these days you can achieve things with any programming language or scripting language, but Python is designed to perform these activities in a very simpler way. Okay, so two reasons that I've explained. One reason is shell scripting is only designed for Linux systems, but Python can work both on Linux systems and Windows machines. But this is not the only reason, or this is not the important reason, because as a DevOps engineer, you can avoid Python using Ansible if you want to run some system related tasks, or if you want to fetch some information both from Windows and Linux. Instead of Python, you can also use Ansible. But the main reason here is that when you want to write some complex programs, that is from the scripting point of view, or when you want to interact with the APIs, or when you want to perform data manipulation, in such cases, you will use Python. Now, let me explain this, right? So here, Abhishek, you said APIs, you said complex tasks, you said data manipulation, but I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't worry. Let's say that there is a very simple task, that is, you see this GitHub repository, right? So as a DevOps engineer, let's say you have some 20-30 repositories, and now your task is to talk to this GitHub repository and list out all the issues that are created on this GitHub repository and who has created this issue. Okay, for example, there is this issue. Now who has created this issue? So this is your task. So you are asked to talk to the API of a GitHub repository, right? API of GitHub, and talk to the API that gives you issues on this GitHub repository, and you have to get the author name from it. Got it? So you have to make a API call to GitHub, GitHub api.github.com/issues something. And using this API call, you need to get the list of issues. So what happens when you make an API call? GitHub will give you a JSON payload. Okay, so it will give you a JSON payload. That is, it will give you a very big syntax, and from that you want to fetch the author name. Now you can do this using shell scripting as well as Python scripting, but the modules of Python are rich. Okay, and Python is designed to handle these kind of scenarios in a very simple way. So if you are using shell scripting, you would use curl. Okay, curl is a shell command to talk to the API of GitHub, and then you would use probably JQ to parse the JSON object that GitHub has given to you, and you would get the required information, right? You can finally get the author details using shell scripting as well. But if you are using Python, because Python has a JSON module, you can serialize this object, and it can be a complex JSON object. It can be 1,000 lines, 10,000 lines, or it can be a nested JSON object. Using Python, you can easily iterate through the JSON object. Basically, you serialize this, you convert this into a dictionary. You will understand going ahead. I'm just explaining on a very high level, right? We have all of these topics covered, don't worry. And you will iterate through this dictionary and get information in like couple of lines in Python. That is very, very simple. You can do it through shell scripting as well, but shell scripting does not have rich modules as Python has, right? So I'll again explain you this in just one line so that you will understand this in a better way. So basically, the task that is given to you is, instead of going through each and every repository, that is, if you want to get the issues in this repository, what you need to do, you have to log into GitHub account. After that, you have to go to this repository. Then you have to go to issues. Then you have to manually open each and every issue and see who has created this issue, right? Let's say these are the steps that you have. Now, instead of doing this manually, you can automate this as a DevOps engineer, because you might have 20 repositories, 30 repositories. So your goal would be to write a script, Right now, let's say I'm not saying shell script or Python script, but your goal is to write a script. That script should talk to the API of GitHub, because whenever you are automating things, you will either talk to API or CLI, right? So you will talk to the API of GitHub to fetch the issues. So GitHub will give you back this information. So when you ask about the issues, what GitHub will do is it will give the entire list of issues in the JSON format. So now you have received the JSON object. From this JSON object, you have to fetch in your script. What you need to do is you have to fetch the author details. Perfect. So step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. You can do this using shell scripting as well as Python scripting, right? Now, if you do this using shell scripting, the problem is that for shell script, first to interact with this API, you would use a curl command, and then GitHub would return you a JSON. So to parse the JSON, of course, in shell scripting, you have a module called JQ, but these modules are not as robust, or they are not as rich as the Python modules. So in Python, what you would do is, again, in Python also you have some modules, like you would use the request module, and then you would use the JSON module. Or what you can also do is you can serialize this content in Python, and using serialization, you can convert that into a uh, data type called dictionaries, and from there you can easily fetch the content. Okay, so if you are doing any complex activities like this, you should choose Python. Whereas if you are doing some system related activities, that is, if you want to fetch information of bunch of systems, or if you want to do some activities on that system, create files, folders, or get information such as free disk on that system, or mount a volume onto that system, or you want to detach a volume, you want to perform any of this monitoring related tasks, then go with shell scripting, right? Advanced concepts, advanced topics, go with Python scripting, right? I hope this is clear, and I have explained this in this particular file as well, that is shell versus Python, where what I have explained here, when use shell scripting, if you want to perform any system administration task, or if you want to perform any text processing, that is, you get list of files, you get log files, right? You have a very big log file, and from the log file you want to get number of error messages. From the log file you want to get number of info messages, warning messages. In such cases, you can simply use shell scripting. Or you want to create any environment variables, or you want to get information from any environment variables. These are very simple tasks, so go with shell scripting. When use Python, when you want to write any complex logics, or when you have cross-platform compatibility, that is, you might have Linux machines, Windows machines, or when you want to talk to the APIs, example I just gave you, or you want to do some error handling, that is, when you are writing the Python scripts, you have an option for handling the errors. We will talk about it later. And finally, some advanced data processing, which again kind of things that I've explained. If you want a JSON object, and if you want to address, or in other fields where you want to talk to the CSVs, or you want to use large amount of data sets, you want to train it. In such cases also, Python is much preferred over shell scripting, but it is not from DevOps engineer point of view. From DevOps engineer point of view, bluntly saying, simple task, go with shell scripting. Advanced or complex tasks, go with Python scripting. And what comes in the advanced or Python advanced topics, or what comes in the complex scripting, talking to the APIs, right? Or performing operations on the nested JSON objects, talking to third-party applications, right? Whether you want to write serverless applications, that is Lambda functions on AWS, where you want to interact with another AWS resources. When you want to interact with another AWS resources, that itself means, like, let's say using Lambda function, you want to talk to S3 bucket. Basically, you're talking to S3 API, right? So more or less the API related activities, we will use Python scripting, right? I hope this point is very, very clear to each and every one of you. And if you still have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. I'll definitely reply. Now, after this, what is the next thing that we are going to learn is how to install Python and run your very first Python program. Now, you might think that this is very, very simple, Abhishek. I can simply install Python, but many times what I have noticed is there are a lot of students who want to do this, or people don't have their personal laptops. They're using your office laptops and they cannot install Python. Or when they're using AWS account or Azure account, sometimes their account is suspended, blocked due to some payment issues. So there is a very, very simple technique that I'm going to tell you. That is, go to the GitHub repository. You can go to this GitHub repository or any GitHub repository. If you are following this series, you will definitely fork this GitHub repository, right? Because you want to use the files in it. Or let's say you have created your own GitHub repository. Anything is fine. There is something that is offered by GitHub, which is called as code spaces, right? So just click on this plus button. And what you will do is GitHub will give you an instance. So this is again a very simple instance that you get from Amazon or you get from Azure, whatever it is, right? It's kind of a similar instance. But here, what Codespaces does is it abstracts everything from you. That is, it does not provide any information. It will just ask you, tell me about the instance that you want. That is, how much resources you want. It will only ask you about CPU and RAM because I have already created. It is not asking me for that information because I have already created the code space, right? And in this environment, once you tell that, go with 2 CPU, 2 GB RAM, that is more than enough for Python. And this instance will be provided for you for 60 hours. Now, 60 hours is a huge time because as I close this particular thing, that means GitHub is not counting the usage of mine, right? And let's say your 60 hours is done, you can use another GitHub account. Or, if you don't have any issues with the machine that you are using, that is on your Windows machine or Linux machine, you don't have any problem, then you can use that itself. But going back to code spaces, so it will give you 60 hours of free resource. You can use this instance for 60 hours per month. And next month you can again use for 60 hours. And if you have multiple GitHub accounts, then you can use 60 plus 60 plus 60, whatever it is, right? And the advantage here is that you don't have to bother about the installation at all, right? You will get a terminal and just let me increase the font. Okay, just type Python here, hyphen version, and you will notice that Python is already installed on this machine, right? So if you just go to the day one folder and just run Python space day one, I need to switch to the folder, right? Day one followed by 02 hyphen hello world.py, you will notice that the program is already executed. So my Python is installed and the program is also executed. And how much time did it take? Just a couple of minutes. So use this if you have any issues with your account being suspended, your account being blocked, or any particular thing. Now, let's say for some reason you don't want to use code spaces. Then what you need to do, so just take a new tab and search for Python downloads. Don't go with any other website, just go with the official Python website, that is download Python. So this is the page that you would see. And inside this page, there is a button called downloads. Click on that. And depending upon your operating system, just choose it. Let's say Windows. So click on the Windows button. And here you have different versions of Python. Go with the latest version, there is no problem, or go with Python 3.10 as well. In fact, you can install any version because the scripts that I'm going to explain will work on any Python version. And now you have to be very careful about your system type. Most of the Windows machines use 64-bit processor, but you can go to the about section and see what exactly your machine is. So mostly it is 64-bit machines which we use, and click on this particular thing. So you will download that thing, right? And extract the zip, click on the next button, your Python is installed. And Python is also set to path so that what you can do is, if you are on a Windows machine, open Git Bash. If you don't have Git Bash, open command prompt. But I will highly recommend you to use Git Bash or MOBA Xterm, right? So let's say you don't want to use MOBA Xterm, Putty or any other thing, just install Git Bash. Okay. So Git Bash will come up with a will come with a terminal. You can use that. Mostly issue is with people who have Windows, because on Linux and Mac OS, you can just install using the command line as well. If you have Mac OS, you can just run the command called brew space install space Python or Python 3, and your installation will be successful. There will not be any issues. But with Windows, people have some concerns. That is, Python is not set to path, or I'm not finding the right distribution, all of these things. So go with these steps. If you're finding it difficult for some reason, the path variable is not set, or for some reason, you are not able to install on your machine, you have office laptop restrictions. In such cases, you can use code spaces. Code spaces is just a couple of minutes. You will able to run it. And mostly for this course, I will use code spaces. And code spaces is a Visual Studio thing, right? So here, this comes with a Visual Studio code. So I will explain the entire thing here. If you are using your personal laptop, then install Visual Studio Code on that particular laptop, right? It's very simple again. Just go to your browser, search for Visual Studio Code. And in next classes, I will explain you what plugins to install, what extensions to install in the Visual Studio Code. But for today, just have your Python set up as I've shown in the video and execute your very first Python program. So this is the assignment for today. Nothing more than this. It's very, very simple. So I hope you will all be able to complete this, and you can revise the complete material that is available in the day one folder. Thank you so much. See you all in the next video. Take care. Bye bye. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 2 of Python for DevOps series, and I hope you all have followed day 1, which is Introduction to Python for DevOps. Last class lays a foundation for today's class, because we have learned how and why Python is used by DevOps engineers, what are the different use cases, and finally we have also learned how to install and configure Python. If you haven't done that, please do that, because in today's video, we are going to understand what exactly is a data type. We will learn different types of data types in Python. Then we will deep dive into strings and numeric data types. We will learn about some functions on these data types, the inbuilt functions. And I will also teach you basics of regular expressions in Python. Not just that, there is also a bunch of examples that I have created for you people, so that you can learn all the concepts that I'm teaching practically, right? So there are 13 examples that I've written, and it took a lot of time for me. So please, please, please follow the video till the end, because if you are not following this till the end, you will not understand the concepts practically, right? Okay. Now, before I deep dive into the topic, there is one common question which I wanted to address. That is, do you have anything additional for members only group, or there is a join button on the channel, and why should I join the channel? So let me make it very clear. Members only do not have any additional videos, but it is something that has a special dedicated doubts clearing group. So if you want to participate in the doubts clearing group, then there is a link in the description, and there are 250 other learners who can help you, as well as if there are any questions where nobody can explain you, I will also try to pitch in and help you with the doubts that you face while executing our videos. Perfect. Let's start with understanding what exactly is a data type. Let's take example of Python itself. So let's say you are writing a Python program. So you wrote a file with .py as an extension, and in the file you just wrote something called Abhishek. Now, because you are a human being, you can read it and you can understand that I wrote something called Abhishek. But for compilers or interpreters, right, when you execute this Python program, they consider it as a data only, right? Anything that you write in a file is a data for a compiler or interpreter. Whether you are writing Abhishek or you are writing a number called 6, or you are writing some other different kinds of things. Let's say you are writing 6.3, 7.2. Everything is a data for compilers or programs. Now they need to understand what is the type of this data, right? So that's the reason why every programming language has data types. For example, programming languages have data types like strings, integers, float, etc., etc. Now, depending upon programming languages, there are different set of data types. Now, specifically talking about Python, so Python's data types are categorized into string data type, then you have numeric data type, and within numeric, again, you have integer and float. Don't worry, I'll explain in detail, right? What exactly these are, how does compiler understand if you're using a string data type or numeric data type. Just give me a minute. Then you have bunch of sequence data types, right? Where again you have here list, tuple. Now, if you feel that Abhishek, you are just writing it after this, if I want to refer, right? Then don't worry, there is clear notes available, right? You can refer everything in this GitHub repository. So again, here I have provided in data types, you have numeric, sequence, mapping, set data types, Boolean. Everything is available in this particular file so that you can refer afterwards. So like I told you, you have sequence and then you have mapping data types, right? Then you have Boolean. So these are some of the frequently used data types in Python. Of course, there are others, but these are some things that we use frequently. Now, what are these data types and how does compiler understand when you write Abhishek? How does compiler understand that it's a string data type? When you write 6, how does it understand that it's an integer data type? When you write 6.3, how does it understand that it's a float data type? So let's try to understand that. So for compiler to understand that, the only way to understand is using a syntax. What does syntax mean? Syntax means how you are declaring that particular variable or how you are writing that particular value. So if you just write Abhishek, compiler does not understand that you are writing a string. You need to put that in double quotes or a single quote. When you put these things inside a double quote or single quote, then Python understands that, oh, okay, so this person is writing a list of characters or string. So string is also called as list of characters because A is a character, B is a character, right? So that's why it's called list of characters. Then if you are writing a number directly, right? Then Python will understand that, okay, this guy has written a integer data type. If you are writing that in decimals, then Python will consider it as a float data type. You don't have to declare explicitly in Python. Let's say you are writing this in Go language. There you have to say var, you know, let's say you are writing something called Abhishek or you are declaring something. There you have to provide that you are writing a variable. This is the name of the variable and this is the type. That is, this is the data type. But in Python, you don't do that explicitly. You just write it, right? So how Python identifies using the syntax only. This type of programming languages are called as dynamically typed programming languages, right? What are they called? Dynamic typed or dynamically typed programming languages. You will get this question during the interviews. Is Python statically typed or dynamically typed, right? So when I teach about variables, you will understand this even in a better way. Right now, let's not focus on it, but because we are here, I was thinking of just touching that topic. Right now, just understand that there are string data types, there are numeric data types, there are sequence data types, mapping, Boolean, and we will cover all of these data types in our classes. In sequence data types, we have list, tuples. In mapping data types, you have dictionary. Here you also have sets. And then here you have in Boolean data type, right? Boolean is basically one single data type. We will cover these things going ahead because this needs some additional knowledge on Python. But for now, we will learn about strings and integers, right? Now you might think that Abhishek, you just explained that if I have to write a string, then I just have to write in a double quote, right? And if I have to write a number, I can directly write the number. Now, what I need to learn more. So Python as a programming language has some inbuilt functions. Okay. Again, what does that mean? Right? So basically, programming languages like Java, Python, Go language, all of them have some inbuilt functions. That is, let's say that I'll give you a very basic example. Okay. Let's say that you have written a string called Abhishek.Veeramalla. Okay. Or you got this string from someone. Now they will tell you that, okay, I don't want the full name, just get me only the first name. That is, let's say you are given a task to write a Python program where you will be given a list of employee names which has all the full names. Okay, that is Abhishek.Veeramalla, Chetan Pandey, etc. etc. And your task is to just print the first name. Okay, so you will be given a file with list of full names and you will be asked to just retrieve only the first names. Now what you will do in this case, that is, you will write a Python program. Because these are strings, you can use the inbuilt functions on Python. So whenever you write Python programs, this is very, very important to understand. Whenever you write a program, it can be Python, Java or something. First thing that you have to search is that, are there any inbuilt functions to execute my action so that you don't have to write much code? Okay. So Python as a programming language supports multiple inbuilt function. Here Python has an inbuilt function called, no, you can just write whatever the string it is, followed by dot split, and in the split you can just provide a space. Now what it will do, Python will understand that, okay, this guy is using my inbuilt function. Don't worry, I will show you this practically as well. For now, just understand that every programming language has some inbuilt functions, and whenever you are assigned with a task, first search for inbuilt functions, because these inbuilt functions are written and managed by Python itself. Okay. So if you are writing your custom functions, then you have to make sure that it is working, it is tested properly. So the advantage of using inbuilt functions is you don't have to maintain it, right? For example, if you want to write a loop, I know we did not come to a concept till loop, but Python programming languages have inbuilt for loops, while loops, right? Or you want to do this action that I told you, that whenever you are given this particular name, you want to split and get only first name, then you can use this inbuilt functions. Now for each data type, okay, so understand here, for each data type, that is for strings, for numeric data types, for sequence data types, that is list, tuple, anything, or for sets, maps, for each data type in Python, you have inbuilt functions, and you need to learn these inbuilt functions. In interviews, whenever they are asking you to write the programs, the first thing that you would do is use the inbuilt function. And when they say that, okay, apart from this, can you do it in different way? Then you might have to write a program without using inbuilt functions, but always learn the inbuilt functions of each and every data type, right? That is very, very important. And you might be asking, but Abhishek, from where will I know what are the different data types? Don't worry, that is available in our notes and we will touch that right away. For example, if strings is an option, right? String is a data type, and for string, what are the different types of data types? Sorry, what are the different types of inbuilt functions I have provided here? And you can also try all the different types of inbuilt functions using examples. This is amazing, right? For strings, you have, these are the inbuilt functions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course, there are many other, but these are the most commonly used. And for each of these inbuilt functions, I wrote a program. You can execute this, you can try out, right? We will try out few things, but after that, your exercise is to try out all the inbuilt functions, right? That's how you will learn the programming languages in much better way. Now, you might think that Abhishek, you give an example that let's say there is a file that is given to me with, sorry, with list of names, that is list of full names, and I am asked to write a Python program to split and give only the first names. That is, if there is an employee called Abhishek.Veeramalla, I have to just print the first name called Abhishek. So you said this is the task, but can you explain this real time from the DevOps point of view? This is a very basic example that you have given. Sure. Let me explain that. So as a DevOps engineer, you, let's say, working with Amazon, that is AWS. Okay. And you know that in AWS, this is a real-time task I'm explaining you. So in AWS, you have a ARN for each of these things, right? That is Amazon resource number, right? So for each of the resource, you have a resource number. Let's say you can go to the Amazon website as well. You can just search for Amazon ARN. Okay. So Amazon resource names, sorry, not numbers. So for Amazon resource name, this is a format that you get, right? If you take a particular example, if you're talking about IAM user, so this is the IAM user that you get. ARN, AWS, IAM, this is the Amazon account ID followed by user, followed by the name of the user. Now, what you will get as an input is list of ARNs. Okay. Let's say you'll get list of ARNs for IAM users, and your task is to just get the username from the ARNs. Okay. Now what you can do is you can write a Python program, and using this inbuilt, what are all of these things? These are just strings, right? So using this Python inbuilt function that I've just explained you can just say split using slash, and you can get this particular user name. Let's try this, right? Shall we try this with a program? Let's do that. So let's take code spaces. Okay. So make sure you also try all of these examples and you understand how Python is used from DevOps engineer point of view, right? I have taken a lot of time to prepare all of these examples so that you understand strings, numeric data types, and in future all the data types with all the inbuilt functions, right? You can just execute all of these things and you will get the confidence of using data types with inbuilt functions. So definitely don't miss it. I'll quickly go through each of example as well, but for your reference, I have provided so that you can practice after this class. Now let's say I will write a simple file here. Okay. So let's write a file called vim test.py. So this is a test file that I'm writing. Or let's create the file here itself so that all of us can see in the terminal. So let's create a new file called test.py. So this is the file. And like I told you, let's say you get an input for a particular ARN. Of course, you don't get input in this particular way. You know, there are a bunch of operations that you have to perform before this. But let's say you got the ARN. Okay. How do you declare a string? This is how you declare a string in Python. Ignore about this this particular thing. This is because I have a lint installed. So don't worry about that. So what I have done is I am saying ARN is equals to this particular string. So this is again an assignment operator. You will learn when we move towards operators. But for now, this is a string and I've assigned the value to a variable called ARN. Now, let's say my task is to just get this particular thing out of the complete ARN. I'm repeating again, this is not the actual program that you get. You will get a complete JSON payload. Then you will convert this to a dictionary. From dictionary, you will get this particular value. And from there, you will perform this last line of action that I'm writing. But because these are initial classes, I'll not write the complete program. You will get confused. So now what you can do is from this ARN, if I have to get it, like I told you, this is a string now, right? Because you have assigned a value to it. Now this is a string data type. What you can perform on top of this, ARN dot split, and inside the split, what you can do is split by this particular thing. Now what will happen? Of course, you have to put this in double quotes. Now what will happen is Python will split this into two parts. This is one part and this is the other part. Let me execute this and see first what is happening. So I'll just say print and let me run this particular program. How do I run? Python test.py. What happened? Did I create this test. Okay, I'm not in the, where is this test.py file? Okay, it's inside day 2. So I need to switch the directory, right? CD day 2. Wherever you are creating it, just go there and say Python test.py. So see what happened? It split into two parts. Of course, when it split, it created in a particular order. This is actually a list, but right now you don't know the list. So don't worry. If you want to just get this particular name, what you will do is you will just append something here. You will learn this when we move towards lists. But for now, because we are doing an exercise, okay, just understand that what has happened here. Okay, that's something that you can ignore. And now you can run this thing. You will see that it printed this one. And if I want username, I'll just change it to 1. Okay. Because you people don't have experience with lists, you don't worry about this particular syntax, what Abhishek is doing here inside brackets 1. Just understand that when you use the split function, it separated this entire string into two parts. Okay. And it put it inside a list. And this is the 0 object and this is the 1 object. That is, this is list of 0 and this is list of 1. And I just try to print it. Right. So this is the reason why you need to understand about the inbuilt functions of a particular data type. If you don't know this one, then it will be really difficult to print only this particular thing. Next time in interview, if someone asks you, right, if they give you a ARN and if they ask you to just print the username, this is how you do it. No, not just that. There are so many inbuilt data types. I have shared few examples. Let's say, I'll give you a basic example. Okay. So let's say I have again a string called name is equals to Abhishek. Okay. So all of you need to install a particular extension called Python. Okay. So just go to your Visual Studio Code and search for Python. You will see an extension from Microsoft. Just install that. Now what I'll do is, let's say I want to convert this to uppercase. Okay. So what I'll do, print, and inside print, I'll just say name dot to upper, right? Is this the proper thing? I hope. Oh, sorry. Just upper. I just need to say just this particular thing, right? You don't have to worry if you don't remember the exact syntax. There is no problem because this comes with practice. We don't use this particular syntax every day. And because I am using different programming languages, in one of the programming language, you just use it using to upper, right? So that's why I just got little confused, and there is no problem at all. With practice, only you will learn things. So now what happens, see, the output says Abhishek in capital letters. This is another string handling function, or you can call it as string data type inbuilt function. Now let's see a bunch of inbuilt functions so that you can also play with all the inbuilt functions. Let's say you want to add two different kinds of strings. So here I have declared string 1 as hello, string 2 as world. Okay. And I just want to print by adding both these things. So what I'm doing, string 1 plus string 2, and between the strings, I want a space. So that's why I'm just doing double quotes. And inside the double quotes, there is a space. So what will be the output of this? Any guesses? So the output of this would be hello space world, right? Let's try this and see if it is working fine or not. Again, if I do Python test.py, you will see hello space world. What happens if I don't have this? If I'm just doing string 1 plus string 2, what would happen is it will just say hello world without spaces. And now what is this program called? Because there is a plus here, it is adding. But what exactly this program is called? It is not called addition. In string terminology, we call it as concatenation, right? What do we call this? In string terminology, we call it as concatenation. This is strings concatenation. If someone asks you, do you know concatenation? Say yes, this is nothing but just adding two different strings. Similarly, let's say you are given a ARN here, right? You are given a ARN, or you are given a very long string, and you are asked to print the number of lines in that print the length of that particular string. That is how many characters are available in the string. So in such cases, what you can simply do is you can use this function called len. Len, inside the brackets, you just have to provide your string. Here what I've done, text is equals to, this is the string, and now I'm trying to find what is the length of the text. So I'll just say len of text, right? And what is the output that you'll get? You will get the number of characters in this particular string. So let's try to do that. Of course, I'll not show you all the examples because I have already put them in some examples folder, so you can try it by yourself. But let's see a few things. So again, if I do Python test.py, you'll see the length of the string is 17. You can count it. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You also have to count the space 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, right? And 15, 16, 17. Oh, sorry. You don't have to count the space. It is not required. So you are just counting the number of characters. So that's why the output is 17. Perfect. So using length, you got the length of different number of characters in the string. And after that, you have a bunch of other examples. For example, strip is again one of the most used. Here, what I'm doing is I just provided this text and there are a bunch of spaces here, and you want to eliminate the spaces, right? You just want to print the string. In such cases, you will use the strip. And when you run this, you will notice that the output is stripped. See, what did you get? Some spaces around. All of this is required. Let's say you're not stripping this, okay? And you just print the text. Then the output would be something like this. See, there are spaces here and there are no spaces here. Perfect. So these are some string handling functions, and the assignment for you people is to perform all the string handling functions here, right? You need to execute all the string handling functions. Now, after that, integers and float are very, very simple. Like I told you, if you are declaring things like this, that is 10, 5, without any spaces, then it will be a numeric integer of type int. Okay. In numbers, they are broadly divided into two categories. One is int and the other is float. Okay. When you are talking about float, float has decimal values: 5.0, 2.5, 6.7. So when you want to declare a decimal, then Python interpreter will interpret it as a float data type. And for float, you have very limited inbuilt functions. For example, you can do this called round, right? Let's say you are given a float with this particular or decimal with so many decimal values, 3.141592, etc., etc. And you want to just round it to two numbers after dot, after point. So what you can do is you can give this particular syntax and it will print 3.14 as an output, right? Because you are rounding it to two decimal values. Perfect. If you change this to 3, what will happen? 3.145. So I wrote a very simple program to just explain how float works. Here, these are not inbuilt data types. Just I'm trying to add two float numbers and show you what is the output. Subtract, multiply, and divide and show you what the output look like. Similarly, integer has few inbuilt data types, little more than float data types. But one of the popular ones is, let's say you are given an integer with negative value and you want to convert that to a positive number. Then in such cases, you will use ABS. ABS will give you absolute value of the particular integer, right? So this is about integers and floats. There is not many inbuilt data type functions for integer and floats. But for strings, there are so many. That's why I created 7 different files, and there are so many examples. Now, coming to another concept that you have to learn here. Of course, you cannot learn this particular thing in detail at this point of time, because regular expressions can be very complicated, and you people are very new to the programming language class here, Python for DevOps. This is just the day 2. So that's why just understand what is a regular expression first. So we will take one basic example, right? Let's say that we will use this particular thing. Okay. So let's say you wrote this particular string, which says the quick brown fox. Similarly, there are 100 another lines. Okay. So you gave 100 strings, and you want to just validate how many strings have this particular pattern, or how many strings have this particular thing called as quick, right? This is a complete sentence. And inside this sentence, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strings, right? B is a string, quick is a string, brown is a string, and fox is a string. Now, inside this, you want to verify if there is a particular string, or if there is a particular pattern. Let's call this as a pattern. And you want to verify if there is a particular pattern called quick. So what you can do is, instead of writing a complete logic where you want to iterate through the entire sentence using for loops and all, what you can simply do is you can write a simple regular expression, and regular expressions can help you to find particular patterns in a expression. Here, what we are doing, RE stands for regular expression. So RE.match, what you are trying to do is the pattern available in this particular string. That is quick available in this particular text. If the pattern is matching, you are printing yes. And if the pattern is not matching, you are printing no. Of course, we did not cover if else, we did not cover conditional handling. So that's the reason why right now I don't want to go into the depth of it, but just understand that regular expressions is a concept which will help you understand if there is a particular pattern in a particular sentence. Now, how does DevOps engineers use regular expressions in real time? This might be your question, right? I'll give you one basic example. Let's say that there is a huge log file. For DevOps engineers, log files are very, very common thing, right? So this can be application logs, this can be your infra logs, this can be your audit logs. And inside these logs, let's say there are bunch of error logs. Okay. Or there are bunch of warning logs. And these logs start with this particular syntax. That's a error logs has this common pattern called error, some error. And in line number 100, there is another error. In line number 200, there is another error. In line number 300, there is another error. Now, what you can do is, using regular expression, instead of going through each and every line in the file, you can just say print, all the lines with this particular pattern, and it will give you line numbers and the line. So this is very useful as a DevOps engineer. So you can use the same syntax, right? So here there is only one particular line. So that's why what did you do is you just wrote it directly. When there is a log file, then you can iterate through the file using for loop or file operation. When we learn the for loops, we will use the same example. I can show you. But for now, because you don't know for loops, we are just using one particular line. We are not using a log file. And on this particular line, if you want to find a particular pattern, you will use regular expression. Perfect. So regular expression also has some common functions. We will use these functions when we go through multiple other classes. When we learn about all the different data types, we will cover all the regular expressions that are available. Perfect. So I hope you found today's class interesting. Assignment is to execute all of these programs. All these programs will execute without error. I can quickly show you. So if I just do this, go to day 2 folder. So I'll run all of them together. Go to the examples folder. So just say let me write a simple for loop, right? For I in ls do Python $I space done. See, all the programs are executed. What did I do? I just wrote a shell script for loop on ls. ls will give list of files, and I executed using Python command. So all of them are working pretty much good. So you can run them without any errors. So let me know in the comment section if you have completed today's video and the assignment as well. Thank you so much for watching the video, and don't forget to subscribe the channel if you haven't. And if anyone is learning Python specifically from DevOps point of view, because the examples that I'm teaching also are related to DevOps, but you can learn Python as well. So please share it with your friends and colleagues. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. My name is Abhishek, and welcome back to my channel. We have successfully completed the first two episodes of the Python for DevOps series. And today is day 3, where we will learn about keywords and variables. Before we get into today's video, let's quickly recap what we have learned as part of day 1 and day 2. So as part of day 1, we learned about the introduction of Python for DevOps, where we understood how and why Python is used by DevOps engineers. We learned about some popular use cases. We understood the difference between shell scripting and Python scripting. And finally, we have also installed Python and ran our very first Python script in just a couple of minutes. This was about day 1. Then in day 2, we learned about the concept called data types. What exactly is a data type and what are the different data types in Python? Of course, we have only deep dived into string data types and numeric data types. Particularly in day 2, the section where I have explained about the string data type examples, the manipulation functions, and the inbuilt functions. That is how to perform the string manipulations and how to use the inbuilt string functions is very, very important from the interview point of view, right? So I have explained them in the day 2 video, and examples are also available in the GitHub repository. So I highly recommend you to go through this if you haven't. Perfect. Now, today is day 3, and we will deep dive into the concept of keywords and variables. So let's get started. If you have any questions, again, do let me know in the comment section. You can also share any sort of feedback in the comment section. There is also another option. You can click on the join button and join our channel. You will get access to a dedicated Telegram group. Perfect. Now, keywords, right? So let me increase the font size so that you people can see this better. Now, what exactly is keywords? Now, I will tell that for any programming language, not just Python, but for any programming language, I say that there are 4 strong pillars. One is you need to understand the keywords of that particular programming language. 2 is you need to understand the data types that are available in that particular programming language. 3 is you need to understand the operators. 4 is you need to have a logical reasoning skill. So these are 4 strong pillars of any programming language. And if you learn all 4 of this, then you will master that programming language. No question about it. If you know how and why keywords are used, if you know how and why data types are used, if you know how and why operators are used, and if you develop the logical reasoning skill by practicing programming each and every day, then you will easily master any programming language, not just Python. Now, specifically talking about Python and this series, Python for DevOps, we will cover keywords basics in today's video. I'll explain you what exactly is keywords and what are the different types of keywords that are available. But the complete concept of keywords, that is all the keywords in Python, we will learn throughout this series, right? Because there are so many keywords And what we will try to do is whenever we learn a particular concept in Python, we will come across those keywords. Then data types we have learned in the previous class. I have explained what exactly is data type, and we learned about string as well as numeric, that is integer and float data type, right? Similarly, as we progress through the series, we will learn about list data types, we will learn about tuple, we will learn about dictionaries, sets, all of these things we will cover. And operators, again, you have a dedicated video. See, all these things are available in the series syllabus. So day 6 is dedicated for operators, right? So we will cover operators in day 6, and logical reasoning you will build if you practice. So this is something that cannot be taught. Perfect. I can give you some examples, but if you want to master the logical reasoning, you just have to practice scripts each and every day. Now, today's topic is about keywords, right? Abhishek, you told that keywords is one of the pillars for programming languages, and specifically for Python, you said that okay, it is very, very important. But what exactly is a keyword? So keywords are nothing but, let's say you want to write any Python program. Okay. So this Python program that you want to write can be as simple as, like, let's say you want to write a calculator Python program. Okay. Or you want to write a Python program to fetch resources from AWS, or you want to get resources from GitHub. So for any of these things, what you will do is firstly you will think about a logic to implement the program, right? You will say this should be my step 1, step 2, step 3, 4, and 5, right? So to build this logic and to implement the logic in Python, you will use keywords. For example, okay, let's say you are asked to write numbers from 1 to 100. Okay, so what you will do is, instead of writing print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4, you will use a for loop, right? Now, when I say for loop, for is a keyword. Okay, let's say you are asked to build some conditional logic in Python, then you will use if, else, right? Now, what is if and else? This is again a keyword in Python, right? So let's say we are building the logic of some exceptional handling. So during that, we will use try, except, and again, these are nothing but keywords in Python. So if you learn keywords in Python, that's the reason why I'm saying you will learn each and every concept in Python. So here I have listed out some of the popular keywords, not some of the, like, the most used keywords in Python by DevOps engineer. I have listed out, and there are 26 keywords that I could list out. And don't worry, like I told you, you cannot learn all of these 26 in one single class, right? If you learn all these 26 keywords, you almost know Python programming language. If you know how to use and when to use, let's say, while loop, how to use, when to use for loop, if you know how to use try, except, and finally for exceptional handling, right? And if you know how to create classes, why they are required. Perfect. So if you know all of these things, then you know the Python programming language. The thing that you have to make sure is, when you are learning Python, right, after this 19 episodes, okay, or if you learn Python from any other courses, let's say you learn Python from any other places available on internet, then you have to make sure that the 26 keywords that I have posted in that particular MD file, right, in the GitHub repository, you know all of those keywords. Okay, and given a program, you need to understand which keyword to use. Okay, because in Python, without keywords you cannot write the logic. In simple sense, understand that in English, if you are asked to write a sentence, okay, in English, if you are asked to write a sentence without a verb, you will not be able to write a sentence. Similarly, if you are asked to write a program, right, without keywords, you will not be able to write programs. Now you might say that, Abhishek, I can write a simple program called print hello world. Now here I did not use any keywords. Now this is not a real-time program, right? This is just an example that you are trying to learn. Okay. Now don't take this example very seriously that in English without verb I cannot write sentence, but in Python I can write, print hello world, then I wrote a program. It's not like that. I am telling you that in real-time use case, whenever you want to write a program, when you want to build a logic, without keywords, you cannot do that, right? So keywords are very, very essential for a programming language. And any Python program that you take, you will find keywords. And these are the popular keywords that are available in Python. So for today's class, what you need to do is just give a very quick glance through all the list of keywords that I have provided. I'll just read them once. So and is a keyword in Python. We will learn it when we learn about the logical operators. Then or is a keyword, and you will learn about or when we again learn about the logical operators. Similarly, not. Then you have if, else, else if. We will learn when we understand the concept of conditional handling, or when we understand the concept of if conditions, right? When you want to build conditions. I'll give one example. Let's say as a DevOps engineer, you are asked to get list of S3 buckets, but the only condition is that S3 buckets with name Abhishek only are the S3 buckets that should be given as the output. For example, there are 100 S3 buckets, and in that only 10 S3 buckets have Abhishek in the name. So you have to print only those 10 S3 buckets. So in such cases, what you will do? Firstly, you will get all the S3 buckets. Then using this if else conditions or else if condition, you will try to print the names of the S3 buckets that have Abhishek, right? So we will use this when we want to implement some conditions, and we will deep dive into it. Don't worry. Then while and for you will learn during the loops. When we understand about loop, you will understand about these keywords. After that, we have try, except, and finally. These are used for exceptional handling, or it is also called error handling. Define and return, or def and return, are used during the functions. I mean, when we learn about functions, you will learn about it. Class and import. Okay, let's go step by step. Class, you will learn about it when we implement programs using classes and objects. Then you have import and from. You will learn this in the next class itself when we learn about functions, packages, and modules. This is also same. You will learn when we learn about functions, modules, and packages. True and false, you will learn when we understand about the Boolean data type. Then we have none. So none is basically something when you want to return a null value, or you don't want to perform any operation during that thing. Again, we will cover this as part of functions, or we will also cover this as part of classes. So then you have is, you have lambda, which is basically used for anonymous functions in Python. With we can cover this during file operations. Then you have global, which defines the scope of the variables. We will learn it in by end of today's class, I'll explain you what exactly this is. And again, you have something called non-local. So these are the keywords that we often use in Python programming language. Specifically, DevOps engineers use these keywords, right? There can be few other keywords, but I'm only restricting from DevOps engineer point of view. Okay, so by the end of this entire Python course, you have to make sure that you learn all of these keywords in Python. So that's why I told you that keywords is one of the strong pillars of Python programming language. And along with that, what are the other pillars that I've talked about? See, if you go to the syllabus, you will find that. So the other pillars that I was talking about is one, operators. You need to learn about operators. You need to learn about keywords. You need to learn about data types. These are some foundational concepts with which you can write any kind of program in Python. Got it? Perfect. Now, this is all about keywords, right? Now, you can take any random program on internet, just search for GitHub Python examples. Okay, I'm randomly searching for it, right? So here there are some Python programs. Let's go into it. Let's open any of this program. Let's say one file handle, probably. I don't know. I haven't opened this. I'm opening it in front of you people. So let's open this. Delete records in a binary file py. So see here, import is a keyword that I've explained you. Def is a keyword. We can open this parallelly. and you will notice that the Python program has keywords, and you can see how many keywords are available in this Python program, right? Import is something that I have explained you just before. Def is again a keyword that is used. With is again a keyword, right? And here with is used, which is again a keyword. This is a data type. Perfect. So if you see here, again here with is used. This is another keyword. So these are, for is a keyword, if is a keyword. So any Python program, if you want to understand how to write it, you need to understand the concept of keywords. Now, looking at this, you might feel that this program is very complicated, but it is very easy if someone knows all of these keywords. If I know what is import, okay, I understood this first line. If I know what is def, I understood line number 4. If I know what is with, I understand line number 6. Print is basically an inbuilt function, right? Again, int is a data type. With is again a, what do you call it? Sorry. So with is again a keyword. Then again here there is a for statement, if statement, which are keywords. So by looking at this file, if someone knows the keywords, they already know this program. They can easily read the program and understand the program. Okay. So this is how keywords are used in Python, and they are very, very essential. Now, moving on, the next topic that I wanted to explain is about variables. What exactly is a variable and the concept of variables in Python? So I'll give you a very basic example. Let's say you are asked to write a program to print name of a person. Let's say you want to print Abhishek using a Python program. So the easiest way of writing that program is you can just say print Abhishek, right? And of course, when you execute this Python program, you will see on the terminal name called Abhishek. So this problem is solved. But there is another way of writing it. The other way of writing it is you can just say name is equals to Abhishek and print name. So what did I do here? Here I wrote the Python program in just one line, but here I wrote the Python program in 2 lines. But what did I do? In line number 1, I said name is equals to Abhishek. That means I am defining a variable called name, and I am assigning the value of the variable with a string called Abhishek, right? And then in line number 2, I am just printing this variable. Now you might be asking me that Abhishek, but here I can solve this program in just one line. Why did you complicate this by writing 2 lines? I'll tell you the use case. See, here you just have one simple program to print the name called Abhishek. But let's say you have a Python program, okay, in your organization. Let's say you have a Python program that has 1000 lines, okay, and in this 1000 lines, let's say you are printing the name of the EC2 instance. Okay. All of you understand what is an EC2 instance, right? So let's say you are printing the name of the EC2 instance in line number 1, line number 25, line number 500, 600, 700, and 1000. So you are printing it 6 times. Print name of the EC2 instance. Let's say the name of the EC2 instance is also Abhishek. Now, for some reason, in this program, the program that you have in your organization, the name got changed from Abhishek to Manoj. Okay. So now what you need to do, you have to go to the program and you have to modify line number 1, 25, 500, 600, 700, and 1000. If the name of the EC2 instance is printed, let's say 25 times in the program, then you have to modify this value from Abhishek to Manoj 25 times. Whereas if you are using this way of writing the program, okay, so what you will do is in the initial lines of the program itself, you will say EC2 underscore instance underscore name is equals to Abhishek. Okay. And what you will do whenever you want to print the EC2 instance name, okay, instead of printing using this format, print Abhishek, you will just say print EC2 underscore instance underscore name. Okay. It can be in line number 1, line number 10, 25, 30. It can be like 500 times in a program. It does not matter. You know, tomorrow if the name gets changed from Abhishek to Manoj, you will just modify this line number, which is in the initial lines. Let's say this line number is 1. Okay. You will just modify once in your program from Abhishek to Manoj, and in all the other places, the output is automatically updated. Why? Because instead of hard coding the value, here what did you do? You have hard coded the value in the program, and here you have used concept called variable, right? What is the advantage of variable? The advantage of variable is that instead of hard coding the value in a program, if you use variable, it will take care of updating all the references in your Python program. Okay. So if the EC2 instance name is used 1,000 times, if the EC2 instance name is used 2,000 times, there is no problem at all. Just modify when you declare the variable. What do I mean by declare variable? Here I am basically declaring a variable, right? So if you just say name is equals to Abhishek, so in Python, what does this line mean? So this line means that one, you have created a variable called name. Two, you are using this syntax. You are using is equals to, which is basically a assignment operator in Python. We will learn that in number 6, episode number 6. But for now, just understand this is an assignment operator and this is a string. So what does this syntax mean? That you have created a variable called name, and using is equals to, that using assignment operator, you are providing, or you are basically assigning this string to the variable. So what has happened? Variable called name is assigned with a value called Abhishek. So that is the meaning of this particular line. Name is equals to Abhishek, right? So whenever you write something without double quote, understand the difference between this and this. So if you are writing something inside the double quote in Python, then it's a string. Whereas if you are writing something without double quote and you are using is equals to operator or assignment operator, you can, to assign a value for this, then this is called as a variable, right? So there are different programming languages, there are different syntaxes. In Python, the syntax is very, very simple. You can just say name is equals to Abhishek. From programming language to programming language, this syntax differs. Now, the advantage of Python is that in Python, you don't have to define beforehand if this variable is going to store a string, or if this variable is going to store an integer, right? Or if this variable is going to store float or anything. You don't have to declare beforehand. In some programming languages, you have to define before itself, where you have to say var name string is equals to Abhishek. For example, this is a syntax of Go programming language. Okay. So in Go programming language, you will use this particular syntax where you will say variable, I'm declaring a variable called name, which is of type string, and that will have a value called Abhishek. But in Python, it is very, very simple. You will just say name is equals to Abhishek. Now, this kind of syntax programming languages are called statically typed programming languages. Whereas this type of programming languages are called dynamically typed programming languages. Okay. So Go language, Java, these are all statically typed programming languages. Whereas Python is a dynamically typed programming language. Okay. When we learn about functions, when we deep dive into future classes, you will understand this in a better way. But for now, understand that Python is a dynamically typed programming language because you don't have to declare this complex syntaxing. You don't have to say var, name, string. Then you don't have to define the variable. Uh, sorry, you don't have to assign the value to the variable in this format. You can simply say name is equals to Abhishek, or you can also say, you know, x is equals to 6. You can say, value is equals to true, which is boolean. So in Python, you can directly assign the values to a variable without declaring the type of the variable. So that's why Python is called as dynamically typed programming language. Got it? So now let's try to put this in a program, whatever I try to explain you, so that you people will understand slightly better way. Of course, this is a very, very simple topic, but let's try to do it. Okay. For example, we'll go to day3 folder, and one thing, whatever I'm teaching is already available as a MD file here. Okay, keywords that I've taught is already available here. Variables that I'm going to teach right now is also available here. So syntax for each and everything is available. You can copy it and you can also practice it after this video. So in day3, let's create a file called test.py. I'll delete this file. Don't search for this file. Okay. Now, what I'll try to do is the first way of writing a program. Let's say you are asked to print the name of the EC2 instance. What you will do directly, you will just say print. Let's say the name of the EC2 instance is project XYZ instance. Okay. So what you can do, simply say python test.py. So cd day3, I need to go through the day3 folder, right? And now here I can say python test.py. Perfect. See here, it prints the value called project XYZ instance. Now, how do you variabilize this particular program? It's again very simple. Just remove this line, say EC2 underscore instance underscore name is equals to project hyphen XYZ hyphen instance, right? And now I can say print EC2 instance name. Now let's try to print it. See, the value is same. Like I explained you in the theory part, the value is the same. Output of the program is the same. Only thing is, in case one, you wrote it without using variables, and in the second way, you wrote it by using the variable format. Advantage, like I told you, see, if in different places of a program, so right now you don't understand the concept of functions, so that's why I'm not trying to make it complicated. But let's say this variable, understand that this is a Python program, and here you are trying to print this 15-20 times. Okay, so when you learn about functions, you will understand why these use cases are needed. I'll give you a brief overview also, but for now, let's say that you will print it. Let's copy paste it. Okay, I'm printing it 6 times. Okay, and what has happened is the requirement has changed, and the requirement got converted that the EC2 instance name is not project XYZ, it is project ABC. Okay, now I'll just modify this line only once, and if I try to print this program, of course you can guess the output. What would be the output? Output would be cd day3. I need to go to the day3 folder. Yeah, python test.py. See, this is the output. In the other way, if you are hard coding this value, okay, then what would happen is you have to modify this line 6 different times. Got it? So by modifying it 6 different times, you will get the output, but here your amount of effort has increased. And another advantage of variables is that not just updating one single time. Okay, one is, I told you, instead of updating in 10-15 places, 100 places, you'll update it only once. But the other use case is that, other advantage is that, let's say this hard coding thing, that is the print statement. print Abhishek. Okay, let's say this is used in line number 1, 15, 25, 40, 160, 700. Okay, and the name got changed from Abhishek to Manoj. Then you told one of your DevOps engineering team members to update the script so that name gets changed from Abhishek to Manoj. So this person, he is a very dedicated person, the DevOps engineer. So he updated in line number 1, 15, 25, 40, 160, but he did not find line number 700. Okay. Probably he forgot, he did not look at it, or he overlooked at it and he did not update line number 700. So the task became incomplete. Right? So not just about reducing the time. What does variables do? One is variables help you in reducing the time. Also, reducing the errors. Got it? So this is another advantage of using variables. Perfect. Now, another concept that I wanted to explain in today's class is in variables, there are two different types. Okay. One is you have something called as global variables. And another thing is you have local variables. Okay. So in tomorrow's class, when we learn about functions, right? In day 4, when we learn about functions, packages, as well as modules. So we will talk in detail about this global variables as well as local variables, because the concept of function is very, very important to understand it. But for now, just understand that, let's say in your Python program, you have 3 functions. Okay. Let's say you are writing a calculator program in Python. Don't worry if you did not understand this completely. Anyways, we will cover this in tomorrow's class, but just consider it as a teaser for tomorrow's class. Okay. Let's say you are writing a calculator program in Python. Now in calculator program, so you have multiple functionalities of this calculator, right? One functionality is addition. Another functionality is subtraction. Another functionality is multiplication. And the last functionality, let's say, is division. So what you will do in your Python program, you will write 4 functions. One function for addition, one function for subtraction, one function for multiplication, and finally one function for division. Okay. And whenever you are writing these functions, okay, even inside these functions, you will be using some variables. Let's say your task is you need to take input from a person, and let's say the person gives input 2 numbers. Number 1 as 1 and number 2 as 4. Your program should take these 2 numbers as input, and it has to print addition of these 2 numbers, multiplication, subtraction, and division, right? So what you will do in your program is you will take these 2 values as variables and you will perform addition, you will perform subtraction, multiplication, and division. Okay. So even when you are writing programs using functions, you will use variables. And if you are declaring the variables, okay, understand this carefully. Let's say you are writing a Python program, and if you are declaring a variable, that is, here we have declared variable, right? Name is equals to Abhishek is a variable. Similarly, if you are saying variable 1 is equals to 1 and variable 2 is equals to 4, if you are declaring it outside all of these functions, that is in the initial lines of the program, let's say in your Python program, such variables are called as global scoped variables. Whereas if you are defining variables inside these functions, they are called as local scoped variables. Now, what is difference between global scoped and local scoped? So let's say you have 2 functions like this. One is definition, addition, and here you will say, for example, a plus b, return a plus b, and you have another function called definition, subtraction, and here probably you will say return a minus b. Don't worry, again, if you don't understand this syntax, there is no problem at all. Now, what you will do for global variables is that before these 2 functions, let's say This is line number 4. This is line number 10. In line number 2 or line number 3, you will declare A is equals to 1, B is equals to 5. Now, because these variables are outside these definitions, that is, they are not inside the definitions, right? They are outside the definitions. So that's why these variables are called global variables. And reason why they are called global variables is they can be accessed inside these functions. Now, when you say return A plus B, then it will automatically read these variables from these particular lines. When you say A minus B, again, it will read the variables from these particular lines and it will give the output. Whereas if you are declaring variables inside these blocks, that is, if you are saying def addition, and inside this, if you say A is equals to 1, B is equals to 6, and if you say return or print A plus B, this will give the output. But when you write another function called subtraction, and inside the subtraction, if you say print A minus B, then this program will give you an error because variables are declared inside this function. So this function cannot access it because these variables are called local variables. Let's try to understand this with the practical knowledge. Okay, now let's say I'll write this function like this. First, I'll just say def addition. Okay, and inside this, let's say, okay, I'll say print A plus B. Okay, and let's say I'll create one more thing here called definition. Of course, I did not complete the syntax well. I'm just trying to explain you people. Let's complete it. Probably this is much better, right? So that you people will understand it easily. So I'll create one more function called subtraction. And inside this, I'll just say print A minus B. Now, if I declare the variables here, that is, if I just say A is equals to 10, B is equals to 5. Okay. And if you try to execute this Python program, Python test.py. Okay. Oh, sorry. I did not call the functions. So I just need to call the function addition and subtraction. Okay. Now, if you try to print this Python program, see what is the output? 15 and 5. Because the variables are declared outside these functions. So even inside, if you are trying to access these variables, okay, variables are declared here and I'm trying to access it inside the function, that is in line number 6 and 9, I'm able to access. But let's say if I slightly modify it, okay, and here, if I just say A is equals to 10, B is equals to 5. Now, this output will be returned, but here it will throw an error because A and B are not known to this function, or Python does not understand what is the value of A and B because A and B are not declared outside the function blocks, but they are declared inside this function. So only this function, right? Only this function knows what is A and B, what is the value of variable A and B. This function does not understand the value. Let's see. See, it printed the first one. It prints A plus B as 15. And when it comes here, it will return an error because these are local variables. Okay. So what is the concept that I'm trying to explain? If you want to create a variable, okay, that is accessed inside multiple functions, then you have to make the variable global scope. Okay. Whereas if you want to create a variable, right, that is available only inside one function, then you have to make the variables local scoped. Okay. So probably in addition, you want to create, you want to create one more thing called C is equals to 10, right? And you can just keep it here. Now this makes proper sense. Okay. Now this program will not give you any error. Probably you can say A plus B plus C. Now here C is only accessed within this particular function, and in the subtraction function you did not use C, so there will not be any error here. Okay, so here see, you got A plus B plus C as 25 and subtraction output is only 5, and there are no errors in this program because C is only used in line number 6. So you have declared it as a local scoped variable. Okay, so what is this? This is a local scoped variable, whereas these are global scoped variables. Got it? So practice local and global scope. It's okay if you don't understand what exactly this is, what is a function, what is the syntax of a function. Don't worry, we will learn that thing in tomorrow's class. So if you feel that this is overwhelming for you, you can practice this thing in tomorrow's class, no problem. But for now, just understand that there are global scoped and local scoped variables. Now, the final topic that I want to explain before I leave you people is the naming convention of variables. This is very, very important. And if you are writing a program and if you are not following a proper naming convention, interviewer will understand that you don't have real experience. What does that mean? So let's say in previous example, I said name is equals to Abhishek, right? Now you can also write this name is equals to Abhishek, right? And you can say print name. No doubt you will get output here and you will also get output here. But here I declared the name in small case or lower case, whereas here I declared name in uppercase, right? Or capital letters or block letters. This is wrong way of defining. Of course, it is not completely wrong, but this is not a good practice. Okay. So always declare variables in lower cases. Okay. This is rule number 1, or this is good case number 1. Now, another thing that I wanted to explain in the naming convention is that let's say you are declaring a variable, something like this, EC2 instance. Probably the variable name is EC2 instance name, and you are assigning some value to the variable. Now, this is very difficult to read, right? Here it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost like 14 characters. And on a first glance, it is very difficult to read because there are no spaces, there is nothing here. So a good way of declaring such variables, right? If your variable has 2 parts or 3 parts, right? For example, full name. Instead of writing full name like this, what you can do is you can declare full underscore name is equals to Abhishek.Veeramalla, right? Or EC2 underscore instance underscore name is equals to project XYZ instance. Got it? So when you want to declare a variable that has multiple parts in it, then use underscores in between, and this is called as snake casing. Okay, the name is like that. Okay, so if you declare variables in like this, in this format, you call it as snake casing format. Okay, there is another good way of declaring it. Either you can declare it in snake casing or you can declare it in camel casing. Okay, what is camel casing? Camel casing is nothing but you will declare something like this, EC2, and when the second part of the name starts, declare that in capitals, EC2 instance, and again when the third part comes, declare that again in capital. Okay, so first one should always be small, second, third, fourth, fifth, how many number of parts of that variable are available, you can declare all of them in capital letters, and this is called as camel casing. Okay, so one is always declare variables in lowercase if it just has one part. Okay, and the second thing is use snake casing or camel casing. Okay, the third thing is declare variables as descriptive as possible. This is the last thumb rule that I wanted to explain. Don't worry. So the third thing is make variables as descriptive as possible. What does that mean? So let's say you want to declare name is equals to Abhishek. Okay, you can do that. Or other thing that you can do is also n is equals to Abhishek. Okay, you will understand that n represents name here, but other people will not understand, right? So, you know, whenever you are trying to declare a variable, keep it as descriptive as possible. When you want to declare full name, okay, call it as full name instead of fn. Of course, there are cases where you have to declare variables as small as possible. Okay, instead of writing ec2 instance name, you can also write it as ec2 name, something like that. But I will cover that case later. Okay, I will tell you when the variables names have to be small, what is the reason for keeping the variables name small, when is it a good practice. But for now, because we are just at the third class of programming, understand that variable names should be in the lower case. Second thing, follow snake casing or camel casing. Third thing is keep the variable names as descriptive as possible. So these 3 points are also available in the GitHub documentation in the variables.md. So you can go back and you can read the notes again if you find something confusing. Okay. So finally, if you have that question that Abhishek, sometimes I've seen variables names are very, very small. Yes, that is true. Let's say you're writing a for loop. Okay. Inside the for loop, if you are using any variable, that has to be as simple as possible. There, I don't mind if you're using I or X or Y, J, K, right? Why is that? We will learn when we understand about the concept of for loops. For now, just understand these 3 concepts about variable naming convention. Should we summarize what we have learned today? One is we learned about the concept of keywords, right? So I have 26 keywords in the notes, and you have to make sure by the end of this Python course, you learn about all of those 26 keywords. Okay. Right now, how many keywords we know out of this 26? 0, I guess, right? But don't worry, I'll make sure by the end of this Python for DevOps series, you will learn all of these 26 keywords. Number 2, what did we learn? We learned about variables. We learned what is a variable, why variables are required, how to use variables, and in that we have learned about the naming convention of variable, right? We learned about scope of variables, that is global scoped and local scoped, right? And we have learned about some good practices, right? This is about today's class, and either go through my notes or prepare your own notes, but make sure that you understood this concept in complete way. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Take care, everyone. See you all in the next one. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. My name is Abhishek, and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 4 of Python for DevOps series, and we have successfully completed the first 3 episodes of this series. We started day 1 with understanding what exactly Python is, how is it different from shell scripting, and why and how DevOps engineers use Python. We also learned how to install and run our very first Python program in just a couple of minutes. After that, we moved towards data types. We understood different types of data types in Python, but we focused more on strings and integer data types. I have also explained a lot of interview questions related to string data types, because in interviews, people ask about string handling, string manipulations, inbuilt string functions. So we covered all of those things. Then in day 3, we learned about keywords as well as variables. We learned about different keywords that are available in Python, specifically used by DevOps engineers. We learned what is a variable, how variables are used, global scoped, local scoped, best practices in defining variable names. And today is day 4, where we will learn one of the most important concepts: functions, modules, and packages. We will compare functions with modules and packages, understand the differences between functions, modules, and packages. We will try out some examples. And finally, I will also explain you the real-time use case, that is using virtual environments, because in real time in your organization you work with a lot of other colleagues who are working on different projects. So you use a virtual environment concept in Python. So we will try to understand what exactly it is. It is also called as Python workspaces. So along with functions, modules, and packages, we will also learn about Python workspaces or virtual environments. Okay, I think we can get started, and let's start with understanding what exactly is a function in Python and what are the use cases of it. So like every time, let's start understanding with an example. So let's say you are given a task to write a Python program. Okay. And the Python program is, so if someone gives you two variables, or if someone gives you two numbers, let's say, so they'll give two input numbers, 2 and 3, and you need to write a Python program. And the output of the Python program has to be, right? The output has to be add or addition is equals to 5, right? Subtraction is equals to -1, multiplication is equals to 6, division is equals to 2 by 3. It comes to 0.666 something. So let's say it has to be 2 by 3. So input is given by the user as 2, 3 to your Python program, right? You can also hard code it in the Python program for now, because you don't know the concept of environment variables or command line arguments yet. So let's say some user gives you this input, and this has to be your output, right? You have to print all of this that I've shown on the screen. So now what you will do with the knowledge that you have at this point of time from last 3 episodes, what you have learned. So you will say first A is equals to 2, B is equals to 3, or number 1 is equals to 2, number 2 is equals to 3. And you will just start writing saying that add is equals to A plus B, print add, right? Subtraction is equals to A minus B, print subtraction. Similarly, multiplication and division. So this is how you will write the program, right? But the problem with this is is not readable, right? Because you are writing everything in lines, right? Let's say if this program goes to 1,000 lines, right? Or if this program goes to 10,000 lines. So, this is just a calculator function that I've given as example. But when you write larger programs, the problem with writing in this format is they are less readable. Okay. And also, because you are writing everything as line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, this program is not modular or reusable. I'll explain why and how. Okay. So just keep these 2 points in mind. What I said is this program is less readable and this is not modular or reusable. I'll tell you why. Instead of writing the program like this, if you understand the program, what this program is doing, it is basically performing 4 functionalities. Functionality number 1 is addition, right? Functionality number 2 is subtraction. Functionality number 3 is multiplication. And functionality number 4 is division. So basically, the program that you are asked to write has 4 functionalities. So in general, when you find this kind of use cases, it is better to write a function in Python for each functionality. What does that mean? So instead of writing the program like this, what you can do is you can say A is equals to 2, B is equals to 3, and then this is the syntax of writing functions in Python, where you can say def add colon, you need to give some spaces here and say A plus B, and then you can say print. If A plus B, let's say you are defining C is equals to A plus B, or add is equals to A plus B, then you can say print add or addition. Then you can again write a different function saying def sub A minus B, and then you can again write here print sub, right? If you declare sub is equals to A minus B. Similarly, def multiplication and def division. Okay. So let's try to write this program in a Visual Studio Code and see the difference between writing in this way and writing in this way. Then I'll come back and explain you what are the advantages of writing in this format, right? So we will take a Visual Studio Code. We are using code spaces. So you can also use code spaces, or you can use your virtual environment. Sorry, Visual Studio Code on your laptop. Perfect. So it will just take a minute to start up. We'll wait. Setting up remote configuration, connection, connecting to code spaces. Perfect. So if you don't know how to use code spaces, please watch my previous episode or just watch episode number 1, where I've explained how to use code spaces. Perfect. Now, so code spaces, why we use is because it has very minimalistic configuration. You just need a GitHub account and you will get your Python already installed in it. So my Python is already installed. Let's go and create a file inside the day4 folder. Let's call it as calculator.py, right? And inside this, let's say in the format, this is the first format and this is the second format. So in the first format, how would you write the program? You will just say number 1 is equals to 2, number 2 is equals to, or let's say number 1 is equals to 10, number 2 is equals to 5, and then you will start writing, addition is equals to num1 plus num2, right? And then you will say print addition, right? Then you will say sub is equals to num1 minus num2, right? And then you will say print sub. So this is what we know till now, right? Because till now we did not learn about the concept of functions or packages in Python. So this is how we will start writing. And then you will say, you will write multiplication is equals to num1 star num2. Okay, let's restrict this to addition, subtraction, and multiplication so that we don't have to keep writing. Perfect. So this is how you'll write. And obviously, if you execute this program, print, let's switch the directory to day4. CD day04. Right. Don't worry about this blue color lines that you see. That is because of the linter that I have. And now Python calculator.py. Of course, you'll see this output, right? And if you want to make it more readable, you can say that, addition, you have learned about string concatenation. So what you can do is you can just say this way, right? Value of addition. You can just say this, right? And what would happen if you write this? When I try to print it again, sorry. So what you need to do is, because this is an integer, right? So you can just say str of this. So in string concatenation, you can only concatenate one string with the other string. Because this is a number, right? 10 plus 5 is 15, and 15 is a number, and this is a string. So Python is saying, it is giving an error that you cannot concatenate a string with an integer. So I have just converted the string to the integer, and if I try to do, you'll get value of addition 15. So you can just say this. Perfect. And similarly, you can also write value of subtraction, value of multiplication, right? I hope you will do that. So you can write that instead of wasting time. I'll move to the next one. So this is format 1 of writing the code. Now, let's say I'll create one more file here called calculator new.py. Okay. And here I will write using the function approach. So what I will do here is I'll just say num1 is equals to 10, num2 is equals to 5. And here I'll define a function for addition. I'll say definition addition. Whenever you are writing a function, okay, what you need to do is you need to just write the name of the function. So this is the syntax or the keyword, right? We discussed about keywords, and I told you that whenever we learn some concept, we will learn about keywords. So for Python to understand that you are writing a function, you have to start that particular line using this keyword called def, or in shortcut, it is actually, the full name is definition, but in shortcut, you write it as def. You cannot write definition. You have to write it as def only, because this is the keyword. Python only understands def. And when you write def, it will understand, okay, so this guy is going to write a definition or a function, and name of the function followed by open close brackets. I'll tell you why open close brackets. And after that, click on the enter button, because you are all using Visual Studio Code. You will see that when you click on the enter, the spaces are automatically inserted, and you will start writing from here. Okay. Add is equals to num1 plus num2. Why is that? Why did Python insert spaces? Because for different programming languages, there is different way of defining, what is the logic inside the functions, right? So some programming languages use this format where when the logic of the function is started, you will start with an open bracket, and then you will end the function with a close bracket, and inside that you will start writing the logic. For example, Java or Go language, this is how you will write. But in Python, what you would do is you will start the function with a colon, which indicates that the function is started, and the logic inside the function you have to write with spaces, right? I'll show you. Now what I'll do is I'll just say print add, right? And now if I want to end the function, now you have to go back. Okay. So obviously when you click on the enter button, the Visual Studio Code, right, it will take you to the next page with the spaces, because it is assuming that you will continue to write the function, but my logic for the function is ended here, right? This is the logic for my function. So what I'll do is I'll just click on the backspace or click on the delete button, right? And then I'll click on one more enter, and I'll start writing my next function. So here I'll say sub, and here I can say s is equals to num1 minus num2, and I'll just click print sub. Got it? So why did I do this? Because again, I'm writing a new function called subtraction, which is in shortcut, I just called it as sub. And I started with a keyword called def. I wrote sub, open close brackets, right? You need to use the same brackets. You cannot use any other brackets. Then start your function using colon, right? And after that, click on the enter button. You will automatically redirected with the spaces. If you are writing this in Notepad, this will not happen. Only if you are using an IDE with Python extension installed, you will automatically get the spaces. If not, you have to give it manually. Okay. Let's say your Python extension is not installed, or for some reason it is not working. What you need to do is you need to give the spaces. Now, is there any limitation on the number of spaces? Abhishek, should I give 1 space, 2 space, 3 space? No. You can give any number of spaces, but you have to make sure if you are giving 4 spaces in this line, or if you are giving 1 tab in this line, for the next line also you need to give the same number of spaces. You cannot do something like this. Okay. So this is a wrong indentation, and Python will not accept this line, and it will throw an error. See, it said indentation error. So you have to keep everything with the same number of spaces. Perfect. Now I'll write one more function called mul. And here I'll say m is equals to a multiplied by b. Sorry, num1 multiplied by num2. Now everyone should practice this, because you might feel that this is very easy, but the syntaxing you will remember only as you keep writing. Okay, as I told you, programming is something you can master only as you keep writing. Don't worry, in the next class I'll get rid of these things. I'll just remove the plugin, the Pylint plugin. I'm keeping it because I'm preparing notes for some future class, and for that, in this code spaces environment, I have to have this. So in the next class, I'll get rid of this. You don't have to worry. Perfect. Now, okay, I need to say M here and S here because this is S and this is M. Now, let's say you will just end the program here and you will try to execute the Python program. You will see that there will not be any output. Okay, let me execute and see and show you. Terminal. Okay, let's run this program called Python calculator. Okay, first CD day 4. Then I'll say Python. So in your laptop, probably when you have installed Python, you might run Python using this command called Python 3, or in some laptops, you might see it as Python only. It doesn't matter. Okay. So basically in this code spaces environment, there is a alias. In shell scripting, there is a concept called alias, right? So this Python alias is set to Python 3. That's why you can execute it as Python, or you can also execute it as Python 3. There will not be any difference. Got it? So I'll just say Python calculator -new.py and see there is no output at all. Now you might be wondering, why is this happening? So the reason is that whenever you write some functions, you have to explicitly invoke the functions. That means you have to call these functions saying addition, open close brackets, subtraction, open close brackets. So you need to call with the function names. Okay, mul, open close brackets. If you don't, if you don't invoke the functions like this, Python will not understand. Like, Python will start reading all of these lines and it will directly exit the program. Only if you invoke the functions, then Python will understand, okay, I have to go and run the commands inside the function. If you don't give subtraction, let's see, I'll not give subtraction. Now, what would be the output be is if I just run this program, you will see 15 and 50. That is, you just saw output of addition as well as multiplication, but not subtraction. Now, if you invoke the subtraction function only, you will see the output for subtraction. See, now you can see 3 outputs. Perfect. So what is the reason? So you have to explicitly invoke the functions. Now, people who are aware of other programming languages. So in other programming languages, basically there is an entry point, or there is a place where the execution of the program starts, which is called as a main function, right? So people, if you are coming from Java or Golang or any other programming languages, you might be used to this main function, and program execution starts from the main function. In Python, this is not mandatory. Let's say here I wrote this file, right? Here I don't have to write the main function. So in Python, the execution, if you are not writing the main function, it can start directly from line number 1. And we will discuss about the main function, and we will talk about, how to write this main function if you want to write all of these things in future classes. Don't worry about it at this point of time. When we go with examples, or once you all practice this thing, in tomorrow's class, I'll use the main function and then you will understand the difference. Oh, okay. If I use the main function, then this is how it works. But for now, don't worry about it. Some people might get a question in Python, is there no main function? So I'm just trying to explain. For now, practice this particular thing. So what is the advantage of this? Now we will compare both of these files. Okay. So here, what I did is, I just wrote everything as a linear code, right? I just kept on writing line number 1, line number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if there are 1000 lines, I'll keep writing all of these 1000 lines. Okay. But if you are seeing this particular thing, there is a proper modular and proper structure for this code. At this point of time, we are just writing a simple calculator function. So you might feel that, okay, this is also better. But when this code goes to 1000 lines or 10,000 lines, it is very difficult to troubleshoot this file, or it is very hard to debug this particular file and understand where exactly the error is. Whereas if you are writing code in this particular way, what happens is if there is a flaw in the addition logic, you know that this is the function that you have to look at. And this code is much more readable when compared to this one. So that's why what I tell you is using functions, you get advantage number one is readability of the code. So let's say in your company, when you are writing a Python function of 1000 lines and you have modified something in the line and you sent this Python program for the code review with your colleague. Okay. Now, if you are not using functions, for your colleague, it is very difficult to read the file and understand what this code change is and how is it related to the issue that you are fixing. If the issue is in addition functionality, and if you send your code changes to the person who is reviewing the code, then if you are using the function approach, that person will understand, okay, I just have to review the addition function and make sure the tests are passing. So using functions, you will get the readability. Second thing is reusability, which is also called as modularity. Some people also call it as modularity or writing code in modules. We saw in Terraform also, right? Modularity. So what is reusability? Now, if you write code in this way, what happens is, let's say there is other person in your company who wants to use this particular function. They also want to write the addition functionality only. Now, instead of writing the addition functionality, they can just use your function. It is not like they will come here and copy paste your code. Of course, they can do that. The other thing is, when we cover the modules concept, you will understand that they can just call this module name followed by the function and they can use it. Okay. So in a couple of minutes, we'll move towards modules where you will understand that in a better way. But for now, understand that if you are writing code in the function approach, you will get the reusability. Either they can come here and just copy this code and write it in their programs. That is also fine. If you are writing in this way, it will be difficult for them to understand which code to copy. Or if you are following the modular approach, then they can invoke your function in their code as well, right? So reusability is the second thing that you get. And the third thing is debugging. If you get any errors, right? Let's say this is your actual program that your company is delivering to the customers, for example. And here, what happens is customer says that, hey, multiplication and division are working super awesome, but addition functionality is not working. Now, if you go in this particular approach, and if this program has 1000 files, you just have to start reading from line 1, line 2, line 3, and then somewhere in line 500, 600, you will find the logic for addition. After a couple of hours, you'll start modifying it, and finally you will find the issue. Whereas, if you are writing in the functions or the modular approach, debugging is super easy because you already know which part of your code is not working, right? Here you already know that this definition or this function is not working. So you can come here and you can modify it. Perfect. So what is the take back from this functions concept that I have explained you? One, the take back is that, take back is when you write code in the functions, you get three advantages. One is reusability. Of course, this entire notes is also available on the GitHub page. Like every concept, I upload the notes to the GitHub repository. This is the GitHub repository. You can just go to the day folder and you can search for it. If you go to day 4, you will find a README file, and inside the README file, the content is available. Whatever I'm explaining is available here. Then the second advantage, first is reusability. And the second thing that you get is readability. As I explained you, right? Code is more readable. Third advantage is debugging. So you also get to debug your program very easily. So these are the advantages. Now, advantages is one thing, but you should know how to write the functions, right? For that, what you need to remember, is to start writing a function, you will use a keyword called def. So whenever in Python you are starting a particular line, if you are starting with a keyword called def, that means Python interpreter will understand that, okay, this is a definition or a function in Python. So after def, what you need to do? You need to start writing the name of the function. If the function is addition, so just write def addition, open a bracket, close a bracket. You need to use this brackets only. Then, your function definition is declared. Now to start writing the code inside the function, start with colon. Okay. And then what you need to do is the entire logic in this particular function. You have to define that, okay, I want to give 2 spaces, 3 spaces, 4 spaces, 5 spaces, any number of spaces. But what I would recommend is give 3 spaces or use the tab button, right? In your laptop, there is a tab button, right? So either click on the tab button, which will automatically come up with 3 spaces or 4 spaces. Or if you want to manually give the 3 spaces. If you are using any Visual Studio Code or PyCharm, IntelliJ, then there will be spaces automatically given. As you click on the enter button, it will understand that because you have installed a Python extension, okay, I should give some spaces. He's writing a function or she is writing a function. So the spaces are already given. Now you will keep writing the logic in the function. Once the logic is completed, what you will do? Click on the backspace. Okay. So that, you can start writing your next function right from 0 spaces. Okay. So that you don't have to give any spaces. So this syntax is very, very important. And the assignment at this point of time in today's class is you all need to write a calculator function. Okay. As I've explained in the class, write a calculator function using functions in Python. Okay. And execute the function. Now let's discuss, Abhishek, but in real time. Okay. Because this course is about understanding Python from DevOps engineer point of view. Give me some use cases of why and how DevOps engineers use Python functions. So we took calculator as a basic example. Now let's try to convert this into a DevOps example. Let's say you are given a task, okay, to create S3 bucket, EC2 instance. Okay. Let's say only 2 things. Okay. One is S3 bucket and one is EC2 instance. So what you can do is, instead of writing this entire thing in a Python file line by line, what you can do is you can write this using the function approach. So you will say definition S3 colon, right? And inside that you will write the logic for S3. Okay. We will use a module called Boto3 for that. When we move to the module concept, you will understand what exactly is a module. Okay. And you will talk to the AWS API and you will write the enter logic. Then you will write another definition called EC2. And inside that, you will just write the entire logic. Of course, here you might get a question, but Abhishek, I can do it using Terraform also, right? Now let's say that this is a script that you want to write for yourself, okay? Or this is a script that you want to have it as a quick hands-on in your laptop, okay? This is not something that you want to share with multiple people. Or let's say your organization is not using Terraform because of some drawbacks in it. There are so many drawbacks in Terraform, right? And your organization is basically using AWS SDK or AWS CDK. In such cases, you need to write the code in Python only, right? There are multiple options to create resources in AWS. One is you can use Terraform, you can use CloudFormation templates, but there are companies who use AWS SDK and CDK also, right? Because there are many drawbacks in Terraform and CFT if you want to move from one platform to other platform. So that's why people will also write these things in Python. And this is one example. Other example is, like I told you in previous class, let's say you want to list out issues and pull requests in a repository. Again, what you can do is you can write one function for issues, one function for pull requests, or you want to create a JIRA ticket Now, using Python, instead of logging to JIRA, you want to create a JIRA ticket. For that, you can write a definition, right? So DevOps engineers use definitions in a day-to-day life. I'm calling it as definitions because I'm just used to it. So you can also call it as a function. Both are same. There is no difference. In some programming languages, you call them as definitions. In some programming languages, you call them as functions, right? Because I work with different programming languages. Sometimes my uh, convention gets changed. Don't worry about that. So definition and you can call or function DevOps engineers use for achieving such type of activities or tasks. Got it? So I hope everybody will perform this assignment. Now let's move to the next concept, that is modules. Now, as we discussed about functions, what exactly is a module? I think the name itself says most of it. It is a module. In DevOps world, you will listen this term called modular approach a lot of times. When you are learning Ansible, when you are learning Terraform, we learned about modular approach. What exactly a module means? Module means if you are writing a piece of code, okay, let's say for project one, you are writing a piece of code and you feel that this piece of code can be used by project two, project three, because DevOps engineers works with a lot of projects, right? Or works with different teams. So let's say you wrote the logic for creating EC2 instance with Python, got it? Or creating a JIRA ticket. JIRA ticket is the best example. Let's say you wrote a logic for creating a JIRA ticket in project one dashboard. The same code, just by modifying some variables, can be used by project two and project three also, right? Now, why should you write the same piece of code for project one, project two, project three, and project 100? Instead, what you can do is you can write one Python file or one python.py file, okay? And inside this python.py file, you will have a lot of functions, right? What you can do is you can use this .py file as a module. If someone needs all of the functions inside this module, they can use all of the functions. Let's say if they need only in this particular Python file, let's say there is JIRA creation, get JIRA tickets, okay? Then there is get JIRA ticket comments. For example, there are functions like this. And everything you wrote in one particular Python file, you created a module. Creating module is just nothing. I'll tell you. Let's say you created a module. And now what is the advantage of the module is if project one needs the entire logic that you have written, they can consume the entire module. If project two only needs one function or one definition from this entire module, they can use part of the module. Okay. Similarly, project 3, project 4, project 5, the advantage of using modules is reusability. Okay. I told the same thing with functions also, right? Functions are also reusable. That is because a module is equals to group of functions. Remember this. What is a module? Module is a group of functions. That means here, this is a program that I've written. This is a function. This is a function. And this is a function, right? And if this particular program can be used by other teams, then this entire thing is called as a module, right? Module is nothing but a group of functions along with the variables, whatever you would like to consider. But in a high level definition, modules is nothing but a group of functions. Now, if you ask me, Abhishek, can I call this particular .py file as a module? The answer is yes. You can definitely call this .py file as a module because this is collection of functions. Tomorrow, if someone wants to use this, they can use it, right? Got it? So what they will do is, let's say there is another team writing, let's call it as advanced calculator. Okay, so always try to use underscore advanced calc.py. Okay, so So let's say the advanced calculator program consists of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and along with that, they have another things like percentile, right? Or different kinds of capabilities in their calculator. But they remembered that, okay, there is a project which is already uh, you know which already built a program that has addition, subtraction, and multiplication. So why can't we reuse their logic, right? So what they will do is they will just come back, right, and tell that, okay, they have already written it, so let's use their particular code, or let's use their program. So when you reuse their program, what you will do is you will import that particular thing as a module. Okay, so by default anyone can use this particular thing, because this is nothing but a collection of functions. That is, this is nothing but a module already. And to use the module for a different project, what you need to do is you will use another keyword. See, here we came across another keyword, and this keyword is called as import. Okay, and this particular file can be anywhere, right? You just have to provide the proper path, because it is already there in the same place. So what I'll do, import calculator underscore new, which is the name of the function, sorry, name of the program. And try to use underscore only, because if you're using something else, then the import will fail. And here what you need to do is you just need to call the module. In my case, it is nothing but calculator new. So you can import this module as any particular thing. You can give alias also, where you can say import calculator new as basic underscore calci, for example. Okay, and here you need to call basic underscore calci. Got it? So now let's try to execute and see what will happen. Python advanced calci.py. See, the output is 15, 5, 10. You did not pass any variables, you did not do anything. But why is the output like that? That is because you have imported this Python program as a module in your advanced calculator. So you will do this a lot of times as a DevOps engineer. You will write same code for different projects. So you will use the modular approach, right? You should also practice this one in today's video. After today's video, you also have to practice this one. And let's say instead of this entire thing, okay, in the advanced calculator, let's say I don't need subtraction and multiplication. So what you can do is basically you can call it as basic calci dot addition. Open close bracket. That means you are invoking only the addition functionality from the calculator new. Of course, when you execute this, you will see four different outputs. The last one is the one that you have triggered here. Now you might ask me, but Abhishek, why did I get the other three? That is because, you are invoking it here and you are using a print statement. Don't worry. We will learn more about the modules. Then you will understand much ahead. So what we usually do is, instead of the print statements in real time, we use the return statements, which we'll talk about. Don't worry, right? So for now, if you want to invoke a particular function, this is the syntax that you will use. Got it? So you understood about modules, why we use modules. Modules is used for reusability, and any Python program is by default a module, right? It is nothing but collection of functions. So let me ask a couple of questions here. So can you use the complete program? That is, can you use all the functions directly? Yes. To use all the functions directly, what you will do, you can just do this one. Sorry, this. That is, you are importing the module and you are executing it. Can I use only one particular function? Yes. How? You can just say calculator dot addition, right? Or what you can also do is you can import only one particular function from the module as well, which we'll learn later. Don't worry. If in one class we will try to learn everything, then we will keep forgetting the things. That's why, of course, the syntax is very, very simple. You can use the from statement and do it. But I don't want to complicate things here. So just remember these things and try to practice till now what I have explained. Now, there is another concept that I wanted to explain in functions itself before we move to the next thing, right? One last concept that you have to learn in functions is Functions take inputs and returns output. Okay. So usually within the function, of course, you can use the print statements like I have used here. You can use the print statements, but basically the primary responsibility of a function is take an input, perform the required logic, right? And finally return the output. That means if you want to write and if you want to use functions efficiently, instead of doing this, what you need to do is pass input to the function where you will say that, okay, for now, you can consider number one, number two here itself. But usually what you can do is just call it here for easy reference. Okay, let's keep it here. And you can pass these values here also. Number one, comma, number two, right? Or for simplicity, what you can also do is just get rid of this addition 5, comma 10. You can also do this. And here you need to read the values as inputs in the function. That means call them as num1, comma num2. Got it? And I did not change anything much, but what I have done is I am passing these values as input to the function. And instead of printing it here, what I'll do is return add. Got it? And it's up to the executor how they want to print the values. So you can do something like x is equals to addition 510 and do print of x, right? Or you can also call this inside the print statement where you can say, oops, what did I do? Yeah, where you can say print addition, right? Here I can say print inside the print statement. I can call the function. So you can call the functions inside the print statement also. And here again, you can pass 10, comma 5. And when you are passing these values, what you need to do is you need to give them as input to the function. So you have to define them here. num1, comma num2. Again here, num1, comma num2. Print multiplication num1, comma num2. Now, why we need to write programs in this way, and why is this better than the previous approach? Because this will increase the modularity of your program. Sorry, here let's say 10, comma 5. Or this will increase the reusability of your program. So here, previously we hard coded values inside the function, right? Now, if anyone else wants to use your function, they cannot use it because you have hard coded values as 5 plus 10. Addition is not only about 5 plus 10, right? It can be different values. So that's why what we need to do is whenever you are writing a function, make sure to follow this particular logic. Function takes input, performs the required logic, returns the output. So that's what I did here. Okay. Return subs s, and here return mul. So we are learning about another keyword now, that is the return. Now what does return do? Return will return the value of this particular thing and it will replace here. Okay. So program is getting executed here, right? So what return will do is it will replace this value with 15. Okay. Let's say if you are, instead of calling the function in the print statement itself, you can also do this, right? X is equals to addition of 5, comma 10. Now what will happen when you give this return statement? Once this program is executed, this entire logic is implemented and return statement will change this output to 15 and X will be assigned with 15. Now, if you are doing it directly in this way, what would happen is the print statement will directly print the value as 15. Let's try to see. I might do some syntax mistakes also, right? Not advanced calculator, right? We are modifying the basic calculator. So calculator new dot py. Perfect. I did not do any mistake. That's fine. So one thing to remember is I work with Python and Go language. So sometimes I might do some syntax related issues. So that's totally fine. What I'll do is whenever I do mistakes, I'll correct it, right? So that you people also will learn, but just wanted to tell you that. Perfect. So this is how you write the programs in a better way compared to the previous one, using return statements and taking inputs. So a program or a function takes input, perform the required logic, and returns the output. So your assignment number 3 is to write calculator function using definition, using the inputs, and using the return keyword. That's it. These are your assignments for today. Now I'll move to the topic called packages. Packages, I'll close it very simply, right? So packages is nothing but collection of modules. Okay. Now, what did I say initially? I talked about function, right? I told function is nothing but a basic piece of logic that you can reuse. And then I told modules is nothing but collection of functions, right? That means the program that we just wrote is a module. Now I'm talking about packages, which is nothing but collection of modules, which means in your organization for a project, let's say if you're writing 5 Python files, okay? If the logic requires 5 Python files, which is basically the applications, right? So DevOps engineers use modules more, functions more, packages, we will consume the packages, but we don't write packages as much as developers write, okay? Mostly we will work with modules and functions. Of course, we will use packages also, but we are more at the consumer end, right? Very less at the writing end. So now packages is nothing but collection of modules. So if your code is written in multiple Python files, what you can do is you can bundle all of these files into a package. Similar to what developers do, right? Let's say developer is writing a code for Amazon.com. So the entire logic for Amazon.com is not written in one particular file. It is written in multiple microservices, and in each microservice you have thousands of Java code or thousands of Golang code or thousands of Python code also. Python files. So this collection of Python files for one microservice is called as a package. Some people call it as package, some people call it as library, right? That's totally fine. You can call it as a package or you can also call it as a library. Now, as a DevOps engineer, in a day-to-day life, we use a lot of packages. Okay. Why is that? Or we use a lot of modules. Why is that? Right? Both packages and modules, we use a lot of them. The reason is that, the task that we try to do, let's say you want to make a API request to AWS or API request to GitHub, API request to JIRA. There are people who have already written the entire code for this. Okay. Just like I wrote the entire code for the basic calculator, and this guy who is writing the advanced calculator is using my code, right? Of course, when using the code, this person can pass different parameters, right? Or when using the code, this person might add additional capabilities to it. But this guy is using my Python module that I've written. Similarly, the modules for talking to the AWS API, GitHub API, JIRA API, or making any HTTP requests on the internet, all of these modules are already available. And these modules, for example, for AWS, I know that we use a module called Boto3. For JIRA, I know that we use a module called JIRA, right? For GitHub, we use a module called GitHub. For HTTP requests, we use a module called requests, right? And we will use all of these modules. Don't worry about that. But how do I know all of these modules are already available? Because of day-to-day practice. Another thing, but here, Abhishek, when you wrote the basic calculator, I know my module is here, so I am directly using it. But where are the modules for all of these things? So just like when you are writing a Docker file and when you are creating a Docker image, right? And you know that this Docker image can be used by other people in your company. What you will do, you will push this Docker image to Docker Hub or any of your Docker registry, right? Similarly, in Python, when you know that you are writing a module, so there is a person who wrote a module for AWS, right? And this person called the module as Boto3. And he knows that, okay, this module is going to be popular. Everyone is going to use it. So what this person did is he pushed this module to a Python. I can call it as Artifactory. I can call it as a Python hub, just like Docker Hub, or I can call it anything. But in Python world, it is called as PYPI, right? Which is nothing but Python package index. Okay. So you can search this over the internet. It's very simple to get PYPI, right? Python package index. And here you just have to search just like how you search for Docker Hub. In Docker Hub, let's say you want to search for Nginx image, you will come and search for Nginx, right? Similarly, if I want AWS API, okay, just come and search for AWS. Okay. So here you will find all the AWS related modules. And if you know the module is called Boto3, you can directly search for Boto3. And you can click on this button. You will get the commands to install. So you might be seeing this for the first time called PIP, which is called as pip. Now, what does that mean? Okay. When you are dealing with Docker, right? You want to download any other's Docker image. How do you download? You use the Docker CLI, right? And you will call something like Docker full image name, the complete path of the image, right? Similarly, in Python, you have something similar to Docker CLI, which is called as PIP, right? It is called as pip. PIP is called as pip, and using pip, you can install anything that is available in the PYPI, right? Understand very carefully. Pip is similar to Docker CLI that is used to download from Docker Hub. Similarly, using pip, you can download anything from PYPI. All that you need to do is say pip install Boto3 if you want to install Boto3. JIRA if you want to install JIRA, right? GitHub if you want to install GitHub. Anything. So just come here in the PYPI, search for JIRA. If there is something related to JIRA, you will get it, right? There is something related to JIRA. If there is something related to GitHub, you will get it. And you can also read about them, right? It's not just, you found something called Boto3, but you don't know how to use it. There is complete project description. It says Boto3 is AWS SDK for Python, which allows Python developers to write software that makes use of AWS services like S3 and EC2. So basically, you can create S3, read S3, anything that is related to AWS. Perfect. So pip is your point of reference for downloading anything from the PYPI, and all of these called as PYPI modules and packages. And who contributes these modules and packages? Open source, right? Who contributes images to Docker Hub? Open source. Anyone can contribute. Similarly, to PYPI, also anyone can contribute. Even you can contribute, right? So there are some millions of modules in PYPI as of today, and you can use all of those modules without any condition, completely free. I'll tell you how to use these modules, right? Don't worry about that. You might be thinking that, Abhishek, from the calculator, I understood how to use it, but how to use Boto3, how to use JIRA, how to use GitHub, I don't know. Don't worry. We will learn all of them in future classes. Here there are some examples also, right? The documentation provides very clear examples. Here there is example to read all the S3 buckets. It said import Boto3, S3 is equals to Boto3 something for bucket, and you will get all the buckets in your AWS account, and how to use each and every step is present. I'll teach you. Don't worry about that. All of these things we will learn throughout this course. We will learn the packages and modules used by DevOps engineers. Don't worry about that. So what are some of the popular packages? There are again millions of packages in Python that people use, like NumPy, Pandas, right? So many things are available, but we will learn only from DevOps point of view. Modules also we will run from DevOps point of view. Got it? So take your Python terminal, right? And you can execute pip install Boto3, and you will see Boto3 will get installed. Okay. You can install pip install GitHub. You will see GitHub will be installed. So using pip, you can install any module. There are no conditions. Again, I am trying to explain you. But what is important is how to see what all packages are installed on my machine. So you can just run pip list, and you'll see all the modules that are available, or all the packages that are available on this machine, right? Basically, pip will give you list of packages. So packages and modules are mostly related, because in real world, you will not have a single Python file, right? In real world, you will have multiple Python files for the logic that you are writing. So mostly this are bundled into a package and shipped as a package. And inside package, you have modules. Inside modules, you have functions. So when I call packages, indirectly that means to say that we are using modules. We will learn this in detail when we take more and more examples. You will get used to it, right? This is very, very simple concept. You don't have to worry. Now, similar to Docker ls, you have pip list, and using pip list, you will find all the packages that are installed. Some of these packages are already installed. They come by default. Don't worry. You might be thinking, oh, I did not install all of them. Yeah, some of them comes by default. No worries. Okay. Now I will move to the final concept. Oh, before that, if in your machine pip is not installed, if you are using code spaces, pip is installed by default. If not, go to the browser and search for install pip for Python, and depending upon your architecture, you can install it. There are curl commands to install, right? Just say install pip, and you will get this folder. Depending upon your architecture, choose the script. If it is Linux, use this. If it is macOS, use this. If it is Windows, use this. Okay. Some machines pip will not be installed. You have to install by yourself. Now, I'll move to the final concept for today. I know this is a lengthy video. You people might be thinking, oh, Abhishek, today's class is so big, but it is important, right? The final concept is virtual environment. If this is going over your head, don't worry, watch this video one more time, or just try to understand as much as possible. As we keep doing it, you will learn things much better. So virtual environment, I'll close in just 2 minutes. So virtual environment is nothing but, see, sometimes as a DevOps engineer, we use the common machine, right? We all use a common virtual machine for multiple projects. Okay. And what happens is, project one, let's say they want JIRA module, but they want JIRA module of version 1.2.3. And project 2 also is using JIRA, right? Even in their Python programs that you write for them, they have JIRA requests, but they want JIRA of version 1.5.6. If you use this version, they will not accept. If you use this version, they will not accept. That means their requirements are not met with this particular version, and these people requirements are not met with this particular project, right? So this code will fail if you use this version of JIRA, and this code will fail if you use this version of JIRA. Now, how do you solve this? Machine is same. If you say pip install JIRA is equals to 1.2.3, this version will get installed. These people are happy about it. If you say pip install JIRA is equals to 1.5.6, this will work and these people are happy about it. But how will you satisfy all of them? For that particular reason, there is a concept in Python called as virtual environment. Now, this is only useful if you are using same machine for different projects. And usually you do that. Okay. As a DevOps engineer, you don't create 100 EC2 instances if you have 100 different projects, right? What is the use of it? You can write all your Python programs, push them to GitHub repository, and you can clone those Python projects onto an EC2 instance and execute from there, right? But how will you solve this problem that I have explained here? So there is concept called virtual environment. And what virtual environment does is the name itself says virtual, right? So it will do a logical separation. It will not do a real separation, but it will do a logical separation on your virtual machine for the Python packages. That means if this is the machine that has Python installed, okay, what virtual environment will do is if you create a virtual environment for project 1, then it will try to create a virtual space where all the packages that you install will be available in this particular space only. Okay. So inside the machine, once you log into this machine, using a command, you can switch to this virtual environment. For each of the project, you can create virtual environment, SSH to this machine, switch to the virtual environment, depending upon project 1, project 2, project 3, project 4, switch to the required virtual environment and install the required packages and execute the program for here so that everybody will be satisfied. I'll show you how. So first you need to install the virtual environment tool. So to install virtual environment tool, just say pip install venv. Okay. Sorry, just say virtual env. I think, yeah. So just say virtual env. Perfect. Now, what I will do is, let's say I'm working on a project for project team ABC. Okay. So what I will do is Python -m venv. This is the common command. You don't have to, change this command for different things. So you just remember this Python -m. That means you are calling a module called venv, and then you can say ABC or project ABC. Now what will happen is there will be a folder created for project ABC. Okay. If you do ls-ltr, you will see a folder called project ABC. Similarly, if there is another project called XYZ, Python -m venv project -xyz. Okay. Now what happens is, if you want to work for the project ABC, just use this command SSH to this machine. Once you create the virtual environments, you will run this command called source project ABC /bin/activate. Now see, before I am Veeramalla, now it is saying in the brackets that you are working for project ABC. And let's say if I create a package here, okay. So let's say if I am importing pip install JIRA. So JIRA is installed in this particular virtual environment, but JIRA will not be installed in the virtual environment XYZ. So there will not be any conflict between your packages and the packages for project XYZ, right? So you can write any Python program here that is using JIRA, any version of JIRA. So you can use JIRA 123 here, JIRA 45Z there, right? If you see here, pip list pipe grep JIRA, you'll see that JIRA is installed. Perfect. And you will see the version of JIRA as 3.5.2. To move out of this virtual environment, just say deactivate, and you will come out of this virtual environment. Work for that particular project, execute their programs, come out of their virtual environment. If you want to install packages for them, go to the virtual environment, install the packages, come out of that. Now go to source project XYZ bin slash activate, right? Here, try to say pip list pipe grep JIRA. See, there is no output. It says that there is no JIRA package. I don't know anything about JIRA. And here you can install any version of JIRA. Okay, that will not be available in that thing. So what I am doing is in the same machine, I can create this logical separation using the concept of virtual environments, and DevOps engineers use the concept of virtual environment a lot compared to developers, because the reason is that we work with multiple development teams and each development team might have different requirements. Someone might say use Boto 3 this version, because of their requirements, other version will not work. So this is the thing. I hope today's concepts are very clear, and to make it even clear, you need to practice. If you did not understand something, or if you're finding something difficult, don't worry. Either keep practicing it or wait for the next classes where I'll keep using these concepts so that you'll get familiar to it. One thing, don't give up. If you give up, you will not learn Python. Keep practicing, wait for the next sessions. If something is not clear, ask me in the comment section, or you will get it cleared in the next classes. Thank you so much. See you all. Bye bye. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 5 of Python for DevOps series, and we have successfully completed the first 4 episodes of this series as per the course syllabus. So if you haven't watched the first 4 episodes, you can take a look at the course syllabus from this GitHub repository. And if you like the course syllabus, you can watch these first 4 episodes from the playlist called Python for DevOps. So let's do a very quick recap of what we have learned in day 4, because that relates to what we are learning today in day 5. So in day 4, we learned about functions, modules, and packages. So we started understanding what exactly is a function in Python, why you need to use functions, how to use them, how to pass parameters to function, and how to return values from function. So we have learned all of these things. Then we tried out few examples. We wrote our calculator function. We understood functions use case from the DevOps point of view. And then we also learned about modules, inbuilt modules, how to install modules from PyPI, right? How to use pip. And finally, we also learned about virtual environments in Python. So this was about last class, and this particular day 4 of the series is very, very important for you to understand the next concepts. So please don't miss it and understand day 4. Now, what we will learn in today's class is about command line arguments, and we will also learn about environmental variables or environment variables. So as every day, even today, we will try to understand why we need to use command line arguments and environment variables, how to use them, and understand why and how DevOps engineers use these concepts, right? So first of all, if we go back to the program that we wrote the other day, that is in day 4. So what did we do is we wrote the calculator function. Initially, we wrote it in a very basic way. Then we converted this into the functions way of writing code. We passed 2 input variables or 2 input parameters to the function, right? For addition, subtraction, and multiplication. And we are returning the value, right? But if you look at the values that we are passing to these functions, we have hard coded these values in the program, right? That means if someone wants to execute this program, okay, so we are saying that we wrote a calculator function, but if someone executes this program, the output is always addition of 5 plus 10 is 15, subtraction of 10 minus 5 is 5, multiplication of 10 and 5 is 50. So the output is always the same. And if someone wants to change the output, they have to come inside the file, they have to modify the values inside the file and they have to execute. But this is not a real-time use case, right? For example, today if you open calculator application in your mobile or on the browser in your laptop, most of these calculator applications are written in different programming languages. Let's say, because you are learning Python, let's say the mobile calculator application that you are using is written in Python. What you do is you provide input called to, right? And then you provide what is the operation that you want to perform, let's say addition, and then you provide another input number, right? So you are providing two input numbers and then you are providing the operation in between. But you are not going into the source code of the calculator. What is source code? Source code is the code that we have written. So someone has written this calculator application. We are not going into the source code and we are not passing the values, or we are not modifying it, right? We are not modifying the calculator function because they have not hard coded it. And in yesterday's class, because we were just learning about functions, we have hard coded these values. So to avoid this kind of things, that means instead of hard coding, if we want to pass values to the function, that means we can write this program as Python calculator.py. If someone wants to execute, they should execute in this way: Python calculator.py followed by 2, then they should say addition or add, and then they should say 3. So these 3 things are inputs to your function. And these values you have to read inside, not function, sorry, program. And these values you have to read inside your program called calculator.py, right? If you people have watched our DevOps or AWS series, to connect to AWS and to get the list of S3 buckets, we use this very simple syntax called AWS S3 LS, right? So what you are trying to do is AWS CLI is actually a Python program. So you are executing Python program called AWS, and for that you are passing inputs called S3 and LS, right? So passing values in this way is called as command line arguments, right? So what it is called? Command line arguments. And why command line arguments are used? So command line arguments are used to pass values to your program so that you don't have to, or anyone don't have to modify your program, but your program can take the command line arguments as input. Okay, I'm repeating one more time. So if you want to pass any inputs to your program, okay, so that your program is robust or your program is very stable, then the inputs that you pass to the program are called as command line arguments. Best example is AWS CLI or Azure CLI, right? Now, let's modify this program so that it will take command line arguments as input. But before that, what I want to tell you is, okay, Abhishek, you are telling that I will modify this program in such a way that user can pass input called Python calculator.py to add or addition 3. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Perfect. Now you might ask me, Abhishek, you told that we need to read this inside the program, but how to do that, right? So I understood that these are called as command line arguments. I understood that we need to input these things to the program, or inside the program we have to read this, but how to do that? So like I told you in the last class, for frequently used tasks, right? So this is one of the frequently used thing, right? This is not just a thing that you will use inside your program. Many people will use this. So for that, you don't have to write a code, but you can search for modules, right? So I told you there are millions of modules that are available in PyPI, and also there are modules that comes with your Python installation itself. What does that mean? That means there are some, you can call some hundreds of modules that comes with the Python installation, so that you don't have to download them from PyPI. So what Python said is, okay, there are some 100 commonly used modules, okay, which people are using most often. So instead of asking them to download using pip from pypi, let's bundle them in the Python installation itself. So whenever you install Python, there is a module that comes with the Python installation, which is called as sys. Okay. So sys is a module that will help you to perform this activity. What is the activity? To read parameters, the command line arguments inside your program, you can use the sys module. So how do you do that? Inside your calculator.py, if you want to read this value, you can say sys.argv of 1. If you want to read this, you will say sys.argv of 2. Similarly, sys.argv of 3. So this is how you can read. So if you say print sys of argv1, then this value is something that you can print. Now, of course, I'll explain how to read these things in the program. But before that, I wanted to tell you that the module we use to read the command line arguments is called as sys. And sys is not a pypi module that is already present in the Python installation. So it's an inbuilt module. You don't have to install it using pip install sys. Got it? So now let's try to modify the program accordingly. So what I'll do is I'll remove this piece of code. Okay. And I will take here, what did I do? I'm hard coded these values, right? Now instead, what I'll do is I will say number1 is equals to sys.argv of 1. Now, if you see carefully, I wrote sys, but there is an error. Why? Why? Because in the starting lines of program, you have to import the module. Okay. Why is that? You might say that, Abhishek, you said it comes by default installed. Whether it comes installed or whether you are installing from pypi, you are installing in your Python, right? That means the package is downloaded and it is available in your Python installation. But to use those modules inside the program, you have to use the import statement, right? So import sys, which will say in this program, I'm going to use sys. And here I'm reading the command line argument using sys.argv of 1. Now what will happen? If someone execute this program, something like this, Python calculator underscore new.py followed by, if they pass number 2, then you are reading this number 2, I mean the number, sorry, 2 as a number into this num1. Then we will say what is the operation. Operation is nothing but, let's say you want addition or subtraction or multiplication. Okay. So operation is equals to sys.argv of 2. And finally, I want to read number 2 also as a command line argument. So I'll say sys.argv of 3. Perfect. Now, when user pass this thing as Python, executes this as Python calculator new.py to addition of 3, right? Before I'm executing, what I have to do is, okay, I read these values. Now I have to call this function, right? In last class, we have learned how to invoke a function. So what we need to do, first thing, we need to call the function using the name of the function. Now here, user can pass anything, right? User can pass, for example, what has happened? Just give me a second. Yeah. So user can pass anything, right? So user can pass either operation is equals to addition or sub or multiplication, right? For easy thing, let's change this to add, right? So user can pass add or sub or mul. So what we will do here is inside the program, because we are not sure what the user will pass. So I'll say if operation is equals to add. That means if user is passing value called add in the command line arguments, then execute. Okay, inside the print statement itself, I'm executing. Or what you can say output is equals to operation, sorry, output is equals to this particular thing, ADD of member1 comma member2. Now you might ask me that Abhishek, why you did not do something like operation of mem1 comma mem2, right? You might ask me this question. So Abhishek, if user is passing operation as add, this will be replaced with add. And if user is passing here nem1 as 2 from the command line arguments and nem2 as 3 from command line arguments, then this will convert to add of 2 comma 3 and you can execute this. But you cannot invoke a function like that. Okay, we will learn in future classes why. But for now, what you need to understand is perfect. You cannot execute a function like that. So what I am doing is if user is passing operation called add, then output is equals to add of mem1 comma mem2. Now I'll say print of output. Now let's execute this program and see. Don't worry. If you did not understand this, I'll repeat it one more time. I'll summarize what is written and I'll explain you. So now let's execute this. Python. How to execute? Python calculator. Let's switch to the folder called day4 first. So now let's say Python calculator underscore new.py. Member1, what user has to pass is 2, for example, and user wants to do addition, and member2 is 3. The output will be, sorry, let's see what has happened. Okay, so this is a mistake. Let's try to correct and see what has happened. Okay, so user said Python calculator underscore new.py. User passed the first number as 2 and he wants addition and number 2 as 3. Output is 23, which is wrong. Now, why did this happen? So if you are following this series, you will understand that what did I pass here? You know, when you read the argument, so by default, arguments are read as strings. Okay, this is the behavior of Python. So even though user has passed something called 2, by default, this value will be read as a string. So you need to convert that to an integer. Okay, and even here, you need to convert it as an integer. Now, why was the output given as 23? Because, you know, if Python is reading this as a string and this as a string, output of string plus string or string, this operator and another string would be string concatenation. So that's why it returned as 2 plus 3 as 23, because it read it as 2 plus 3, whereas 2 is a string and 3 is a string. So 2 plus 3 in this format will be read as 23. So how to handle that? You need to convert the string that is passed. So by default, user will pass this. You need to convert this to an integer and you need to modify it to the integer type. Perfect. Now, if you see the output, it will be read as 5. Am I correct? Output is 5. Perfect. Now, to make this program even better, what you can do is instead of integer, you can convert this to a float data type. So in day 2, I've explained what is the difference between integer and float. So when you are writing a calculator, you cannot ask user to always pass numbers with 2.0, 3.0 only, right? Like number 2, 3, you cannot ask users to pass something like that. Even if user is passing 2.0 or 2.5 or 5.5. So if user wants addition of 2.0 plus 5.5, so your previous program will break because you are reading the values as integers. So if you convert that to a float, right, what would happen is you will get the exact value. 2 plus 2.5 plus 3.5, you will get the actual value. So always it is better to convert into float in such types. But it's okay right now because you are in the beginning stage, you can also use the int type. Now let me summarize and explain what did we write. So previous program was written in a format where the values were hard coded, but in real time, you will not modify the program. So you will be at the executor end. So when you are executing a calculator, you would execute the calculator as calculator 2 plus 3. Or if user wants to pass this as add, so user will execute a calculator program like this: calculator 2 add 3. User will not go into the calculator file and modify it. Or let's say you are running AWS S3 LS. So you are passing S3 and LS as command line arguments. So how do we read these command line arguments? In Python, to read the command line arguments, you have an inbuilt module called sys, which is sys. Whether it's an inbuilt module or a module that you install using pip from the pypi, what you need to do is you need to import the module in the very first line. So you need to call it as import sys, right? So import sys, that's what we did in the line number 1. And then I'm reading these values that user has passed 2 plus 3 using the sys module as sys.argv, sys.argv of 2, sys.argv of 3. Now, by default, when you pass any kind of things, and if they are read using sys.argv, the type of it will be string. But you are performing calculator where you are doing on numbers. So that's why I converted that to a float data type, or you can also use an int data type. Perfect. And then, so we read sys.argv1, sys.argv2, sys.argv3. Now, depending upon the input, you want to call the function. So to call the function, what I did, if operation, right, sys.argv of 2 is equals to add, then execute this. If operation is equals to sub, write the sub logic. If operation is equals to mul, write the logic for that. So that's your assignment. I'm not writing all of it. So you need to write that and perform this as your assignment. Don't worry if you did not understand this if block. We did not reach the conditional handling. So that's why I did not stress it too much. For now, you can remember the syntax. Don't worry what is if, what is conditional handling. We will explain in the future classes. Perfect. So now you understood about command line arguments. Similar to command line arguments, there is another concept called environment variables. We will use a lot of environment variables. Don't worry. In future classes, when we write Python programs, we will use environment variables. We will use command line arguments. But what exactly is env vars? Environment variables in shortcut is called env vars. You can call it as environment variable in full name. Now here, what does this mean? Env vars is that, so when you write a Python program, okay, so a lot of times you want to deal with sensitive information. Okay, you have to deal with a lot of sensitive information. That is, let's say here you are passing for the calculator function, you are passing numbers as 2 and 3, which is fine. But what if you want to pass password? Okay, or what if you want to pass something like API key? Okay, so if you remember, if you want S3 buckets from AWS, you will say AWS S3, right? You are passing the values AWS S3 LS. But when you want to authenticate with AWS, you will not say AWS API get API token followed by password. What you are doing, you are running a command called AWS configure. Okay, and then you are reading the values. One is you can do like this, or what you can also do is you can pass those things as environment variables, and you can read sensitive information in your program as environment variables. That is passwords or API keys, right? Or any sort of tokens, any sort of certificates. So all of these things, what you will do is instead of using them as command line arguments, or instead of hard coding, of course, hard coding is a bad option. You will not do hard coding anytime. So you will not do hard coding. You will not do command line arguments for the sensitive information. But what you will do is environment variables. So what is the difference between env vars versus command line arguments? So when you want to deal with sensitive information, go with env vars such as passwords, API keys, tokens, certificates, or anything that you feel as sensitive, that you feel that user should not type on the terminal, but they can store it as environment variables. What does that mean? What does that storing environment variables mean? So if you go to your terminal, okay, there are already a lot of environment variables which you can read using this command called env. Okay, so when you type env, you will see lot of these things. Okay, so what are all of these things? These are environment variables which are inbuilt on your system. So you can create an environment variable also. When you want to do it manually, how you do it is you can say export password is equals to, sorry, export password is equals to, let's say my password is Abhishek. Okay. Now, if you want to read it inside a shell scripting or Python scripting, what you will do is according to the syntax, you will read it in your program. For example, in shell scripting, if I want to read this password that I have set, export password is equals to Abhishek is what I said. And if I want to read it inside this, what I can do is I can simply say, to read the environment variables, we use a module called OS. So import OS, and then the syntax is, shall I write it here? I'll write it after this program. Okay. So OS dot get env. Okay. And then you have to provide the name of the environment variable. What is the name of the environment variable in this case? Password. You don't have to provide the value. You have to read it, right? You have to read the name of the environment variables. And if you try to print this, let's see what will happen. Okay. So let's remove this print statement. You can write it in a different program. I'm just trying to, or let's keep it. There is no problem. So here, because I have to pass these values, right? I'm using the previous code, or else what you can also do is you can just delete all of this, right? You can write it by yourself. Now I'll just say import OS, print os.getEnv of password. So here I'll say calculator new.py because I'm not changed the name of it. And then I'll just run this command and you will see the output is Abhishek. So how did Abhishek get printed? Again, it's very, very simple. If someone wants to set an environment variable, so what they will do is they will say export API token is equals to, for example, the API token is something like this. Okay. Now inside the Python program, if you want to read it, you can just say print os.getEnv of, you always need to follow the braces accordingly. You cannot give any brackets or any brackets. You have to give the ones that are defined for it. So os.getEnv API token. And again, if I execute this program, now you will see two values. Abhishek is the password and this is this. Now you might ask me, Abhishek, why they are not passing it on the terminal? Probably when you are executing this program, okay, if there is someone who is watching you executing the program, or you want to, best thing is, let's say you want to execute this Python program inside a CI/CD or inside a cron job, right? Or inside any kind of automation. Now, because command line arguments, you have to provide the entire command. Then if someone opens your CI/CD file, then they can see the password. Whereas if we are doing it in this way, then on the Jenkins runner or on the automation VM, what you can do is you can also previously itself, you can export and keep it. And when you want to execute it inside the CI/CD or automation or anywhere, you have to just run the Python program, right? You can just run the Python program as Python space calculator new.py. So that way we are keeping our sensitive information actually protected. Got it? So this is the concept of environment variables, and this is the concept of command line arguments. So I hope the concepts are clear and I want you to practice it. So if I have to just summarize the environment variables one more time so that everybody will do the practice. That's why I'm repeating it. So when you want to deal with sensitive information, you will go with environment variables, not command line arguments. Because let's say you want to run this Python program inside a CI/CD, because we are DevOps engineers. So if you are using command line arguments inside the CI/CD file, we have to write it like this: Python followed by the name of the function dot name of the program dot py followed by my password. I have to write my password here. This will be exposed. If someone opens the CI/CD file, they will see it. Whereas if you are using environment variable, you can just say Python calculator new dot py. You don't have to provide it here, but you can actually read it inside the function using os dot get env. So here I directly use the print statement, but what you can do is you can simply say password is equals to this. And even if anybody opens this file, this Python program, they will not understand, right? They will not know what exactly is the value of the password. I mean, what exactly is your password? So this is about today's class, and I hope it is very clear. Please try to execute the programs that I've written. Intentionally, I'm not uploading those files to day 5 because I want you to practice the programs in day 5 and convert them into the day 5 style. That is command line arguments and environment variables. Thank you so much. See you all in the next video. Take care. Bye bye. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 6 of Python for DevOps series. And in this video, we will deep dive into a concept called operators in Python. Let me tell you, this is the most easiest concept in the entire Python for DevOps series. And I'll also share a lot of notes and examples in today's video. For people who are watching this series for the first time, this is a dedicated Python series for DevOps engineers. We have already completed the first 5 episodes. The details, syllabus of the first 5 episodes, as well as all the other episodes, is available in this GitHub repository that I'm sharing. If you like the course syllabus, you can follow the first 5 episodes using the playlist called Python for DevOps on this channel. Now, going back to the concept, before we jump into day 6, let's quickly recap what we have learned in day 5. So in day 5, we learned about environment variables as well as command line arguments. These are very, very useful to parameterize your program or to feed input to your Python programs as well as functions. So if you haven't watched that, watch that. Please follow the examples and also do the assignment. Now, what we will learn in today's class is what exactly is an operator, what are the different types of operators and examples. You can go to the day 6 folder after following the class, after following the video. You again have detailed README file which will summarize all the different types of operators. And if you click on the notes folder, here for each of the operator in Python, there is a MD file which will explain about the operator, types of things in that particular operator, and examples. There is also notes as well as assignments. So in the assignment, you have questions plus answers. So there are 6 tasks that I'm giving you in this particular class. So out of these 6 tasks, skip task number 5 and 6 because these are the things that you can do at the later point of the course because we haven't covered about the sequence data types at this point of time. So let's move towards the whiteboard and understand what we will learn in detail in today's class. Operators. What exactly is an operator? You will be surprised if you are new to Python that you have already used a lot of operators in the first 5 classes. For any kind of operations on a single variable or multiple variables. To perform any operations, you will use something called as an operator. Abhishek, can you share an example? For sure. When we were learning the concept of functions, what we were doing, and also the variables, right? What we were trying to do is we were trying to write calculator program where I have explained you let's say there is a function called addition. And what did I tell you there? To perform addition of two variables, you will do something like a plus b. Or if you want to perform directly on integers, you will do 2 plus 3. This is nothing but an operator in Python. So if you are performing any operation, you would be using an operator. The operation can be anything. Like for example, even if you are saying a is equals to 5, this is an operator. So these operators are called as arithmetic operators, whereas these operators are called as an assignment operators. And whether you want to assign variables to a assign value to a variable, or you want to add to variables, subtract to variables, even if you want to compare two variables, everything in Python is an operator, right? So I have explained about arithmetic operator, assignment operator, but what are the other type of operators? So for that reason, I have the notes here. If you go to the readme file, you will see the list of operators that are available. So there is arithmetic operator, assignment operator, relational operators, logical operators, and identity operators. But what about these things? Don't worry, membership operators and bitwise operators. So for membership operators, you need to understand the sequence data types a little more. So I'll cover this at the later point of time of this series. We don't use bitwise operators as much because we don't perform any operations at the bitwise level. So it is not needed from the DevOps point of view as much. And precedence of the operator, again, you need to know all of the operators. So we'll wait for this as well. For now, in today's class, you need to focus on the first 5 operators where the detailed notes is available. Let's start with arithmetic operators. So Abhishek, I already know about arithmetic operators, but wait. In the arithmetic operators, you only know about plus, minus, multiplication, and division. These are the only 4 things that you know. But as Python users, we also use few things like a float division of b. What exactly this means? I know a divided by b, where I am trying to perform division. If I'm saying 3 by 2, the output is 1.5. I know this particular thing. But what exactly a divided by b means? This means that instead of 1.5, you will get output as 1. So this is nothing but a regular division, and this is nothing but a float division. In float division, you don't get the decimal values, right? There are many ways or many reasons why you need this. Let's say when you are calculating a particular thing, best example is probably you are calculating the resource usage. Okay, where instead of saying 2.15 GB of resources are used, probably in your program you just want to return that 2 GB of RAM is used. Okay, or instead of saying 2.2 CPU is used, you just want to say 2 CPUs are occupied. So in such cases, you would go with float division instead of a regular division. I'll show this on the terminal as well, don't worry. And another concept that you need to know in the arithmetic operators. So we learned about these things already. Now you learned about float division. There is another concept called modulus. Modulus is nothing but, you know, if you want to get reminder of a division, that means when you do, let's say 16 by 13. Okay. Let's say you are doing this. What is the reminder? Reminder is 3 because 13 ones is 13 and 3 is left. So 3 is the reminder. In Python, if you want to get that, how will you do is you can simply do 16 percentile of 13. Okay. This is not division. Division has to be represented using a single slash. If you are doing in this particular way, you are doing a modulus and this will return reminder. Right here I am mentioned wrong. This is actually this. Okay, so what did I cover just now? Because people get confused when you do a divided by b. Let's take numbers so that it is easy. When you do 16 by 13, okay, 16, 13 and 16 modulus of 13. Okay. So what happens is here the output is 1 point something. Because you are doing a basic division, you will get 1 point something, right? 1.2, something like that. Okay. And here, basically, you are doing a float division. So the output would be 1. And here, when you are doing modulus, output will be 3 because you are trying to get the remainder. Okay. You need to practice these things. Let me quickly show you how to do this. What you can do is go to your Visual Studio Code, or if you're using code spaces like me, for this simple operations, you don't need to write a Python file. What you can simply do is you can go to your terminal and type Python. Okay. There is a command prompt that pops up for you. And here you can practice these things. So, you can just do 16 modulus of 13 and see what is the output. Okay. And here you can simply say 16 by 13. See what is the output. 16 float division of 13. What is the output? Okay. So when you want to do basic things, you can perform in this way. And if you want to come out of this prompt, you can just click Control plus D or exit bracket, open bracket, close bracket. Okay. If you do either of these things, you will come out of the prompt. So if you want to try out a single command in Python, or if you want to see what is the output of a command in Python, you can use this way instead of writing a file and executing the file, right? So this is about arithmetic operators. Again, these things are available in the notes as well, and you can also practice them. Next is assignment operators. I've explained you what exactly is an assignment operator, right? So if you are saying something like this, A is equals to 5. This is an assignment operator. Why this is an assignment operator? Here you are doing an operation in Python, right? A is equals to 5 is an operation. For that, you need an operator for compiler or an interpreter to understand. In Python, it's interpreter. For interpreter to understand that you are assigning this value to variable A, you need an assignment operator, right? Now, this is one, type of assignment operator. In assignment operator, there are different things. The important thing is, let's say A is equals to 1. Now, I want to add 2 to A. So I can say A is equals to A plus 2. What would be the output? Output of this would be 3. I can write this in another way where I can simply say A plus is equals to 2. Watch this carefully. If I am saying A plus is equals to 2, Python will convert, this is plus, okay? Python will convert A plus is equals to 2 to A is equals to A plus 2. So you can understand this is a shortcut of writing this form. And this way of writing is called as an addition assignment operator. Okay, because you are combining both of them. So we call it addition assignment operator. Or you can simply call it as plus is equals to. Okay. Similarly, you can perform A is equals to 3. A is equals to A minus 2. Value would be 1. Instead of writing this, you can write A minus is equals to 2. Value will also be 1. Let's try to see if what I said is correct or wrong. Okay. For that, what I'll do again, I'll just come here, Python, and here I'll say A is equals to 3. Now I'll say A plus is equals to 2. Print of A. Value will be 5. Now let's subtract 2 from it. So I'll say A minus is equals to 2. Again, let's say print of A. Value would be 3. Right? Now just do exit and come out of the prompt. So this is about assignment operators. So in assignment operator, again, you have examples. You can just try it out, the examples that are provided in the README file, sorry, the MD file. Bitwise operators, like I told you, ignore bitwise operators because we don't perform anything at the bit level. But if you want, you can read. I have provided the notes. Then you have identity operators, which is very, very simple. That is, if you have a variable called A, you will say A is equals to 5. Then you have another variable called B. Here you will say B is equals to 5. Let's say I want to verify if both of them are same or not. So I can simply say A is B. And this particular thing is called as an identity operator. If this is true, then it will return a Boolean value called true. If the statement is false, if A is not B, then it will return a Boolean value called false. What is Boolean? Boolean is a data type, right? Similar to string data type, integer data type, there is another data type called Boolean, and that has only two values. So Boolean data type, unlike string, in string you can say A is equals to Abhishek, A is equals to Veeramalla, A is equals to Rahul, etc., etc. But in Boolean, you can only say A is equals to true or A is equals to false. These are the only two values for a Boolean variable. Okay. And if you are doing something like this, A is equals to, in between underquotes, if you are writing true, then that becomes a string. If you are not writing it, then that becomes a Boolean. That's the only difference. Don't worry, we will use a lot of Boolean. No problem if you don't understand. But for now, just understand that if I don't have to deviate the topic, identity operator is nothing but if you want to verify if two variables are same or not, you can write a statement called A is B. If the output is true, if the output of this statement is true, then the value will be true. If the output of this statement is false, then the value will be false. Got it? There is another identity operator where instead of is, you can also say is not. So again, this is a statement. So if A is not B, that is, if A is equals to 2 and B is equals to 3. And here, if you run this line called A is not B, then the value will be true because this statement is correct, right? A is actually not B. If A is not B, here again, if I change B is equals to 2, this will be false because this statement is false. Okay. If it is complicated, don't worry. Let's write and understand. Python, A is equals to 2, B is equals to 3. Now, if I do A is B, what should be the value? Yes, the value has to be false. Perfect. If I do A is not B, the value has to be true because the output of this statement, right? Even if you think A is actually not B, so this is perfect. Now you might be thinking, but Abhishek, why should I learn this thing as a DevOps engineer? What is a use case? Let me tell you. Let's say in your Python program, you are fetching or you are comparing two EC2 instances. Okay, EC2 instance 1 and EC2 instance 2. So your job is to fetch two EC2 instances and compare them. That is, in comparison, you want to verify if both of them have similar CPU and RAM. So what you will do, using some Python modules, you will fetch the EC2 instance, and here you will understand that for this instance, let's say RAM is 4 and CPU is also 4. For this instance, RAM is 3 and CPU is 4. Okay. Now, if you don't use the identity operator for comparison point of view, how will you understand they are same or not? The easiest way is use an identity operator and say EC2 instance 1 underscore RAM is EC2 instance 2 underscore RAM. If the output is true, then tell to the user that yes, both the EC2 instances are looking similar. If not, then say false. Perfect. This is how we use identity operators. Now, what is left after that? We have logical operators. Okay. So we learned about arithmetic operator. We learned about bitwise operator. We learned about identity operator. Now let's learn about logical operator. So logical operator is basically very, very simple. It actually executes only on the Boolean. Okay. Like I told you, in Boolean, you have true and false only. Okay. So if we use the same example as previously, I said A is B. Okay. Where I said, for example, A is equals to 3, B is equals to 2. And if I say A is B, what is output? Output is nothing but true. right? And here again I can say something like C is equals to 2, D is equals to 1, A is B. Sorry, here output is false, right? Here I'll say A is B. Again, output is false. Now, if you want to use logical operators, what you basically do is probably you want to compare this one and this one together. Okay. You want to see output of this plus this together. Then you have something called as and or, right? And another thing you have is not. For now, let's talk about and or. When you want to verify if two conditions, okay, are true or not, or you want to say if only this condition and this condition are true, then return the value as true. If this condition is true and this condition is false, then return the value as false. Okay. Now, if you want to make such kind of decisions in Python, you have something called as logical operators. So logical operators have a very primary rule, that is if you are giving true and true, okay, the output would be true. If you are giving true and false, output would be false. If you are giving false statement and another false statement, output would be again false. Okay. So here you have this particular thing which is called as a logical operator, and logical operator basically has some primary rules. That is, if two statements that you are giving, probably you will say Abhishek is male and surname of Abhishek is Veeramalla, both of them are true, so the output would be true. Okay. If one statement is true and another statement is false, the output would be false. Both statements are false, then the output would be false. We can take one example in DevOps point of view. Probably if you say EC2 instance is required for compute purpose in AWS, and you will say EC2 instance comes in free tier, then both of the conditions are true. So if you have and in between them, the answer is true. Or you can understand from this point of view. Okay, EC2 instance 1 size is 4 GB. Okay, and EC2 instance size 2 is also 4 GB. If both of the statements are right, then if you are using and, you will get the value or output as true. So here you have some examples also, right? So I have taken a very basic one and I have explained you x is equals to true and y is equals to false. If you are using a logical and operation, if both of these statements are true, only then you will get the value as true. Here, because one is true and one is false, output that you will get is false. So this only works on the Boolean operations. So logical operators only work on Boolean variables. Other than that, it doesn't work, right? So we will use Boolean variables when we were talking about the Python modules for DevOps engineers. So don't worry. For now, just try with these examples. After that, when we use real life use cases, you will understand logical operators a bit more. Finally, we have relation operators. Relational operators, you all can understand even without explaining, because relation operators are nothing but when you try to compare two variables. I say A is equals to 2, B is equals to 3. Now, you all know about this thing, right? A greater than B. So here, the one that you are trying to compare. Okay. So I'm not saying this is true. A greater than B is false. But whatever you are trying to use here to compare between both of these things is nothing but a relational operator. What are different types of relational operators that you can think? A greater than B, A less than B, A greater than equals to B, A less than or equals to B. There is one more thing which is called as A equals to B. Now, what is this? See, if you understood the concept of assignment operator, The problem here is if you want to assign value, the is equals to symbol is already taken by assignment operator. If you are doing A is equals to B, what will happen? The value of B will come into A. Now, what I want to do is instead of taking the value, I just want to compare if A is equals to B or not. Okay. So in such cases, instead of using single is equals to, you have to use two is equals to in between. What happens if you are using only one is equals to? Then this value will be copied into this value. But actually, I want to verify if both of the numbers are exactly equal or not, right? So if you are using A is equals to B, this is an assignment operator. If you are using A is equals to B, this is nothing but your relational operator. Okay. So in relational operators, you have A greater than B, A less than B, greater than is equals to, less than equals to, is equals to, is equals to. So we have examples here, and we also have some, commonly used operators in the relational operators, or commonly used things in the relational operator, right? So this is what we have for today. Just try all of the examples that are available here. And like I told you in the assignment, please do not try task number 4 and 6. So let's be precise. Yeah, don't try task number 5 and task number 6 because these things are not covered yet. You need to cover task number 1, 2, 3, 4. And what I'll do is, for now, I already have the answers, but please don't try to look at that. Okay, let's try to complete the assignment without looking at the answers, because everything that I have explained you can do with that. You don't have to refer that. If you're still not able to get the answers, then try to refer to it. Okay, so thank you so much for watching today's video. Stay tuned for the next one, where we will start with some advanced concepts in Python. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Hello everyone, my name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 7 of Python for DevOps series, and in this video we will deep dive into the concept called conditional handling in Python programming language. We will learn this concept with a lot of examples, but before that, let's quickly recap what we have learned in the previous classes. So we started with day 1, introduction to Python, installation and configuration. We also learned about the differences between shell scripting and Python scripting. When should a DevOps engineer use shell and when should a DevOps engineer use Python programming language? Then in day 2, we learned about data types, but we mostly focused on the strings and the numeric data types. We also learned about string handling, string manipulation, and inbuilt string functions. These are very important from the interview point of view, so please learn if you haven't. Then in day 3, we learned about keywords and variables. Pretty straightforward concept, but we learned about what are the good practices of defining variables and etc. Day 4, we learned about functions, modules, and packages. Here we learned how to write functions, what are the best practices, what is the difference between functions, modules, and packages. Day 5, we learned how to use environment variables and command line arguments. Again, the differences between them. When should you use env vars and when should you use command line arguments? Day 6, which was our most recent class, we learned about operators, different types of operators, and operators that are used by DevOps engineers. Today, we will learn about conditional handling, which is if, else if, and else. So without wasting any time, let's start with the whiteboard and try to understand the concept of conditional handling. So all the 6 previous classes that I've mentioned is very important to go through because they cover the important basics of Python programming language. From today's class, we will head towards little advanced concepts, so please watch them. Now, one thing that I would like to tell you is conditional handling is a quite common concept across multiple programming languages. I mean, most of the programming languages implement this concept of conditional handling, and the keywords are also almost similar. So most of the programming languages use similar kind of keywords. But I know before explaining all of these things, the first thing that you want to understand is the what aspect and the why aspect of this conditional handling. What exactly it is and why should you use it. So let's start with that before understanding the keywords and the high level concepts. So the name conditional handling itself says that handle a particular condition. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Let's say that you are writing a program where user will give you an input called Sunday. Okay, if the user's input is Sunday, you are reading this as a command line argument. For example, if the user's input is Sunday, then you have to print today is Sunday. If the user's input is something else, then you should not print anything. Okay, don't print anything. You can compare this with the DevOps point of view as well. Let's say you are writing a Python script where you will ask input from the user what type of EC2 instance you want. If the user's input is t2.micro, okay, then print that, okay, we will create an instance for you. Okay, if the user's input is something like T2 medium or T2x large, okay, then you have to print, sorry, the instance cannot be created because you are using free tier, something like that, let's say. Okay, now how do you do this? Till now, what we have learned is how to write the print statement or how to write a block of code. But we never learned how to write only when you handle a condition. Okay, or depending upon a condition. I said only if the instance type is t2.micro or only if the user's input is t2.micro, only then execute the print statement. Okay, so for that purpose, you have something called as conditional handling, and you can implement that using the if keyword. So what I will do, I'll say if, then Python terminal or Python interpreter will understand, okay, this guy is going to do some conditional handling. And after if, I will mention instance underscore type, or just say type is equals to t2.micro. Then use a colon to indicate that you are going to write a block of code, give some spaces. Only if this particular condition is matched or met, then I will write a print statement saying that, okay, I will create the required instance for you. If user is providing t2.medium, then this particular block should not be executed. Right? So let's see how to write this in the Python point of view. So I'll use a terminal. This is very, very simple. So what I'll do is, because I know user is passing input, I will say import sys so that I can read the command line argument that user is passing, and I'll say type is equals to, I'm defining a variable called type. Okay, and inside that, what I'm saying, I'm defining the variable and I'm taking the value using the sys.argv of 1 from the command line argument. Now what I'll try to do, I'll say if type is equals to t2.micro. I've explained all of these concepts, like why are we using this particular block. I've explained in the command line arguments. Now why are we using is equals to instead of a single equals to? People who watched the previous class, they know if you are using single is equals to, it's an assignment operator. Like we used in line number 3, I am assigning this value to a variable, so I am using is equals to. But here I am comparing two variables, or I'm comparing a variable against a particular string. So I need to use is equals to. So if type is equals to t2.micro, then print, okay, we will create the instance for you. Now let's try to execute this program and see. Okay, so what I'll do is Python test.py t2.micro. Output is okay, we will create the instance for you. Now let me change the instance type to t2.medium. It has to say nothing. Perfect. So what did we do? So we are printing only when the condition is met. This is called as conditional handling because you are handling a particular condition. Got it? Till now, I hope the things are clear because now I'll go little ahead. I'll teach you one more keyword called else. Now, what does else mean is, see here, I have executed the program and you saw that if I give input as t2.medium, there is no output to the user. But what I want to do is I want to extend this condition and say, okay, if type is t2.micro, print this. Else, that means if this condition is not met and if user provides anything else, then say print your input is not t2.micro, so we cannot create instance for you. Okay, so now let's try to again give the input as t2.medium and see. Perfect. So what we are doing, we have extended the if condition using another keyword called else. And what we are doing using else, we are saying if the above condition is not met, then print the particular block of code. Got it? So you can use else in this way, or you can also use to handle any particular errors. That is, if user is just giving something like t2.xyz, which is not a valid thing, right? So even in such cases, you can use the else block. Got it? So you understood why to use if and when to use else also. The name itself says, right? Else. That means if not this, just do this. Perfect. Now, what I am going to do you is let's make it slightly more complicated. And let's say, what if you have to write a program where depending upon the instance type, okay, you have to give more information to the user. So if user provides t2.micro as input, okay, then print saying that this will charge you $2 per day. If user gives input as t2.medium, then tell the user that, okay, I can create this instance for you, but this will charge $4 a day. If user gives t2.x large, then say print, this will charge $8 for you. Now, how do you do this? If we are doing in the same way, okay, I can just change this and say print, it will charge you $2 a day. Okay. Now in the if block, else block, if I just say this will charge you $4, then the problem is that if user's input is t2.medium, it's fine. You mentioned that it will charge $4. But if user's input is t2.x large, again it is saying it will charge you $4. That means this block of code is not working when you have more than two conditions. Okay, so here you just have two conditions. One is if type is t2.micro. Second is if type is not t2.micro. Okay. Now, what if you have 10 conditions? What if you have 5 conditions? So in such cases, you can write this code as else if. Okay. You can say else if type is equals to t2 dot medium, mention in the print statement, this will charge you $4 a day. Again, you can just copy this piece of code, convert this to t2.x large, okay, and just say this will charge $8 a day. Now, any number of conditions you can handle using else if. And finally, it's better to use the else statement, because in the else statement, you can mention if user is providing something like t2.xyz, which is a wrong instance type. Here you can say, please provide a valid instance type. Okay. Now let's try to implement this. First, let me give an invalid input. I'll say t2 dot, first let's say t2.xyz. Perfect. It's saying please give valid instance type. Now if I give t2.medium, okay, it will say $4 a day. If I give t2.x large, it will say $8 a day. Perfect. So this is how you do conditional handling, where we are not executing all the lines of code. We are only executing particular lines of code, and that we are handling using the conditions. Okay, there are 5 print statements here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there are 4 print statements here, but the output does not give 4 lines in the terminal, but it only gives 1 line, because only when the conditions are met, the print statements are executed. Inside this particular if block, you can write print statement, you can write any particular logic, you can write 1 print statement, you can write 100 print statements. There is no restriction at all. Only thing is you have to maintain equal number of spaces between the lines that you are writing inside this block. Got it? So it's a very, very simple concept. The name itself explains most of it, conditional handling. So you will master it as you keep practicing it. So what you will do is you will take this example of EC2 instance type and you will try to implement it. Okay. So please try to do that. And in tomorrow's class, or if you have any questions, you can put them in the comment section. Tomorrow's class, we will learn little advanced concept. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. My name is Abhishek, and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 8 of Python for DevOps series. And in this video, we will learn the basics of lists and tuples. Especially for today's video, I've got plenty of notes that will help you to revise the concepts that I've explained in this video. You can see that we have a file for each and every concept: list.md, tuple.md, list versus tuple.md, and frequently asked questions.md. If you go to any of these files, you will see detailed notes, the same thing that I'll be explaining in today's video. Not just that, once you feel that you have revised all the concepts, you can go to the assignment folder. There is questions.md and answers.md. In questions.md, you have questions to assess your knowledge on lists and tuples, the basics. And you also have answers, but I'll highly recommend you first try by yourself. And if you fail to get the answers, you can refer the answers.md. Now, why did I say basics of lists and tuples? That is because if you go to the course syllabus, you will see that I have divided lists and tuples into 2 parts, day 8 and day 10. So today you will learn about the basics of lists and tuples, and in day 10 you will learn the advanced concepts. Why is it like that? Because to learn the advanced, to learn the list iterations, or to learn how to write some advanced list operations, you need to have some knowledge on the loops. So that's why first I'll explain the basics of lists today. Then tomorrow you will learn about loops, and in day 10 we will cover the advanced concepts of lists. I hope you understood. Now that I have explained what we will learn today, I have explained what you will learn in the next 2 classes. Let's quickly move to the whiteboard and start understanding the concept of lists and tuple. Now, during day 2 of this course, I have explained, when I was talking about the data types, I told you that there is something called as sequence data types, right? And as part of sequence data types, sorry, not database data types, as part of sequence data types, I told you that you have lists and tuples. Of course, there are others, but right now, what we will learn today is lists and tuples. But your fundamental question has to be, that's fine, but why should I use lists and tuples? What is the reasoning behind it? So let me take a very simple example and try to explain you that. So let's say you have something called name. Okay. So you can simply say name is equals to Abhishek. So what did you do here? So you took a variable called name and using the assignment operator, you assigned this string to the variable. And now this becomes a string variable, right? Or this is a variable of type string. Now, what if instead of storing one name, I want to store list of students' names? Okay. Instead of storing one student name called Abhishek, I want to store list of students' name. Now, if you don't use list, what you can traditionally do with the knowledge that you have till now, you can say name one or student one is equals to Abhishek, right? Then you can say name two or student two is equals to XYZ. Name three is equals to this. Now, if you have 100 names, then you will define 100 variables. Name 100 is equals to geo. And to print this, now let's say you have to print all of these names. Again, you write a print statement, right? And in the print statement, you will print each and every name, right? So this is how you handle it. But this becomes very tedious process, right? What is tedious? Basically, this becomes a very lengthy process. And this is not even recommended because you are creating 100 variables here. Instead of that, what you can do is you can use a sequence data type here called list. Okay. So what you will do, instead of storing the names in that way, you can simply store list one or students list is equals to, inside the square brackets, you can start writing name of the student one, name of the student two, name of the student three, till name of the student 100. So you are declaring everything in one single variable. And if someone asks you to print all the students' names, you can simply say print of list. Okay. I'll come to the DevOps point of view, why we would use a list. But before that, let's try the same thing on the terminal so that you understand this concept in a little better way, right? Till now, what I've explained, let's try to put it on a terminal. So let's switch to day 8 folder, pwd day-08, right? Now let's close all of these files. And inside the day 8 folder, let's create something called test.py. Okay. Now, let's say, right, let's use the same use case where you have 3 students. You will say S1, which represents, let's say, student 1. S1 is equals to, basically you have to write the variables as clear as possible. But just because I'm explaining you the concept, I said S1, but better you write it as student 1. So S1 is equals to, let's say, Abhishek. And then you have another student called S2, which is something like, let's say, Ram. S3 is equals to John. S4 is equals to, let's say, Tim. So there are 4 students. You have created 4 variables. Now your task is, let's say, to print all of the students' names. So what you need to do? Again, you would say print S1, copy this. So this is how you would handle, right? S1, S2, S3, and S4. Now you will go to your terminal, say Python test.py, and you will see all the names printed. But to do this, what you have done is you have created 4 variables. I'll not go into memory and all of that point of view, but even for writing this program, this looks very tedious, right? So you have written this in 8 lines, and by looking at the program itself, you can say that this is not required. You are writing it tedious. If it extends to 100 students, then you have to create 100 variables. So how to avoid this? For that reason, Python has something called as lists. Okay. And what you can do is you can define something called students names. Okay. And inside this, to design a list or to represent a list, what you need to do is you need to use a square bracket. This is very important. I'll come back to this. You should only use square bracket. And within the square bracket, you can start writing student one's name. Probably if it is Abhishek, student two's name. Let's use the same example, Ramu. Student three's name, Tim. Student four's name, John. Now, what I can do simply is I can simply say print students names. See what would happen if I just say python test.py, everything is printed in the same line. Of course, the representation is slightly different. Here you print it as individual line, whereas here you print it in one single line. But you can do this in this format as well. Once you understand the concept of loops, I'll get back to this. But for now, what List has done, List has made our life very easy. Now, if you have 100 students, just keep adding 100 students name here. You don't have to modify any logic beyond that. You just need to only modify that. Now you might be wondering, but Abhishek, I don't understand what is the use case from DevOps engineering point of view. Can you give a very simple example why and how I would use a list? It's very simple. Let's say your task is, okay, so your task is to get list of S3 buckets in a particular AWS account and print all the S3 buckets. This can be similar to the things, right? You can provide list of S3 buckets, you can provide list of EC2 instances, EBS volumes, EKS clusters, anything. Now, if you imagine the thing similar to the students that I've explained, in an account, if there are 100 S3 buckets, okay, so to print all the 100 S3 buckets, if you start creating one variable for one S3 bucket, so you will say bucket one is equals to some name, right? Bucket two is equals to some name. You have to create 100 such variables till bucket 100, right? And then again, you have to use print statements for each bucket. Or you can use one print statement, and inside the one print statement, probably you can use comma or you can use any particular delimiter and you can print it. Okay, from the print statement point of view, I agree that you can only create one print statement, but I've explained you the problem, right? This becomes very tedious process for declaring so many variables and storing individually. And the other thing is, it is good to store them in a list because everything is in one place. So what you can do, going back to the program, let's close this MD file as well. So going back to the program, what you can do here, you can create something called S3 underscore buckets underscore list. And let's say you have S3 bucket, something like Abhishek demo bucket. Right? So you will print all the list of S3 buckets in the account. Now you might be wondering, Abhishek, how will I get this information? What are the S3 buckets? Please wait. We will get to that point. We have a dedicated video for Boto3 module and the functions and modules that DevOps engineers would use. We have so many classes for that. After this, like once we learn about sequence data types, once we learn about the loops and all the classes are dedicated to performing real-time use cases using Python. So for now, let's not focus there because we need to make our fundamentals strong first. If I start explaining those real-life use cases, you will find it difficult without these basics. You will not understand why am I using list, why am I using a dictionary, or why am I using set in a particular point of time. right? So you understood why we use list, right? Now, these are some use cases, like it can be for EC2 instances, it can be for S3 buckets, whatnot. Thing is, Abhishek, you said there is one more concept called tuple. So how tuple is different from list, or what exactly what exactly tuple is? The only difference between lists and tuples, okay, that you need to understand. Okay, of course, there are some differences from memory point of view, some differences from quick access point of view, but we will not go there at this point of time. For now, you need to understand that lists are mutable, whereas tuples are immutable. What does that mean? Okay, so this is a very common interview question where people say, what is the difference between lists and tuples? Or people ask, is list mutable or immutable? I'll explain you that. So tuples are immutable. That means they are very similar to lists, but the only difference is once you create a tuple, okay? Once a tuple is created, it cannot be resized. For easy understanding, I'm using this word. What does that mean? Let's say if you create a tuple with three students' names, I'll say Abhishek, Ramu, Tim. Now, if you are creating this as a list, this can be increased or decreased. I can add two more students, I can add 10 more students, or I can add 100 more students. I can also remove some students, right? If I'm creating a list, and that is your common use case, because number of students in a class can be added, removed, number of S3 buckets can be added, removed. So it would be ideal to use a list. But there is another use case where, what if, for some reasons, you want to create a list that cannot be resized. That is, you cannot remove elements or you cannot add elements. In such cases, you cannot use list, but you will use something called tuple. So for easy understanding, you can assume that tuple is a list which cannot be resized. Where resized means you cannot add or remove elements once it is created. So in practice, we call this kind of things as immutable, something that cannot be changed. Whereas list is mutable, something that can be changed. Okay, so there are use cases. I'll explain you. You might be wondering, but Abhishek, why should I use a tuple? Okay, so if I'm using a list, I can simply increase or decrease elements, right? So today I add three students, whereas tomorrow I can add fourth and fifth student. Or today I have added 10 S3 buckets. Tomorrow in my organization, if there are 15 S3 buckets or 100 S3 buckets, I can simply add or remove. What is the use of tuple? Okay, let's say you are writing a Python program, okay, and in the Python program, you are dealing with some information. Let's say you are storing list of admins, okay, list of AWS account admins. So if you use a list for this, okay, you will say admins list is equals to Abhishek. There are only two admins, let's say Abhishek and John. And what happened is you don't want to add any more admins on this particular AWS account. That means you already know that there will be only two admins for the next 1 year, for the next 10 years, anything, because you don't want to give any other people access to the AWS account. So in this case, the size of this admins, it cannot be increased, it cannot be decreased. What happens is, let's say, unexpectedly in your program, there is a developer, or in your program, there is someone who modified the admins. So unexpectedly in the program, what has happened is admins got added or removed. Then what has happened? this information which is very critical for you got changed. This is not the only thing. When you are creating a list, there is a difference between lists and tuples from the memory point of view as well, right? Because list is mutable, it can be changed. So the memory allocation for lists and the memory allocation for tuples will be different. Tuples have better memory footprint, right? So for these two reasons, one is you already know there are only two admins. There will not be admins added or removed. And in program, unfortunately, if the admins got increased or decreased or added or removed, then there is a problem. This can be avoided if you use tuple. The other thing is tuples, because they are mutable in nature. So the memory allocation for tuples is far better than the memory allocation or memory usage of lists. So these are the two reasons that you have to explain, right? Reason one is when you know something that should not be changed, if you are declaring it as a list, the problem would be knowingly or unknowingly, if you are modifying that particular thing, then you will run into a problem. Because you already know, go with a tuple. Tuple cannot be changed. So what happens if you are creating admins using a tuple, then even if someone wants to modify in the program, they will not be able to do that. Second thing is tuple has better memory footprint. That is, tuples are better from the memory point of view, right? Because what happens with the list is there is a dynamic memory allocation. Because it is immutable in nature, Python says that, okay, there can be something added or removed. So the memory allocation is quite different for it. Whereas with tuples, Python already knows, okay, I only have to allocate this much of memory to it. So this is the primary difference between lists and tuples. And there is a difference from the syntax point of view. When you are writing a list, right, what you will do is you will use a square bracket. Whereas if you are writing a tuple, you will use the normal braces, right? So what if I simply convert, okay, if I simply change this from the square brackets to the normal brackets, this will automatically get changed from list to tuple. You can verify that. You can simply say print type of S3 bucket list. Okay. So if you just change this, so type is a keyword in Python. This will let you know what is the type of the variable. So now what did we do? We declared a variable, and using this braces, we have added list of elements. Now let's see, using the print statement, what would be the type of this variable? Python test.py. What did it say? Class tuple. Now if you just change this to the brackets, okay, what will happen is class is changed to list. So that means just the braces defines, or only through the braces Python will understand if this is a tuple or list. Now Abhishek, you have explained that if you are using list, you said that it is mutable. That means you can add or remove elements. And you said if it is a tuple, it is immutable. You cannot add or remove elements. But how do I add or remove elements? You did not explain that. Let's go to that. So once you create a list, if you want to add one more S3 bucket to the list, what you need to do is you need to say the variable dot, we will use an inbuilt function called append. Okay. So let's remove this line for now. So I'll say S3 bucket list dot append, and inside the braces, I can add one more element. Let's say new S3 bucket. Now let's use a print statement and see if this new element got added to the S3 bucket list variable or not. See, you will see a new element called new S3 bucket. Now, if this is a tuple or if this was a tuple, let's see what would have happened. Firstly, I will convert this to this particular brackets. And now I'll say S3 bucket list dot append, and I'm trying to add something. See what has happened? It said tuple object has no attribute called append. That means you cannot add any new element to tuple because of the behavior of it, right? So your program execution will fail even if someone tries to use the append function, right? Knowingly or unknowingly in the program. Let's say this was the program that you have initially written, and this program is of 1 million lines. I'm just giving an example. And somewhere, some person unknowingly has added this particular line. If it was a list, and if this was list of administrative users names, what would have happened? A new user called S3 bucket would get appended to the list, and this particular user will also get the administrative access. So to avoid that, when you know that you are dealing with such information which should not be modified, then use a tuple. Now, Abhishek, you explained about adding a new element. Okay. But how do I remove an element from a list? Again, it's very simple. Let's say if this is the S3 buckets list, and if I want to remove this particular element, so I can simply say variable, that is S3 bucket list dot remove, and then add this particular thing. So now you should see the output as Abhishek bucket, Ramu bucket, and Tim bucket. Let's see if that happens. I need to change this to a list, right? So again, why you see an error message there? Because you cannot perform remove operation on tuple. So let's try to print it. Abhishek bucket, Ramu bucket, and Tim bucket. Awesome. So you understood what exactly is a list, what exactly is a tuple, when to use a list, when to use a tuple, and finally how to add and remove or append or remove elements from a list. Can you append and remove elements from tuple? No, it's not possible. So during your interview, till now, what we have learned, the questions can be, right? I'll list down the questions one more time so that you are very clear about it. So the first question here can be, what is the difference between list and tuple? And this can also be asked in a different way, where people can ask you, is list mutable or immutable? Okay. Or is tuple mutable or immutable? In any of the cases, the question is same, and you have to explain clearly that list is mutable. That is, once list is created, you can add or remove elements. Coming to tuple, tuple is immutable. That means once tuple is created, you cannot add or remove elements. Now here interviewer might ask you, tell me a scenario where you have used list and tell me a scenario where you have used tuple. From list point of view, I've explained, you can say list of S3 buckets, list of EC2 instances, anything like that. Now, from the tuple point of view, tell that, we have a program where we want to store list of admin users or list of users which has administrative privileges, right? And because this list has to be restricted in number, and we know that admins will not be added or removed. These are the fixed number of admins or admin users. So in such case, we will use a tuple, right? Even in a program, if someone expectedly or unexpectedly tries to modify this, if you use a tuple, this will not be modified, right? So this is something that we have learned, and we have also learned about append and remove functionality. How to append and how to remove elements from list. Definitely not possible on tuple. Now the next question here is, you should ask me something. Abhishek, okay, I've you know created a list of S3 buckets. Now my goal is only to print one of these S3 buckets. I don't want to print all of this S3 buckets, but I only want to print one of this. So what happens is, when you create a list, so how Python handles this list is, Python allocates memory and Python creates index for each and every object. That means if you simply say S3 bucket list of 0, and if you use it inside a print statement, see what would happen is Python will print the first object in the list or the first element in the list. We should call it as element, not object. So if I just do print test.py, now you will see Abhishek underscore demo underscore bucket. So what has happened? So this has become your list of O. So I'll say list of O, and this will become your list of 1. So, brackets are also called as of when you try to refer it. So you'll say instead of S3 bucket list bracket 0, you'll say S3 bucket list of 0. Okay. So S3 bucket list of 0, S3 bucket list of 2, let's say, what would be the output? 0, 1, and 2. So here you will see a slight difference. You might be thinking, so because this is 1, it should be printed as 1, but the index usually starts with 0. So this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. So if you change this to 2, then you should see Tim demo bucket. Perfect. So the length of this particular S3 bucket list is 1, 2, 3, 4. But objects with index starts from 0. Now, how do I verify what is the length of this S3 buckets list? Okay, you might be saying that Abhishek, initially I created this with 4 objects. Okay, but I want to verify if the length is 4 or not. So for that, again, you have something called print of length of S3 buckets list. Let me remove this. And if I try to print, you will see length is 4 because you have 4 elements inside the list. Now, let me change and add 1 element and see what will be the length of it. Okay. So here I'll say S3 buckets list dot append of new underscore S3 underscore, sorry, bucket. Okay. Let's do a print statement here and let's do a print statement here. Now here the output should be 4 and here the output should be 3 because I have removed, here the output should be 5 because I have added an element. Let's see if that is the case or not. Perfect. So here output is 4 and here output is 5. Now if I remove 2 elements, okay. So I'll say S3 bucket list of remove. So let's remove Abhishek demo bucket and let's copy paste and let's remove Ramu demo bucket. Okay. And now if I have to print the length of the S3 buckets, now what should be the desired output? Here the length of elements is 4 or the length of list is 4. Here the length of list is 5. Now I have removed 2 objects. So here the length of list should be 3. Let's see if it is true or not. Perfect. So if you remove everything, then the length of the list would be 0, right? That means if you just remove all the elements like Abhishek, Ramu, Tim, John, then you will see the list would be of length 0. How do you verify the length? Using the, using this function called len. So using this, you will verify the length of the S3 bucket. Perfect. So this is another function that you have learned. Till now, we learned about 3 functions or, 3 manipulations on the list. One is append, one is remove, and then we learned about length as well. Now, let's slightly change it. And what I'll try to do here is, let's try to do this for a tuple. Okay. Will the length function work as is for a tuple or not? Let's try to see. Now this is changed to a tuple, right? And if we use the length, will it work? Perfect. So for the tuple as well, the function is length itself. So that means there are some common similarities between lists and tuples, and there are differences as well. So if you go to day 8 folder, I've explained this thing, when it comes to notes folder, If you go to list, so this is exact thing that I've explained, how to define a list, how to access a particular element in the list, how to find length of the list. Then in the manipulations, I have explained about append, I've explained about remove, and the next thing that we will learn is slicing of a list. Now this is very simple. What I will try to do is, I just want to, let's go back here. So this is the entire list, right? Now what I'll do is I will perform an operation where I will say print S3 bucket list slicing of 1:3. Now don't get confused. What exactly I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take this list, and from this list, let me say 0, 2. So from this list, I am just trying to create another list. Okay. So what I am doing is, if you use Python test.py, you will see that from object 0, I mean, you can call it as object 0 and object 1. That is Abhishek demo bucket and Ramu demo bucket. I have taken from this particular list and I have created a new list. So if you try to you can say new underscore list here. Okay. And what has happened here? A new list got created. There is a new variable, and this is also a list variable. And inside this, you have created Abhishek demo bucket and Ramu demo bucket. That is because you said elements 0, 1. You will not use element 2 because this is the upper bound. Only 0 and 1 is considered. If I change this to 3, what will happen? Sorry, I did not use the print statement, right? So if I just change this to new underscore list. So here what will happen is, you will see Abhishek bucket, Ramu bucket and Tim bucket. So the thing to understand here is, even though I mentioned 0 and 3, the upper bound is not considered. That is only 0, 1 and 2 is printed on the terminal, right? So you need to understand this. Just do with the practice. I mean, if you practice it couple of times, you will understand the slicing mechanism. You will get confused, by seeing 0 to 3, you will assume that 0, 1, 2 and 3 will get printed on the terminal, but the upper bound is not printed. A new list will be created, okay, with 0, 1 and 2. That's it. And after that, there is another function. Let's say that you have something like numbers is equals to 1, 10, 15. Okay. And what you want to do is you want to sort these numbers. Okay. That means you want to get this in the proper order. Right now it's in the proper order. Let's say 10, 20 and 15. So at this point of time, it's not in order. So what I can do, so I can simply say numbers dot sort. And what will be the output? If you just say again print of numbers, you will see that the numbers are in sorted order, 1, 15 and 10. So if you want to perform the sort mechanism, you can use this particular thing. And you can play with lists. So if we go back to the same examples, right? Because we have already learned about the string manipulation functions. Let's say you want to concatenate this element and this element. Okay. Both of them are strings, right? So you want to concatenate this and this. What you can simply do is you can simply say print S3 bucket list of 0 plus S3 bucket list of 1. Now let's try to see what is the output. See, both the buckets got appended. Of course, you can add few more things. Probably you can say plus within this particular thing, let's add 2 hyphens and then let's say plus. So here you would clearly see that 2 things got added. So Abhishek demo bucket and Ramu demo bucket. So concatenation and all of these operations you can perform, because what has happened is individually I'm trying to access an element, and because both of them are strings, I have concatenated them. Now, one final thing that I wanted to explain is if you want to perform a list heterogeneous one, that means you can store lists with combination of strings and numbers as well, or strings and different data types. So here I can create a new list. Till the time I have explained lists with S3 buckets or lists with numbers, but lists can also be created with different data types. So for example, I can say random underscore list, and inside this I can just store numbers like this, and I can also store some strings, random, or let's say Ramu, Abhi, and I can also store, let's say, a float 7.5. For list, it doesn't matter. When you try to print the list, it will give you output, because for list, each and everything inside it is just an element. Okay. So when you try to execute this, you will see that list doesn't matter what kind of elements that you are storing inside it. For list, whether it's a string, float, or integer, everything is just an element, and you can access anything using the same syntax. If you say of 4, and if you try to print it, because this is a string element, list has returned a string element, and if you just change it to a number, list would return a integer element. That's it. So lists are heterogeneous in nature. So this is another interview question. That means in lists, you don't have to store elements of similar data types, but you can store elements of different data types as well, right? So this is the class for today. Try to execute the things that I've explained, and also try to go through the assignment. Use the notes to quickly revise what I have explained, and only after that go through the assignment. Tomorrow's class, I'll explain about the loops, and after that, we will move to the advanced portion of lists. So I hope you found today's video useful. Thank you so much for watching. See you all in the next video. Hello everyone, my name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 9 of Python for DevOps series, and in this video, we will deep dive into the concept called loops. So loops is a fundamental concept that is available across all the programming languages. It can be C, C++, Java, Python, Node.js, any programming language, you will find this concept called loops. But what exactly are we going to learn today? That is, what is the agenda for today? So in today's video, we will start with understanding what exactly loops means, and then we will try to understand loops in Python. What are the different types of loops in Python? After that, we will learn a little advanced concept, the loop control statements. So how to control the execution of loop. I'll explain that in detail. There we will learn about break and continue statements. And finally, we will understand loops from DevOps engineer point of view. Now, this is very, very important. If you go to the day 9 folder, just like I create these folders for each and every day, and I try to share whatever I'm teaching in the class so that you can use those notes for your revision purpose. In today's video, we will cover for loop from DevOps use cases point of view and while loop from DevOps use cases point of view. So this notes is also written so that you can refer after the video for your revision purpose. But this is something that you will not find anywhere. It is very difficult to come up with this kind of use cases and explain you why and how DevOps engineers use the loops. I can just explain using some basic examples, a very generic ones, but I wanted to make sure after this video, you understand how and why loops are used in the day-to-day life of a DevOps engineer. So please watch this video till the end. And before I move towards the whiteboard, let me quickly tell you if you are a new subscriber. So we are doing this series called Python for DevOps. We have already completed 8 episodes. And the course syllabus for the first 8 episodes, you can find in this GitHub repository in the README file. And if you are interested watching the first 8 episodes, which I'll highly recommend, please go to the Python for DevOps playlist and you can watch the first 8 videos. Okay, now let's move towards the whiteboard and start understanding what exactly the loops are. First of all, the beginning of the video, I told you that this is a fundamental concept that is available across all the programming languages. The question is why? Why does every programming language has this concept called as loops? So what exactly loops does is, if you want to perform a repetitive action, okay, understand this carefully. If you want to perform a repetitive action on a block of code, that means on one line of code, 2 lines of code, 10 lines of code, or 100 lines of code. That's why I'm saying on a block of code, then we will use loops. For example, let's say you want to print something called as print my name is Abhishek.Veeramalla. Okay. Now this is a block of code, right? Of course, this is only one line of code. This can be 1 line, 2 lines, or 10 lines. Now, if someone asks you, can you execute this? Like if you want to execute this, you will write a Python file and you will just write this line of code and you will tell them to execute the file and they will see this print Abhishek. But what if you want to execute this 100 times? What if you want to execute this 10,000 times? If there is no concept called loops in Python, you need to write this print statement 10,000 times, right? If someone asks you to print it 1 million times, then you have to print it 1 million times, right? Now, to avoid this, what you can actually do is use this concept called loops. So now did you understand the definition? If you want to perform repetitive action on a block of code, then you need to use the concept of loops. Now, what you can do with loops is, instead of writing this statement 10,000 times or 100 times, you can simply say for I in, now don't worry about the syntax at this point of time, range of 10,000 print Abhishek. Now let's see if this works or not. Okay, before I go ahead and explain you further, now let's see if this is true or not, what I'm explaining, right? So let's go to the code spaces and in day9 folder, let's create a file called test.py. Okay, now let me first write something called as print Abhishek, right? Now, if you obviously switch to the day9 folder and if you execute python test.py, you will see Abhishek once. Now, if you want to print this 5 times, okay, what you will do is you will just copy paste this 5 times and you will execute this 5 times. Perfect. But if you want to do it 1 million times, if you want to do it 10 million times, would you print this 10 million times? Like even copy pasting is also very difficult, right? So for 5 times, I just copy pasted it in 2 to 3 seconds. But what if you want to copy paste it 1 million times, right? For example, these days when you use some programs, right, you will see something like dot, 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 right? Until the execution of the program is done. So here indirectly they are using some loops itself. Now let's try to convert this to the format that I've just explained. So what I'll do is, let's say I want to execute this 10 times. So I'll just say for I in range. Don't worry about the syntax at this point of time. Like I told you, I'll explain what this range keyword is and what is this for keyword, what is this in keyword. Don't worry about that. Print Abhishek. Now let us see if this program prints this line called print Abhishek 10 times or not. Perfect. Now let me put this loop statement and print Veeramalla as well. Okay. Now what this for loop has to do, it has to execute repetitively, that is 10 times the block of code that is written inside the loop. Okay. That means it has to print Abhishek.Veeramalla 10 times. Let's see again. Perfect. It prints Abhishek.Veeramalla. Both these lines, it prints 10 times. So that's why what we call a loop as is repetitive execution of a block of code. It can be one line of code, two lines of codes, 10 lines of codes, and even if you put some 100 lines inside this loop statement, that is inside this particular execution, it will print 100 lines 10 times, because here you said to print it 10 times. Okay. So the textbook definition of loops is clear. Repetitive execution of a particular block of code is called as loops. Now, here comes another important factor. Okay, Abhishek, you said using loops, I can execute statements multiple times. But what exactly you wrote, right? You wrote something called for I in range of 10. And then you wrote something inside this, and that is getting executed multiple times. But what exactly these keywords are? Here there is one keyword, two keyword, and three keywords. In only one line of code, I used three new keywords in today's class. What exactly these keywords are? Okay, so let me explain you. Basically, there are two different types of loops in Python. Number one is for loop, and number two is while loop. So talking about for loops, which is the one that I've used here, when you know that you need to execute a particular block of statements for a definite time, definite number of times, right? That means when you clearly know that you have to execute this block of code one times, two times, three times, or 10 times, or it can be even 1 million times. But when you know that you have to execute it for a specific number of times, then you will use for loops. And the syntax for loop is start with a keyword called for, and then use any variable. Here I used I as a variable, right? You can use any variable here, and you will use a particular sequence. And between the variable and the sequence, you will use another keyword called as in. Now, what is this sequence? Here, I said sequence as range of 10. Range is a keyword in Python. When you use this keyword called range, so this particular line that I've written, or this particular statement that I've written, this gets resolved into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 inside list, right? So what does range do? So range will resolve this particular number. Of course, it starts from 0. Just for an example, I've written these numbers here. So what does range return is range returns a list from 0 to 9. Got it? So range returns a list from 0 to 9. So for a for loop, you have to use a sequence. Okay. Now you might ask me that, Abhishek, okay, I understood what exactly loops are, but I did not quite understand the syntax that you have written. You said for I in range of 10, and then you wrote couple of lines, or you said you can write n number of lines. And when you executed it, I understood, probably because you are using a number 10 here, this particular lines of code got executed 10 times. But what exactly is this particular line, and how do I write this particular line? So before you understand it, you need to understand something, that in Python, there are two kinds of loops. One is for loop and the other is while loop. Now, if you are following this class, you will ask me one more question, that is why there are two different kinds of loops. If both of them are performing the same action, that is to execute a block of code multiple times, then why in Python there are two different kinds of loops or two different kinds of mechanisms. So I'll explain you this in detail, but for now, at this point of time, just understand that when you know how many number of times, that is, when you are sure that a definite number of times the lines have to be executed. That is, if this block has to be executed one time, two times, 10 times, or 100 times, but you should know this particular number before execution itself. Then you will use the for loop. For example, let's say someone asks you to print numbers from 1 to 10. So here you already know that your print statement has to execute 10 times, right? So this is a definite number of times of execution. So you'll go with for loops. Whereas if someone tells you that, okay, I'm not sure how many times this block of code has to be executed, it can change dynamically. Okay. So probably once this block of code has to be executed 5 times, some other time it has to be executed 10 times, and some other times it has to be executed 100 times. In such cases, when you are not sure or when there is no definite number of times of execution of the block of codes, then go with while loop. We will come with the examples of while loops in a while, but first let's complete the for loop thing. So if we go back to that particular syntax, right? Because to write any particular thing, you have to understand the syntax very clearly, and you need to understand what exactly am I writing. So in this particular line, there are three different keywords. For is a keyword, in is a keyword, and range is another keyword. So 1, 2, and 3. That means you have an opportunity to learn about three keywords just with one line. Let's try to learn. Whenever you want to start a for loop, you need to start using for keyword. Just like when you want to start a function, you use def as a keyword. When you want to start writing a conditional or a condition, then you start with writing if statement. Similarly, when you want to start a for loop, you start with the for keyword. And for basically executes against a sequence. In Python, for loops execute against sequence because sequence are a definite number of things. For example, it can be lists, it can be tuple, or any sequence data types. Now you might be wondering, but Abhishek, in the line here, you wrote range of 10. Don't worry, range is a keyword in Python. When you say range of 10, then what this returns is a list of numbers from 0 to 9. So basically, when you write a range of 10, this particular Python program returns numbers from 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 9. Got it? Let's see if this is correct or not, right? So let's try to execute this again on our code spaces. Okay, let's restart it. So typically, this is how you have to understand the output of range. Of course, it is slightly different, but for easy understanding, understand that it returns a sequence of numbers from 0 to 9. You can also verify it on the code spaces environment or on your Visual Studio Code. So let's use the same test.py. And what we will do is, instead of writing anything inside this block, let's just write what is the output of print. What is the output of this variable called I. So you will notice that this variable returns cd day 9 python test.py, and you will notice that it returns values from 0 to 9, right? See, what did it return? 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 9. So that's how you actually convert this particular line into. So when I say for I in range of 10, that means it is indirectly for I in 0 to 9. Okay. So what is this I? So I is getting replaced with the numbers in the order. This is for the for loop to track if the blocks are, the block of lines are getting executed for definite number of times or not, right? That means when you say for I in 0 to 9, or when you say for I in range of 10, there has to be something for loop to understand if this block of lines got executed 10 times or not. So that's why what we do is we take a variable in the for loop statement. We say for followed by a variable, and in keyword is used in the sequence to transfer numbers, right, from 0 to 1 to 2 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 up to 9. In is the one that takes one number and puts in this particular variable after execution. Okay, so this program has to get 10 times, right, executed 10 times. So this in statement, firstly it will store this particular variable, the number it gets assigned as 0. Then next time, once this particular block of code is executed, then it stores 1 inside this variable. After that, it stores 2 inside this variable, 3, 4, 5. And that's how for loop tracks if for a definite number of times this program got executed or not. Okay, I'll make it even more simple if you are any confused here. Okay, what we will do is we will say print I as well as Abhishek. Okay. So now you will clearly notice that this particular variable is getting stored with numbers in serial order 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And simultaneously, this particular line called Abhishek is also getting executed. So if you do Python test.py, you will notice, see, this is an indicator for the for loop. This particular variable is an indicator for loop saying, okay, so this particular line got executed once, twice, thrice, and when it reaches the number called 9, because range is returning 0 to 9, then for loop understands, okay, I started with number called 0, and because range is 10, so I will print it up to the variable reaches the value of 9. That's how for loop tracks it. And this particular syntax does not change. It is always the same. So how do you have to remember this particular syntax? You have to remember this particular syntax as for variable in sequence. And inside this, the block of statements that you want to execute. So for is a keyword variable. You can define I, X, Z, Y, whatever you would like to. In is another keyword which is doing the major part as I've explained. And sequence, whether you want to use range, right? Or you want to use a list, or you want to use a tuple, it's up to you. Abhishek, can you show me an example with list and tuple? For sure. So if you go back, right? And now what we will try to do is let's try to declare a list. Okay, I will say colors is equals to yellow, green, blue. Okay, and now I will say for, let's use a different thing for X in colors. Okay, and here what I will do is I'll just say print X. Now can anyone guess what is the value of X? So the value of X has to be like I explained, right? Like I explained here, what does this in keyword do? When we are using this particular keyword called in, it will take elements from the color. It can be range, it can be anything. It will take elements from it, and gradually first it will store this particular value or this particular element in the variable, and it will execute this block of code. Once this block of code is executed, then it takes another element and stores that element in the variable called X. And finally, it takes the final element and stores that particular thing in the variable X. So the output has to be yellow, green, and blue. Let's see if that is true or false. See, yellow, green, and blue. This is the output. Got it? Why is the output something like this? Because in is the keyword that is taking each and every element from the sequence, and it is storing in the order. First, in the first time of execution, it will store the first element. In the second time of execution, it will store the second element. And in the third time of execution, it will store the third element. Perfect. If instead of colors, if we use range, okay. Now, again, what would be the output? Output would be 0 to 9, because as I told you, range of 10 is something that you can understand as numbers is equals to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. You can assume that range returns something like this. That's why when you try to print this particular line, or when you try to print this particular program, first in keyword goes to this number called 0 and stores variable X with value 0. Okay. Then it will try to execute this line of code. If there are 10 lines, it will execute the 10 lines in order. After that, after all the lines are executed, then it will go to the next element. So the next element is 1. So that's why it will go here and store this value called X with 1. So the output has to be 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 9. Let's see if that is true or false. Python test.py. See, starts with 0 and ends with 9. So each and every keyword in this particular program or in this particular for loop statement is very, very important. And this will not change. The syntax is always the same. You have to remember it. Start with the for keyword, use a particular variable, whatever you would like to, then use the in keyword, and finally end it with a sequence. What goes into sequence? Sequence, three things are majorly used. Either you use range, or you use a list, or you use a tuple. Okay. So if you are using range, basically, you know that you are using numbers. Whereas if you are using list, then you might be using some colors or EC2 instances, S3 buckets, whatever it is. And tuple, I have explained what is the difference between list and tuple in the previous videos. So you can also practice these examples. You can go to day 9 folder. And if you go to loops.md, here I have explained for loops, and in for loops, see the syntax that I have explained for variable in sequence. So here we took example of fruits called apple, banana, and cherry. When you execute this line saying for, here I have taken variable as fruit. You can take variable as X, you can take variable as Y, you can take variable as Z, whatever you would like to. For fruit in fruits, what is fruits? Fruits is a list. So either in the sequence you use list, tuple, or range. Then I said print fruit. So fruit using in keyword goes to apple and first prints apple, goes to banana and next prints banana, and finally goes to cherry and prints cherry. Got it? So this is example of for loop. Now if we go back, right, and I told you that there are two different types of loops. One is for loop, and second thing that I've explained is a while loop. So while loop is something different. in terms of number of executions and also in terms of syntax. So while has to be used when you are not sure about number of executions. Okay. Previously, if I was using a list or a tuple or a range, I always know the number of execution. If list size is 10, then I know that my for loop has to be executed 10 times. If range is 0 to 9, then I clearly know that range will return 10 numbers. So that's why my for loop has to be executed 10 times. But while has to be used when you are not aware of the number of executions, and the syntax says while condition. That's it. Okay. And here you write the number of lines or the block of code that has to be printed or repeated. So how many times this block of code, if I'm writing print Abhishek, print Veeramalla, how many times this particular block of code will be executed? You cannot say the answer if you are using while loop, because while loop depends on the condition. If this condition returns 100, then this particular block of code gets 100 times executed. If this condition matches after 10,000 times, then your block of code gets executed 10,000 times. But Abhishek, I'm little confused here. When will you not be sure about number of execution? Can you give an example? For sure. As a DevOps engineer, we work with Linux environment, right? Now, let's say your task is to print Abhishek. Okay. Your job is to print Abhishek. How many times you have to print Abhishek is till all the files, okay, till all the files on your Linux file system are deleted. Okay. Now, this particular thing, all the files on my Linux file system or all the files in a folder, let's say. Okay. So your job is to print Abhishek. How many number of times? Till all the files in a particular folder are deleted. Now, see, there can be n number of folders in your system. If you are using for loop, the problem is that, in one folder, there might be 10 files. In another folder, there might be 100 files. And in another folder, there might be 1,000 files. Okay. So if you are using for loop, you are defining how many number of times this particular files have to be deleted. Whereas if you are using a while loop, okay, what happens is you are saying while files in folder are empty. Okay. So I'm not writing the code here. Let's clear this and write it. So here for the program that I've explained, what I will do, while files in folder are empty. Okay. Print deleting files. Okay. Let's say I will print deleting files. Process is going on. I'll say print deleting files and I'll write another called as print process is going on. Okay. So what happens here? Till the number of files in the folder are empty, on the terminal, you will see this lines called deleting files, and then you will see the process is going on, right? If you are using for loop in this particular aspect, what will happen? Probably there is a folder called TMP, and you know that inside the TMP folders, there are 10 files. So what you will do? You will say for I in range of 10, and you will write RM minus RF or just RM, right? And in Python, there is a different thing for deleting files, but let's say you will say delete a particular file. Next time, when you move to a different folder, in that particular folder, there can be 100 files. In another folder, there can be 1,000 files. So the for loop that you have written, for TMP folder will not work for another folder. Whereas if you are using while loop, because while loop depends on a condition where you are saying till files in folder are empty, till that particular time, delete all the files. Got it? I'll give you more examples. Usually we work with Kubernetes, right? And you can say while kubectl get deploy, okay, and probably you can perform some JSON action and you can get number of deployments. Okay, basically what I'm trying to do is you will use kubectl get deploy some JSON action and you will get the number of deployments or number of pods in your Kubernetes namespace. Till that particular time, print pod name or deployment name is equals to something. Now again, you cannot use a for loop here because kubectl get deploy can return one deployment, it can return two deployments, or it can return 100 deployments. It depends on namespace, it depends on project, and it depends on a lot of things, right? So when this thing is not clear, you will go with while loop. There are so many examples that I have. If you go to day9 folder, right? If you go to while loop DevOps use cases, let's take a look at the use cases that I have here. First one is this one where I'm saying while kubectl get deploy my app, and then I'm saying using a pipe statement. Of course, this is a shell script example that I've put here because if I try to put this in Python at this point of time, you will get little confused because we cannot execute shell commands as is in Python at this point of time. So I have used a shell example, but later when we move to a point where you are master in Python, I'll replace these commands with Python examples. But to understand the use case, the while loop is same in shell script or Python scripting. So here I'm saying while kubectl get deployment and I'm verifying if the pods are available or not. Okay. Then I'm saying waiting on my app to be ready. That is waiting on the pod to be ready. Here I cannot use a for loop because kubectl get deployment is not static. It returns number of outputs depending upon the namespaces and depending upon the projects. Similarly, all the examples are in shell scripting only, and this is done deliberately because these are shell commands which do not work in Python. We will have to modify this. We will use modules in Python and change these things. For now, just understand the concept of while loop. That's it. So here, what I did is while describe the EC2 instances that are in running state. That means again, this is a dynamic value. This is not a static value where we cannot use a for loop. Log analysis is one more example. I've used one more example for database replication and synchronization, right? So here some 5 examples that I've used. And if you go back to for loop also, I have some examples where again the syntax is for loop, shell scripting, because the conditions that I'm writing are related to shell commands. So here again I'm saying for server in where I'm using a list, so I know okay there are 3 number of servers, right? Another example is let's say you have to deploy application in 3 different environments: dev, staging, and prod. Here the number of environments are already known to you. That's why you are using a for loop. Backup operation, let's say there are 3 DBs. So you know that there are 3 databases. So again, you will use a for loop. Similarly, I've put some 3 more examples. So please go through this particular thing as your revision so that you understand, okay, this is why while loop and this is why for loop are used. And one more topic that we have today is let me clear the screen. So final topic that I want to explain you today is you can consider it as loop manipulation, right? Or you can consider it as loop statements, whatever it is. But there are 2 particular statements that you have to run which are nothing but break statement, and the other thing is the continue statement. These are very, very simple if you understand what exactly they are doing. So the name break itself says that, when you want to break the for loop. So for loop, basically what it does is if you ask the for loop to execute 100 times, it will keep executing 100 number of times. But let's say you have a condition that if there is a number called 45, okay, if this loop encounters a number called 45, there itself you have to terminate the loop. Okay, it's just nothing but, let's say you want to print numbers from 1 to 10, and whenever the loop encounters the first prime number, okay, then you have to terminate the loop. So when you want to terminate a loop, when a particular condition is met, then you will use a break statement. For example, if you go to the loop controls, I've given you an example where what I am doing is I am taking numbers from 1 to 5. That means this loop gets executed 5 times. And here I am saying if the number is equals to 3, then break. So if you see what will be the output, it will only print 1 and 2. And because there is a break statement that is saying to break the loop or to stop the execution of loop, when number matches 3, the output will only be 1 and 2. If this particular condition is not there, then the output would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which we already saw. But here you are using a break statement, which will tell the for loop to break the execution. Okay, so we will use some conditions like this. Then there is a statement called continue. What continue will do is when a particular number is matched or when a particular condition is matched, it will just skip that particular execution and move forward with the rest of the executions. That means when you have numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, when the condition is matched, here the condition is number is equals to 3, then the output will be 1, 2, 4, and 5, right? So what is the difference between a break statement and a continue statement? It is very simple. When you are using a break statement, it will break the execution. Whereas when you are using continue statement, it will skip the particular condition and continue with the next lines of the execution, right? So I've given a very simple and basic example here. So if you are using this particular thing, and if you are using a condition on number 3, and if you are using break statement, output would be 1 and 2. Similarly, if you are using a continue statement, what will happen is it will ignore number 3, but continue with the next lines. So it will print 1, 2, 4, and 5. Don't worry. When we come up with the DevOps use cases class, where we are going to use real-time DevOps functions and modules like Boto 3, then we will use a lot of break and continue things. For today's class, please go through the exercises that I have provided and try to execute them so that you will be confident with the loop statements. Got it? So tomorrow's class is going to be very exciting. So I hope you will come to the next class by following whatever I have provided in today's class. Thank you so much. See you all in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 10 of Python for DevOps series. And in this video, we will deep dive into the concept called working with lists part 2. Now, why do I call this as part 2? Because we have already covered fundamentals of lists and tuples as part of day 8, where we learned what exactly lists and tuples are, what are the differences between lists and tuples in Python. Not just that, we also learned some of the handling functions on lists and tuples, such as how to add an element into a list, how to remove elements from list. We learned how to fetch a particular element from lists and tuples. And we also looked at some common handling functions such as length function or range. So this is what we did as part of day 8. Of course, I did not explain you how to write scripts or the complex programming that DevOps engineers do using lists and tuples, and there is a reason for it. I could have explained that is the advanced concept of lists and tuples, but without understanding the concept of loops, it is not practically possible for you to understand what we are learning in today's video. So that's why I have structured the course in such a way that first you understand the fundamentals of lists and tuples, then you understand how to write loops in Python, and in day 10, that is today, you will write a program that DevOps engineers usually write, which is one of the commonly used tasks. I will select one such program for today's class, and I'll explain you how to implement that. Right? So without any further delay, let's go ahead and try to understand what is the program that we will try to implement today. Okay. Before going there, just a very quick announcement. If you are watching this channel for the first time, we are doing series called Python for DevOps. And as part of this, we have already completed the first 9 episodes covering various fundamentals of Python. And going ahead, we will learn advanced concepts, that is writing complicated programs or real-time use cases of DevOps engineers, how they use Python. So I would highly recommend you, if you are interested learning Python for DevOps, please check out the course syllabus. And if you like it, you can watch all the episodes of this series in the playlist called Python for DevOps on this channel. Perfect. Now, let's understand first what is the program that we will try to write today. So I have chosen a program which is list all the files in list of folders that user provides. There is a extension that is part 2 for this program, which is more advanced, where we will try to implement, along with listing all the files in all the folders, we will also print which file has maximum size. That is, which file occupies maximum size on the disk. But this is extension to the program. We will not learn it at this point of time. As we proceed or as we progress with this Python series, we will learn how to do it because it requires more modules in Python. For now, this is the program that we will write today. So let's try to understand this program first of all. So what is the input and what is the required output? Okay. So whenever you want to write a program, this is what you have to understand first. Understand what is the input that is provided to you and what is the expectation. That is, what is the output one is expecting from your program. So the input that is provided by the user is list of folder names. So probably user might provide something like /tmp, /abc, okay, or /opt/dev, whatever it is, user would provide some input like this. And output that you have to print is, you have to say files in the provided folders are, first you have to print, let's say /tmp, and print all the files that are available in that particular folder. And second, another path that user has provided, if user provides 100 paths, then you have to provide all the files in that 100 folders. So did you understand what is the input and what is the output? Perfect. Now what we need to do is, whenever we write a program, right? Of course, the program that we are going to write is already available in the GitHub repository. If you go to date and folder, you will see 03 list files in folders.py, and this is the final output that we are going to write today. If you look at this program, you might see a lot of new keywords and you might find this program complicated. But what I will do is, instead of explaining you this entire program in one single go, we will try to break this program into small parts. Okay. So we will start with writing algorithm for this program, and using algorithm, we will say, okay, this has to be my step one, this has to be my step two. And finally, we will write this complete program, right? So let's do that. Firstly, let's identify what should be your steps. So step one has to be how to read input from the user, because this entire program depends on user's input. User can give you one folder, two folder, 10 folders, or 100 number of folders. So the first thing is read input from the user. Now, second thing, once user gives you input, let's say user has given you 10 folders. So you cannot execute this operation on all 10 folders at once, right? You have to go step by step. That's where your loops come into picture. So we need to write a for loop where you know that how many number of inputs user is providing. So what you will do on a particular for loop where user is providing you a sequence, right? On the sequence that user has provided, perform loop on each and every element, that is on each and every folder. Okay. So user has provided you list of folders, and what you will do is on each and every folder, you will execute the action called list files. Now, third step that you have to do is identify module that is required in Python to implement this action, right? So to list files, what is the module that you need in Python? So I'll explain that, because this is a quite commonly used task and you don't have to write code for it. Like I told you during the modules class, if there is some code that is frequently used, there will always be module that is available. You don't have to write code for it. So to list files on your operating system, there will be some modules. So let's use that particular module. Step 4, print files, right? Once you identify the module that is required to list the files, what will be your step 4? Step 4 would be to print each and every file, because I told you during the output, you have to print each and every file that is available in the folders. So we will use step 4 as print 4. And step 5 is handle any known errors. I'll explain you what is this. Okay, so this is my algorithm, a very rough one on what am I going to do in this particular program. So let's go step by step. Let's start with step 1, that is read input from the user. So to read input from the user, there are multiple ways. I have explained you in the previous classes. See, the reason why I ask you people to go and complete all the previous videos, because all these videos are related to each other. I have structured the course in such a way that if you watch previous videos, the next videos will be easy for you. So to read input from the users, I have explained you, there is command line arguments, right? Or you can use env vars. And in today's video, I'll explain about a new way called input. Okay. So input is nothing but a similar thing which reads input from the users like command line arguments and env vars. But the difference is that input executes at the runtime. We'll see what does that mean. Okay. So let's say if I go to my code spaces and take a test.py file. So if you just say numbers is equals to input of please provide a number, and I will say print of number. Okay. Now in this particular code, what am I doing? I am asking user to provide an input. Previously, when we learned about command line arguments, how did we do it? We said number is equals to sys dot argv of 1, right? This is how we read when we were using command line arguments. But here what I'm doing, I'm saying number is equals to input of, I'm providing this thing to the user. Okay, so if you execute this program and see what will happen when you execute python test.py, it will prompt a message on the terminal for the user asking user to provide a number. Okay, so that's why this is called as runtime. Here we are asking user to provide a number during the execution of the program, that is during runtime. Now as soon as user provides number as 5, because you have a print statement here called print number, so I provided number, and as soon as I execute, the program prints 5 on the terminal. Now why did it print? Because at the line number 4 you said print of number, right? So what is happening here, you are taking input from the user at the runtime, and this is another way of taking the input. Okay, so depending upon your use case, you can use command line arguments, you can use env vars, or you can use input. I'll give you some example where input is quite popularly used. Let's say, because you are all DevOps engineers, you might have seen when you execute Terraform plan or Terraform apply, Terraform asks you yes or no, or to proceed further or not. Or when you say apt install wget, let's say, so again apt will ask you, are you sure you want to install or not? So here what is happening, the modules such as Terraform or apt, they are taking input from you, and during the runtime, that is during the execution time, they are asking for your feedback. If you don't give anything, what will happen? The program will wait for you. If you give no, program will get aborted. If you give yes, program will proceed. So here we are asking input from the user during the runtime. Now I just wanted to explain you about this particular input mechanism as well. That's why I'm choosing this way. Otherwise, if you are comfortable with command line arguments, for today's video, you can also take command line argument as an input. There is no problem. But we are learning a new mechanism, so I thought, let me do it. So if we go back to the program that we want to write, what is the input that we are taking from the users? We are taking folders. So let's call it folders list, because we are taking list of folders from the user. So I'll call it folders list, or I can simply call it folders as well, doesn't matter. Folders is equals to input of please provide list of folders names. Okay, so here we are telling users you can provide any list of folders names that you want, and we will give you the output that are files in the folder. So I'm taking this input and I'm storing it in folders. Now comes another part, that is, see, for the step 1, we are reading input from the users. Okay, and we are asking users to provide list of folders. Now the executing people, people who are executing this program, they might be new to Python, or they might be zero in Python. So you should not be asking them to provide a list as an input, right? If you ask them to provide a list as an input, they might know what is list in Python, they might not know, or they might be comfortable in creating a list or not. So what you need to do is you should ask them to provide folder names with some spaces. Okay, so tell them that execute the program something like this: Python test.py. Okay, and because we are using input, once they execute the program, this program will ask them, please provide some folder names. And here you can ask them to say, provide folder names with some spaces, so that they can provide /tmp space /opt space /abc. And within our program, because this is a string that they are providing, we will convert this particular thing into a list. Okay, so we want to make it easy for the users. So instead of asking them to create a list like this, we will ask them to just provide a string with spaces, and we will convert that into a list. Okay, so how do we do that? It's very, very simple. So I will tell them, please provide list of folders names with spaces in between. And what I will do is on the input that they are passing, I will use a string handling function that I've explained in T2, which is called as split. And what will split do? If they are providing spaces on the space action, split will, take this entire string and it will convert this to a list with commas. I'll show you how does that happen. Now, if you execute this program, let's see what will happen. So let's say Python space, of course I have to do this, print of folders, Python test.py. Now if I execute this, now it is asking me to please provide list of folders with spaces in between. So I'll say /opt/tmp and see what is the output. Output is a list. We have provided input. I mean, we are asking user to provide input with spaces in between, the folders names with spaces in between, and we are converting that input as a list. So we are just making it more comfortable and convenient for the users, nothing more than that, right? So we are completed with the step one. We got the input. Now what we have to do, step two, is we have to write a for loop because you cannot execute on all the folders at once. You have to execute on each and every folder. So for that, what I will do, I'll say, I'll remove this print statement and I'll just say here for folder in folders. We learned in yesterday's class how this for loop has to be written. So you start with for as a keyword, you declare a variable, you write the in keyword, and finally you write the sequence. So I've explained this very clearly in the last class. Now I'll just say print of folder so that we understand if the for loop that we have written is proper or not. Because here I want to replace this print statement and I'll replace this with block of code that will print files in each and every folder. But for now, let's see if this works or not. Print, sorry, Python test.py, provide to, let's say, /opt/tmp. Perfect. Now it is printing in the order. Now I'll replace this particular statement and write the actual logic. That is our step number 3 to identify the module. Now the module that we want in today's class is nothing but the OS module. Okay. What is the module that we need in today's class? We will need the OS module because OS is a module that talks to the operating system. And within the OS module, there is a function called os.listdir. Okay. So this is the function that we are going to use. Now you might ask me, Abhishek, how do you know about this function? So this comes with understanding, this comes with practicing a lot of Python programs. So I know that inside the OS module, there is a function called list directory. And when you do this, it will print all the files in that particular directory. It's similar to in shell, you have something like ls, right? Similarly, in Python, you have list directory function. So let's see if we can use that. So here I'll say import OS first. I have explained this in the module class. What is import keyword? Now I'll say os dot list directory of folder. Perfect. So what did I do here? For folder in folders. That is on each and every folder. I'm just trying to say os dot list directory of folder. Now we will see if this works or not. Okay. So I need to have a print statement, right? So instead of directly doing this, I'll say files is equals to, okay. And here I'll say print of file. So Python test.py. Perfect. And now let us give only one thing as an input and see first. I'll just say slash opt, and this is the output that I got. Output I got is list of files. Again, I got a list as an output, and let's verify if this output is correct or not. Because we are on a terminal, we can simply run ls/opt and verify if this is correct or not. See, Conda is here, containerd is here, .NET, OY, whatever it is. Then there is Python, and then there is TMP. Perfect. That means we got the perfect output when we give one input. Now let us give two inputs. Okay. I'll give slash opt space slash tmp. Again, we got the perfect output. So this is the output for slash tmp, and this is the output for slash opt. Of course, this is not looking very clear when we give two inputs. So what I'll do is I'll write a print statement here and say print listing files for the folder using concatenation. I'll say what is the folder name. This is the folder name, right? Now let us see if this output is little bit clear for us. Okay. And to make it much clearer, I'll write this slash opt space slash tmp. Perfect. Now you can see it says listing files for the folder slash opt, listing files for the folder slash tmp, and it has given us the list of files names in it. But what is the output that we require? The output that we require is not a list. We don't want a list as an output, but we want to print all the files in the order, right? So to do that, again, we will write a for loop. So what we will do is remove this print statement, and here we will say for file in files. Okay. So I'm taking this list, and within the list, I'm trying to print each and every element. So here I'll simply say print of file. Now let's see if this works or not. So again, we have to repeat this action to verify our program slash opt slash. Let's give one as an input. See, now we got this one which is saying the print statement listing files for the folder opt, and all of them are printed in the proper order. So this is the desired output that user wants. Now you can give 2 inputs, 3 inputs, 10 inputs, doesn't matter. Here I can say slash opt slash tmp, and if you see we get everything in the proper order that you can read. Perfect. Now the expected output for the program is available. But now what I'll do is, let's say as a user, I'll give input as slash xyz and slash opt. So this is a folder that does not exist, and this is a folder that exists. Okay. So understand very carefully. As a user, I gave two inputs. One is a wrong input and one is the right input. Now, if you execute the program, see what will happen. Program failed. And what did it say? It said file not found error. Okay. That means the folder that you have given does not exist. But is this the expected behavior? If you are writing the program, you have to make sure that, okay, if slash xyz does not exist, that's okay. At least try on slash opt, right? Because here user has provided wrong input, but this input is right. Slash opt folder is available on my file system. So this particular thing in Python is called as exceptional handling. So let's clear a bit of the screen so that, we need a bigger whiteboard when we explain the programs. Perfect. So this particular concept is called as exceptional handling. That means when you want to handle a particular program, a particular error or a particular exception in Python, then we will use the concept called exceptional handling, where you know that user might run into this kind of errors and you are okay with that particular error. That means, what does okay means? Okay means that instead of abrupting the program or instead of terminating the program, okay, what you want to do is you want to give user a proper error message. Okay, understand what is exceptional handling? So exceptional handling means instead of terminating the program for a known error or for a known exception, you want to give proper error message and you want your program to proceed, right? So how do you implement exceptional handling in Python? It is very, very simple. Okay, so we will do it in just a couple of minutes. What we have to do is wherever the logic for this kind of exceptions you want to handle, instead of writing that block of code directly, what we will do is we will write it inside a keyword called try. Okay, and just put it here like this. So these are the lines where I want to perform exceptional handling, or you don't need a print statement also. So these are the lines where I want to perform exceptional handling. So if the folder does not exist, what I want to do is I am saying write it inside the try block, and you need to write another keyword called except. Okay, and inside the except, here you have to provide what kind of errors you want to accept. So take this error that is available here called file not found error and simply say in the print statement, okay, in the print statement, we will simply say, please provide a valid folder name, right? What are we saying? We just mentioned, please provide a valid folder name. And now it depends on how do you want to handle the program's execution. So do you want to terminate the program safely, or do you want to proceed with the program? So usually what I want to say is if user is providing wrong input, okay, so I just want to tell user, okay, please come up with the right inputs. All the inputs have to be clear. Okay, if this is my behavior that I want. So what I'll do is I'll simply say, because we are inside a for loop, right? So to terminate the execution of the for loop, what we will do is we will use the break statement. So I'll simply say break. Now let us see what is going to happen. Okay, so let's give Python test.py and let's give input as /xyz. Okay, and let us see. Here we did not get the error. Previously we got error and the Python program errored out. But here what has happened? It simply gave the error message that you have mentioned. Please provide a valid folder name. That means you are not erroring out the program or you are not terminating the program, but you are smoothly handling it. Why you have to smoothly handle it? Because now again, if we go back to our use case, where if I say /xyz space /opt, okay, so here user has provided right input and here user has provided the wrong input. So I am handling it safely, saying that, okay, your program is not completely an error, but one of the output that you have provided, one of the input that you have provided is wrong. Other input might be right. So here you can say, please provide a valid folder name. Looks like this folder does not exist, and here you can give the folder name plus folder, so that user will clearly understand, acha, okay, one thing that I have provided is wrong, that's why the program failed. So now if I execute and say /opt /xyz/opt, perfect. So user got clear error message saying that your program did not work, or the one that you have executed did not work because you did not provide proper input. Now, exceptional handlings you can perform on one known error or any number of known errors. So there is another known error, that is, let's say on this particular file system, user who is executing. Let's say user does not have access to particular folders. So what you can say again, except permission error. If user gets any kind of permission error, then you can say, because on this machine I have all the permissions, so I don't see any error. But let's say you logged in as a pseudo user, or you logged in as a user who does not have permission to /etc or something, then you might face something like permission errors. So you can handle print of no access to this folder, and you can provide the folder name, so that you can make your program much better using this kind of things. Okay, so this is how you write the programs in much better way, where not just write the code that is required, but you have to make sure user understands your program, and your program has to be user friendly in terms of the output. Your program should not break for known issues, or your program should not fail for issues that you don't want it to fail. So you can use try and except, which is called as exceptional handling. So exceptional handlings can be as simple as, I'll give you one more example because we are already here. Let's say you are asking user to, you are writing a calculator function, and let's say user is trying to perform division. Okay. And you asked user to provide two numbers. User has provided two numbers, but let's say user has provided 5 and 0. Okay. So, I mean, if you are a math student, or if you know maths, then you cannot divide any element by 0. So here you asked user to provide two inputs, but probably user does not know that 0 should not be provided as an input, and he has provided 0 as an input. So this should not be error on the program, but this should be an exception. So what you can do again, if you are using Visual Studio Code, or if you're using any IDE, you can simply see this thing, where if you write except followed by 0 division error. See, as soon as you write Z, you will see this exceptions. So why are you seeing these things? Like, as soon as I write Z, why am I seeing this 0 division error? Because in Python, or in any programming language, there are some known exceptions. Exceptional handling is available in most of the programming languages. So that's the reason why whenever you are writing the except block, so Python says, okay, I know this 50 known exceptions. If you want one out of these things, then I will help you. So that's why as soon as I wrote Z, Python understood that, okay, probably I'm trying to handle the 0 division exception. So what you can do, if you are writing this division program, Python program, then if user provides 0 as an input, then you can say if number 2 is equals to 0, then say, instead of erroring out, or instead of breaking the program, inside the except block, you will say, okay, please do not provide 0 as an input, because 0 is not a valid number for division, and you can safely come out of the program. Perfect. So you can also try to write that particular thing. I can provide you a pseudo code. We can write it here. What we will do is, we will say number 1 is equals to sys.argv. We will read command line argument, let's say, and again you will take number 2 also. Okay, and here you will say div is equals to num1 by num2. Perfect. Here comes the exceptional handling part. You will just say try of div is equals to num1 by num2, and here inside the except, you will say except 0 division error, and here you will say print of, simply say, please do not provide 0 as input. Okay, you will write that particular logic. So you can try to write this particular thing by your side also, if you want to understand exceptional handling in a much better way. So now most of my program is done at this point of time. Only thing that is left is, instead of writing programs like this, I have explained you during the functions class, you can write the program in a modular way, or you can write the program using functions. so that your program looks much better. So that's what I did here. So for that exceptional handling part, I have created a different function, and rest of the things I have provided inside the main function. Okay. So I wrote two functions, and I'm invoking the main here. Don't worry about what exactly this is. I'll come back to this when we are learning about classes and constructs. But what am I doing? I wrote two functions. So this is a different block of code and rest is a different block of code. Okay. We wrote the same thing, but here the program is looking much better because I have written this program in functions. That's the only difference. Got it? And what am I doing here? I'm just using the main method. I'm invoking the main method because you have to call one function. And from this function, I'm calling a different function. That's it. There is no other thing that I've done in this program. This is looking much better because we are using functions, right? So this is the program for today. The program is also available here. So you can try to write this program from your side. Thank you so much for watching today's video. I hope you will go back and you will try to implement this program at your end. If you don't understand this part, that's totally fine. You can ignore it for now. But when we move towards the next videos, you will also understand this part. See you all in the next one. Thank you so much. Take care. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 11 of Python for DevOps series. And in this video, we will deep dive into two concepts. One is dictionaries and second one is set. Of course, I'll focus more on the dictionaries part because dictionaries are one of the most commonly used data types in DevOps engineers' life. I'll give you an example. Let's say as a DevOps engineer, you want to write Python scripts to interact with GitHub or JIRA or AWS. Most of the times, these tools return information back to you. Let's say you are interacting with AWS to get list of EC2 instances. So the information that is sent back to you is mostly in the JSON format. And what you do is you convert this JSON into dictionaries in Python and perform operations on the data. Of course, we will learn all of these things through examples. I'll show you Python GitHub integration live in today's video, where I'll fetch some information from GitHub using Python scripts. So that's why we will learn dictionaries in detail. And not just that, towards the end of the video, I'll also explain about set. We will learn through some examples, but more focus will be on the dictionaries part. Now, before I jump into today's video, let me quickly tell you that I have already completed the first 10 episodes of this series, and please try to practice all the concepts that I've explained in the last 10 classes, because only if your foundation is strong, then you will be able to understand the programs and practicals that we learn in future videos. Because from today, all the concepts that we are going to learn are going to be little advanced. So you need to be very strong with the basics that we learned in the first 10 classes. The notes to the first 10 classes is available in the day-wise folders. So you can start this GitHub repository so that you get the updates of what we are doing. Perfect. So now let's quickly move towards the whiteboard and start understanding what exactly dictionaries are, right? So now you might have a fundamental question that, Abhishek, till now we have already learned about different data types, such as we learned about list, we learned about tuples, we learned about strings, right? We learned about integers. Now, why should I learn about another data type, which is dictionary, right? This might be your question, and it is very much valid as well. Because when you are learning a new concept, the first thing that you need to understand about it is the why aspect. Why we need dictionaries in Python. So let me try to explain that. So when we learned about strings, what did I tell you? I told you that when you want to store a name of a student, or let's take student as an example. So when we want to store name of a student in a variable, then what you would do, you will simply say name is equals to Abhishek, right? So here Abhishek is nothing but list of characters, which is called as string in Python. So if you just want to store some names, or you want to store probably name of an EC2 instance, right? So again, what you would do, you will say EC2 instance name is equals to probably instance hyphen 001. So that's the use case of learning about strings. Then when we started learning about list, what did I tell you? So as the name suggests, I told you that, okay, to store one particular uh, name, like let's say name of one particular student or name of one particular EC2 instance, strings will come handy to you. But what if your requirement is to store list of EC2 instances or list of students' names? Then what you would do, you will say student underscore list is equals to, you will open a square bracket, and inside the square bracket you will say probably Abhishek. Then using comma you will say another student name Ram, and using comma you might probably say another student name such as Tom, right? So here what is happening, you are storing list of students where you are using the list data type, or list of EC2 instances where you are using the list data type. So clear about the string data type, clear about the list data type. Now comes dictionary. The purpose of using dictionary data type is, unlike case number 1 and case number 2, what if I want to store the properties of students or EC2 instance? Now, properties here does not mean what you're thinking. Properties means, in this example, what I mean to say by properties is, as a student, you have some characteristics. That means, you have a name, right? You have a unique ID probably, right? You have, let's say, class that you belong to, right? And similarly, you have age. So instead of storing just the name of the student, what if I want to store the entire characteristics of a student? Similarly, if you take EC2 instance as an example, instead of storing the name of the EC2 instances, my requirement is for each and every EC2 instance, I want to store the complete properties of it. That means I want to say, what is the name of the EC2 instance? I want to store what is the ID of the EC2 instance. I want to store what is the probably instance type, right? T2 micro, all of these things. Or, I want to store what is the public IP of this EC2 instance. Now, imagine the data types that we have learned in the past. It can be list, or it can be tuple, it can be string, or it can be int. None of these things will come handy. Why? Because here you are going to store not just one field per one person, but here you are going to store bunch of properties for each and every student or each and every instance. If you let me try to write it again. So here what I'm saying, I want to store the name of the EC2 instance, right? And then I want to store the ID of the EC2 instance. Then I want to store the type of EC2 instance. Let's say only 3 things. Okay. Now you might say, but Abhishek, why can't I store this in a list? Okay. Now let's assume you want to store this in a list, where what you will do, you will open a bracket, you will close a bracket, and within this bracket you will say probably instance underscore 001, comma. You will say ID is something like Abhishek, for example. Okay. And then you will say type is something like t2.micro. Right? You might say that Abhishek, I can store in this particular format also, right? Yeah, you can definitely store. But the problem here is that, because this is list of EC2 instance properties, That's why you are able to say that, okay, this is the name of the instance. This is the probably ID of the instance, and this is type of the instance. But what if you are given something very different that you don't know? So what happens in that case is, looking at this particular thing, I don't know that is this name of the EC2 instance, is it ID of the EC2 instance, or is it type of the EC2 instance, right? Because here you are randomly storing all of these things. Probably if you want to store 100 properties, okay, now how would you understand, right, if this is the EC2 instance name or this is the EC2 instance name? If I take generic example, you will understand in a much better way. Let's say we want to store properties of a particular student, you know, a bunch of students, but let's take one student here. So I will say, if I want to store this thing in a list instead of dictionary, probably I'll say Abhishek, okay, and next ID I'll say something as 123, okay. Then I will say class as something 10, 10th class. Then I'll say age as 11, okay, and then I will give this particular thing to whoever is asking. I'm storing this in a Python list and I'm giving to person who is asking for it. So if there are 10 students, then for each student I'll store in a different list, right? And I'll give this particular thing to the person who is asking the output. Perfect. Now, after 10 days, even if you go back and even if you try to look at this particular thing, you will not understand if this is age or this is age, right? Unless you are storing this in some comments, or unless you are storing this in particular way, you won't understand. So what you actually need here, you need a key value pair to store properties. Okay. Now let me try to put this thing in dictionary, and then let me try to show you how clear this is. So to declare a dictionary in Python, we will use curly brackets, and between the curly brackets, we will start writing. So here, opening curly bracket, closing the curly bracket. And what I will do here is I will simply say name colon Abhi. Then I'll simply say age 10. Okay. Then I'll say class 11. Okay. Now, after 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, whenever you look at this Python program, you can easily understand that, oh, okay, this is the name of the person. This is the age of the person. This is class of the person. If you put this in a dictionary, what will happen? I can simply say here, Abhi, then I'll say 10, then I'll say 11. Okay, for 100 students, I have to declare 100 lists, right? That is not a problem. I can create 100 lists, doesn't matter. But, because this is not a key value pair, okay? This is a key and this is a value, right? For every value that you are declaring in dictionaries, you are creating a key. That is the reason why when you want to store bunch of properties, in this case, there are only 3 properties. What if you have 100 properties? Okay. If it is a dictionary, looking at the key, you can understand, oh, okay, the value that is available here, that is Abhi is name of the particular student, or 10 is the age of the particular student, 11 is the class that he belongs to. So the advantage of using dictionaries to store properties is dictionaries use a concept called as key/value. So dictionaries use something called as key value pairs, and using this key value pairs, you can store huge amount of data without any confusion. Let me show this on the code spaces environment, right? So here I have my code spaces, right, which we have been using right from day one. If you don't have a laptop with good resources, you can use code spaces. So now what I'll do is inside the day 11 folder, let me create something called test.py. Okay. So here I'll simply start declaring as I've explained here. So what I need to do, firstly, I'll just say student properties, okay, is equals to, I'll open close brackets and then I'll just press enter. Within this, I'll write all the characteristics of this student. So I'll say name is Abhi. Then I will say age is 10, right? Then I will say class is 5th. Okay, I don't have to define this here in this way. I can declare this in strings also, doesn't matter, right? Then I'll say class is 11th. Okay, now what I can simply do is if I want to print the name of the student, okay, I'll simply say print student properties of name. Okay, or I can simply say student info. Okay, and I'll take this, I'll replace this student info of name. Of course, you need to put this in this format, right? This is not a variable, so that's why you have to put it in this way. Now let's try to execute this and see what is the output. Python test.py, right? See, output is Abhi. Again, if you would have done this instead of using this dictionary, right? Instead of using the dictionary, what if you have done this? Let me comment out this. Let me simply do this. I can do the other way also, right? But let me do this. Okay, I've commented this out. And now I'll simply use list instead. And I'll say student underscore info. I'm showing you this using list. Here I'll say Abhi. Here I'll say 10. Here I'll say 11, right? Now, if I want to print the age of the student, I need to remember that this is the age. So here I will change this to student info of 2. But this is not very clear, right? Because here you have a key value pair. You can simply say student info of class. Okay. So that's the difference between lists and dictionaries. If you want to declare properties or if you want to declare characteristics, where instead of just 3 here, you might have 100, you might have 1000. So if you have this information in a key and a value, so this is the key, name is the key, and what is the value? Abhi. Age is the key, value is 10. Class is the key, value is 11. So this is how we use dictionaries, and to access elements inside the dictionaries, it is very, very simple. What all you need to do is you can just say print of student info inside the square brackets as you are doing same thing in the list. But here instead of 0, 1, 2, I will simply say name or age or class. Perfect. Now the next question is, but Abhishek, here you are only defining one student's information. What if I want to define some 3 students information, let's say? Okay, so there is no alternative. It is very simple, right? If you go back to the previous example, now if you want to store name of one student, what you will do? You will say simply name is equals to Abhishek. Okay, let's say you want to store, okay, the one particular number. So what you will do? You will say num is equals to 1. So if you want to store one string, then you are using the string data type. If you want to store one integer, you are using the int data type. But whenever you want to store a list of things, okay, what is the data type that you would use? you will use a list data type. So similarly, if you want to store list of dictionaries, okay, so dictionary is not an exception. Even if you want to store list of dictionaries, what you will do, you will use a list data type itself. That means if I want to store, right, if I want to store instead of student info, if I want to store students info, what I'll simply do, that means multiple students info, what I'll simply do is I will create a list, and inside this list, okay, so I've started a list, I've closed a list, and inside this, probably it will be better for you to understand in this way. I'll simply say students underscore info is equals to, I'll start with a list, right? Why I'm starting with a list? Because I want to store list of dictionaries. So I created a list first, and let me open close brackets. Now what I need to do, I need to create dictionaries. So for that, this is dictionary 1, comma, this is dictionary 2, comma, this is dictionary 3. So many people get confused here. That's why I'm trying to stress. This is as simple as same thing, right? If you want to store name list, where I want to store just the list of names. So what I would do, I'll simply say open close bracket, and inside this, I'll simply say Abhi, comma, Ram, comma, XYZ. Okay, let's say. So this and this is exactly same. Here you are storing list of strings, and here you are storing list of dictionaries. The only difference is the representation. Usually because dictionaries are very lengthy in nature, that's why people usually represent it in this particular format for better and easy understanding. Right? So this and this is exactly same. Here it's a list of strings, and here list of dictionaries. So now let's again give an enter for each of these things, and let's try to store. So what I'll do is I'll say name Abhi, or let's do it for EC2 instances, right? So I'll say EC2 underscore instances info. Okay, here I'll say ID of the instance something. Let me call it as instance hyphen 001. Then I'll say type of the instance. Okay, where I'll say, let's say t2 dot micro. Okay, so I'll just copy these things. For each of the thing, I'll use the same properties. So ID is equals to instance 001. Type is this. Here I'll say instance 002. Let me say this as T2 medium, instance 003, and let me say this as T2 X large. Okay. So now the EC2 instance properties are declared in a very structural way. See how simple it is to understand. Okay, looking at it, you can simply say, okay, there is a list here, open closed, and inside that there is dictionary for each and every EC2 instance. Now, if someone asks me, Abhishek, can you give me the type of EC2 instance 002? What I'll simply do is I'll just come here, I'll say print, okay, and inside the print statement, what I'll do is EC2 instances info. They are asking about the second EC2 instance. So this is list element 1, and this is list element 2. So index of 0 and index of 1. This is index of 2. So I'll simply say 1. Okay, so I got this entire information. Now what they are asking is the type of the instance. So I'll simply say of type. You need to practice this so that only you will understand. So EC2 instances info of 1 of type. Now let us see what is the output. What is the problem? Okay. So type should be in this particular thing, right? See, the output says T2 dot medium. Perfect. So what did I do? If you want to break this one more time for easy understanding. So EC2 instances info is the particular object that we have declared here, right? And inside that, this is list. So inside the list, this is element 0, this is element 1, this is element 2. So because they're asking me about this one, I said EC2 instances info of 1, just like what we do on a basic list. And inside that, they are asking me the type. So because we have declared this as a dictionary, there is a proper key value pair. So to access the value, what I'm simply doing, I'm saying of type, right? Because this is the key. So if they're asking me about the instance ID probably, what I'll simply do, I'll change the ID type to ID. And again, if I execute this statement, you will see instance of 002. So when you want to store a complex or a complicated structure where there are multiple properties of that particular thing, what we will do is we will use dictionaries, right? So same thing, if you want to store record of bunch of students that are available in your class, where each and every student has lot of details or employee details, right? So everything we use dictionaries in Python. Now, I hope this fundamental example is clear to you, right? Now, what we will do is we will go slightly deeper and let's try to understand, with a real life practical use case where what I'm going to do is I'm going to access GitHub. Okay. So now, firstly, let me write the task. What is the task that I'm going to implement? So this is a real time task. I'm not creating it. So the task is get pull requests information on a repository, that is a GitHub repository, using Python. So I'll make this task more complicated as we go ahead. But let's say first, this is a basic task that is given to us. Get pull request information on a GitHub repository using Python. So let's take a open source repository itself, right? So we all know Kubernetes is a open source product, right? The entire source code is available on GitHub. So I'll use the Kubernetes project itself. Okay. Or we can use any of our personal projects also, doesn't matter. So let's use the Kubernetes project. Perfect. So now, so this is the task. So first let's write the algorithm or steps on how to implement this particular task. Okay. So the requirement is get pull request on a GitHub repository. And what we need to write, we need to write a Python script. So there are two entities here, right? On your particular machine, you need to write a Python script to interact with which component? GitHub. So I have told multiple times in our previous classes, I've told multiple times in my demos, to interact with a particular tool, there are two primary things. One is you can interact with API, other is you can interact with CLI. Again, CLI sometimes use APIs only internally, but as a DevOps engineer, when you talk to tools, you either talk to APIs or you talk through the CLIs. For example, Kubernetes, we talk through the CLI called kubectl, right? AWS, we talk through the CLI called AWS. Similarly, there is something called API, which I've explained many times in the past. This is another way of talking to the applications. So when you are writing the script by yourself, you use the API model, right? So first thing we have to identify is the module that is available in Python to talk to the GitHub API. So Python has a very generic module, which is very, very popular. That is called as the request module. Okay. So this will be our step number 1. So let me write the steps here. So for the algorithm, the step number 1 for me would be, right? What is the step number 1 for me? Use the request module. So I need to install this module and I have to import this module. Second step, using this request module, I need to make the API call. So to make the API call, okay, you know what is the module, but you also need to know what is the URL to make the API call, right? So in GitHub, there will be multiple microservices. GitHub will have a pull request related context route. It will have issues related context route. So basically, if I don't have to go in detail, I can simply say, I just need to know what is the URL to access the GitHub API for pull requests. So where will I find this one from? I'll go to the GitHub documentation and get this information. I'm going to show you. Don't worry. Yeah. So now what is the step number 3? Once I have this information, right? So as I told you, any tool that you're interacting with mostly gives information in a JSON format. So my step number 3, once I receive the information, I need to convert the JSON to a dictionary. Why? Because Python cannot perform operations directly on dictionaries. It can only perform on the native data types that it has. Dictionary is the closest one. And it is easy also if you are using dictionary. Step number 4, print the required thing. Okay. All the pull request information I'm going to print. So this is the 4 steps for my algorithm. Now let's try to start with identifying this particular thing, because we already know request module. I know how to install, how to import it. I'm going to show you. This is something that I don't know. Let's say, what is the URL for the pull request? So what I'll do is in Google, I'll just search for GitHub API docs. Okay. When you go to the GitHub API docs, click on it. Okay. So here you have the REST API references. You need to search for what you need. I want pull requests. So I'm searching for pulls. And here click on this particular option. If you scroll down, to your right side, you will find the URL. Now you might think, Abhishek, you found it very easy. It's very simple for you. That's because I keep doing it, right? As a DevOps engineer or as a developer, whenever you keep doing one thing repeatedly, it becomes very easy for you. So because I've done such implementations, integrations multiple times in the past, I know this is the URL and it is available here. Tomorrow, let's say I want to do the same integration with some other tool. Let's say instead of GitHub, I want to do something with XYZ Hub, where I don't know what is the URLs that they support. I don't know much about their APIs. So I will take a lot of time. But here I know this is the URL. I showed you how to find it also. So this is the particular URL. So what you need to do is just copy paste this one. Okay. And let's start writing the code for it. So first I'll create this entire thing. Don't worry. I'll submit this entire code to the repository also, so that you people can practice it. You people can revise it after this particular video as well. Firstly, as per the algorithm, what we need to do, pip install requests. Okay. So, okay, I've installed requests. Now, the second thing, or the second part of the first step, is import the request module. Perfect. Now I have imported also. Definitely use the IDE when you are practicing, because IDE gives you more easy auto correction. It will also give you things like, auto suggestions. So that's why use Visual Studio Code or PyCharm, anything. So done. Import request is also available. Now, what is the thing that I have to do is copy paste the URL that I've taken and replace owner with Kubernetes/Kubernetes. Now, why did I do this? So if you go to the Kubernetes documentation, it's the Kubernetes GitHub repo itself, right? So this is the repository for Kubernetes. So see what is the URL, github.com/Kubernetes/Kubernetes. That's why I have taken this. So this is the organization and this is the repo name. If you are taking my personal repo, it will be IamVeeramalla/AWS0 to Hero or Python for DevOps, something like that. So you need to copy paste this last 2 things. So that's what I've taken. Now I've replaced the owner with Kubernetes and also the project with Kubernetes. And before that, api.github.com. This is what you will do. Okay, now I know this is the URL, but how do I access the URL, right? So if I want to do it on my laptop, what I'll simply do, I'll take this URL, open a new tab, and just put this URL here, right? So I got this entire information. Let me increase the font. Right? So this is the response that I got, which where Kubernetes says, okay, these are the list of pull requests that are available, right? And if you click on one of these things, you have information, complete information of the user who has created this pull request. This is the same thing that we have learned a couple of minutes back, right? So here you have list of users information. This is element 0, element 1, element 2, element 3, up to element 28 or 29. And for each and every user, there are properties. So this properties is dictionary. That means what we get as an output back is list of dictionaries. So that's why I've explained you the concept of list of dictionaries beforehand. So now we know that if I have to access it from the browser, I'll just open Chrome or Firefox and put this URL. But what if I want to do it using a Python program? So for that, it's very simple. You have syntax called requests dot get. This syntax is common whether you do it one time, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. It's just simple like open your browser and put this URL. In Python language, that is request.get. Got it? So in the web language, open the browser and put the URL in the browser is equivalent to request.get in Python. So you don't have to, think that this is something complex. This is something that you would do on a day-to-day basis. That is request.get only. So I'll take this entire response, right, into a variable called response. So what I'm doing, the output of this entire thing, whatever you are seeing here on my screen, right, this is what I'll get back on the Python program. So what I'm taking this entire thing and I'm copying this entire thing onto an object called response. Now you can verify. Now if you just say print of response, okay, if I just say python test.py, what has happened? What went wrong? Sorry. So let's try now. Perfect. So see, I got the response object now. Okay, so I got this entire thing, but I'm not printing it. You might be thinking, Abhishek, why did I get output in this particular format? Reason is that, if you try to say type of response, okay, so what you got as a response is basically a class or an object. You basically got an object here. Now, if you want to print the one that you are seeing on the screen here, what you need to do is you need to just say response.json. Okay, I'll explain you this, why I'm doing this. Type, just remove this. Okay, now if you do response.json, if I just increase the font here, okay, see, you got here whatever you are seeing in the screen. This is a very large output. Okay, so the entire thing that you are seeing on the screen is here on the terminal when you use print a response of JSON. Now you might be wondering, why did I actually do this? Because the one that you got here is an object which has different, you can call different functions probably. Where if I just say response of status code, okay, so you will see the output of it is basically 200. That means this is the HTTP status code. So response is an object that this module is returning, which has multiple, you can call it as multiple functions where you get different types of outputs. If you are doing response.status code, you can get if the API call is successful or not. If it is failure, you might see 404 or 500, 403 if there is authentication issues. And instead, if you want to get the entire thing that you are seeing on the screen, what you need to do, you need to just say response of JSON. Okay. and then we will get everything that you see on the terminal. So that's the algorithm that we have written here. We use the request module. We learned how to make the API call. You might be thinking, Abhishek, where did I convert the JSON to dictionary? Okay, so when you are using this particular function called response.json, this automatically converts internally from JSON to dictionary. Where is this? Yeah, it automatically converts JSON to dictionary. You know, when you are getting the JSON object directly, you have to do this conversion. But if you are using the response.json, this is automatically taken care. But understand this is happening under the hood. Finally, I've used the print statement. But what is the use of it, right? So you wrote the program, but this is not at all readable, right? Can I read this program? Can I read the output? No, because the output is very big. Now, what I want to do is I want to only print the names of the people. Okay, whoever has created the pull request, I just want to print the names. Okay, instead of printing this entire object. So for that, if you go back 15 minutes before, what I have explained is list of students' names. Understand this is the same list of usernames. So what I need to do on each and everything, let's say I want to get only the first person's username. Okay, so what you would do? First, you will say, if you go back to the example that we have learned, I think you should be able to write it, where I'll say print, let's say output is equals to response.json. Okay, or let's say complete detail. Okay, this complete detail is equals to response.json. Now what I'm going to do is I'll simply say print of complete detail of 0. Why? Because I only want for the first person. Okay, of 0. And let's say if I only want ID of that particular person, what I can simply say of ID. Now let me try to do this and see if I'll get the output or not. I need to put this in the double quotes. Fingers crossed. I'm expecting this to work. Sorry. Python test.py. Will I get perfect? See if this is the right one. 1607 something. Exactly the one that we want. Now user also should be somewhere here. See, this is the user. Now if I want to print user, what I can simply say of 0, of user, of login. Let me try to do that. Okay, so traversing is very simple. Of 0, of user, of login. Now I should get what I should get here is the name of the person, neolit123. I hope that is correct. Perfect. So this is how we traverse the objects inside the complicated structure that is given back to us. Now, instead of getting only one single person, from your previous experience of how we learned the for loops, it should be very easy. Instead of getting only one particular person's, how can I get each and every user's detail? On this entire data, I'll simply write a for loop. And using for loop, what I'll do is I'm going to replace this 0 with for user data, let's say, okay, or let's say for element in complete detail. Okay, so what I'm doing on this particular list called complete detail. Okay, so what I'm going to do is range of people who have learned or people who have followed our previous classes. It should be very simple for them. Range of length of complete data, complete detail, right? So this entire thing is a list. On the list, I'm writing a for loop where I'm saying for element or for I in range of length of complete detail, and I'll take a tab, and here in the place I'll just write I. Now what I'm expecting is it has to give me the username of each and every component. Let me see if that happens. So I'll simply say Python of test.py, and the output has to be, if I scroll up, first username is Neo, second username is Links, third username is Revant. Let's see if that is perfect. Okay. So first one is Neo. Perfect. Let me close this. Second one is, where is the user? Links. Let me close this. And third one should be Revant. So if we go here, Revant. Perfect. So this is how you use Python to interact with external components. It can be GitHub, JIRA, or any other thing, right? And using this, you can write as complicated programs as possible. Only your fundamentals has to be clear. Now, if I have given you this task on day one, you would have felt it complicated. Probably some of you might be feeling complicated even now, but if you watch this video one more time, and if you try to practice it, you will find it much, much, much simple. Now I can also make it little more advanced. Don't worry. I'll not, I'm not going to complicate it in this particular video only, but I'm going to share that code with you where it's very simple. What I'm going to do is, let's complicate it a little more and say that, I don't want to print usernames only, right? This was step one that we have done. I did step two. Now step three is that is little more advanced, is that along with the username. Okay. So what was the output that we got? We got the list of usernames. Along with that, I want to print how many pull requests did they create. Okay. So probably, you are seeing Raven here. Raven might have created one pull request, two pull requests, three pull requests. So what I want to do is, instead of just printing username and the number, I want to complicate it saying user slash the number of pull requests that they have created. It's very, very simple. It's from the concepts that I've explained only. But for now, I don't want to complicate this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share you the code along with this one. It will be just 3 to 4 steps more, and I will put it here so that you can practice. But first thing is, you want to practice this particular thing without looking at it. Okay. So perfect. So this is about the dictionaries part. In dictionaries, there are few more functions, like I have explained how to access. There is also a function on how to delete a particular key, where, if you go to the dictionaries documentation, there is an option to remove a particular element using the del keyword. To access, we have already learned how to access. To delete, we will say del. That's it. Now let's move to the set concept. Okay. So I think some of you might have felt overwhelming with the dictionaries itself. If you are feeling that way, you can pause the video for today here, and tomorrow you can learn about the set concept, but it will be only for 5 to 10 minutes. So now, what is this new data type called set? So set is similar to list and tuple, no? But the only difference is it has a little different characteristic, where set have unique elements. Okay. That means when you are declaring a list, I'll say here Abhi, Ram, Jim, and what if there is another student called Abhi? Again, I'll store Abhi, right? If I'm storing username. With set, it is not possible. In set, if you declare this, that will not get added, because one element, each and every element in the set has to be unique. Okay. So you might be wondering, what is the reason for having this kind of things? Okay. Probably, as a DevOps engineer, you might not find a lot of use cases here, but one use case that I can explain is S3 bucket name. So S3 bucket names have to be unique, right? Where if there is a S3 bucket that is created, you cannot create one more S3 bucket. Okay. So when you want to store the names of the S3 bucket, instead of using list, probably you can use a set data type. where, when you are storing list of S3 buckets, even if unexpectedly you are adding a duplicate value, set does not accept. And that is required for S3 buckets as well, right? Because S3 bucket names have to be unique across the world. So in such cases, you can use this data type called as set. So set documentation is available. You can refer to it. Only difference between list and tuple when you are list, tuple and set, when you are declaring is that when you are declaring list, you will use square brackets. When you are declaring tuple, you will use this brackets. When you are declaring set, you will use this bracket. That's only using the brackets. Python will understand what is what. Okay. So if you are using this brackets and declare this information, Python will understand, acha, okay, this person is using a list. If you are using this brackets, Python will understand that, okay, you have created a tuple. If you are using this bracket, Python will understand, okay, you are using set. So that's the only thing. This is the use case of set. So set, mostly we don't use much as DevOps engineers, but sets are mostly used for mathematical kind of operations, where of course, this entire thing I've explained in the documentation also. When you want to compare two sets, right? What you will try to do is, when you want to compare two list of elements data, in such cases, sets are again very useful. So set performs on the mathematical operations. If any of you are mathematical students, you might have seen this representation, right? During your childhood, where what you will do when you want to compare two set of elements. If this is set A and if this is set B, there will be three operations, right? One is the intersection operation, two is the union operation, and three is difference operation. So even with sets, we have these operations. So whenever you get a set, imagine this particular pattern. And if you get set A, where you have probably Abhi, Ram, and Tim. And in set 2 also, if you have something called Veeramalla, you have something called XYZ, ABC. So if someone is asking you to add both the sets, you can imagine this diagram and you can simply say, okay, add is nothing but union. So in union, you get all the objects. Okay. So I've explained this with examples here. Okay. So if someone is asking you about adding two sets, so basically you can think of this particular diagram and you can say, okay, this is added with this entire thing. If someone is asking you about the intersection, there is nothing here. That is, there are no elements in common. So the output would be 0. That means nothing in common. You will get an empty bracket. If someone is asking about difference, like, in this particular case, everything is different only, right? So if there is any unique element, you can subtract both of them and print the difference that is left. So I have explained this really quick, I know, and I have done it deliberately because this concept you don't use a lot as DevOps engineer. Just I wanted to cover this particular data type also. In case in future, when I am explaining a project, if this is required, I'll stress a lot. But for now, just read through the documentation. That is more than enough for the sets thing. And there is one practical example here, apart from what we have learned today. If you want, you can also go through it. There is practical scenario, example is provided for you, and the code is also present here. And to this particular folder, I will write the program. I'll just add the program that I've explained in today's class. That is how to interact with GitHub using Python, right? So take this as an assignment that you have to do this program by yourself. This is a very interesting lecture, and going ahead, we will use dictionaries a lot. Thank you so much for watching today's video. See you all in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 12 of Python for DevOps series. And in this video, we will deep dive into the concept called file operations. So file operations is a very, very important concept in Python because as a DevOps engineer, you might use file operations very frequently. I'll give you some examples. so that you understand why file operations are used. Probably you are assigned with a task to update server configuration file when an alert is sent to you or when a metrics is met. So in such cases, you will use the Python file operations. Or there is an application properties file and you are asked to update a field in the application properties automatically. Even in such cases, Python file operations is required. So I'm going to explain both the theory part, and we will also write a Python script to update server configuration. And I will show you how to automate this when a particular threshold is met. So please watch this video till the end. Now, before I jump into the video, let me quickly recap and tell you that we have already completed 11 episodes of this series. We started right from the fundamentals of Python. So even if you are a beginner or you don't have any prior knowledge of Python, there is no problem. So if you start with day one of this series, you will learn the basics of Python, and day by day, we started picking up some advanced concepts. So we learned about data types, keywords, functions, environment variables, command line arguments, operators in Python. We learned about conditional handling. Then we started learning about some advanced data types such as list operations, dictionaries, sets, and today we are going to learn about file operations. So every video or every concept that we are learning in this particular series has notes available in the day wise folders. So let's say if you go to day one, then you will see all the concepts that I have explained in the day one video, which will help you to recap as well as practice after the video, right? So without any further delay, let's get started with today's topic. So I'll move to the whiteboard, right? So first, let's understand what is file operations, right? So basically, when you want to update a file or you want to read a file, okay? So if you want to read a file or if you want to update a file or probably you want to delete a file, in such cases, you need file operations concept in Python. Now you might be wondering, but Abhishek, all these things I can do using shell script also, right? So let's say there is a file, okay, called employees, okay, which has list of all the employee details, right? Now I can simply write a shell script, and using this shell script, if you want to update a particular line, I can do that. If you want to delete a particular line, I can do that. Or if you want me to print a particular line, even I can do that, right? So why do I need to learn file operations concept in Python? Because I'm new to Python, I'm scared about learning a new concept. So why should I learn? Of course, this is a very good question. The answer to this is, see, you are a DevOps engineer and you deal with different kinds of systems. Of course, most of the times we deal with Linux virtual machines, but if you are using Azure DevOps or probably you are in an ecosystem where Windows servers are also available, then the shell script that you have written does not work. So what you will need to do is you need to do both shell scripting as well as PowerShell scripting, right? So for Linux machines, you will write the shell script. For Windows machines, you will write the PowerShell script. And what is the result of it? See, you are not just writing two scripts, but you also have to continuously maintain these two things. So to avoid all such things, as a DevOps engineer, or the regular practice for automation is to use Python in such cases. So because our applications can be deployed in Linux machines or Windows machines, right? And I will take one such scenario and I will explain today's practical example, right? But before going there, what are the file operations that are available in Python, which we use the most? So there are two file operations that we use the most. One is read operation. Second is the write operation. So unlike what we do on our Windows machines, right? So usually if you have a Windows laptop, if someone is asking you to read what is in the line number 5 of a file called ABC. So what you will do, simply you will go to your mouse, you will click on couple of buttons, you will open the file, right? Or you will read the file, and then you will tell them what is in the line number 5. Similarly, if someone is asking you on a Windows machine to write a new line or to update a line in the particular file, so they are asking you to update line number 5. So what you will again do, so you will open the file, this time to write something, right? And after that, what you will do is, if you want to update or if you want to add a new line, you will do that, right? So this is what you do in Windows, which is pretty straightforward. But when you are writing a script, so when you are writing a Python script, of course, the process, this is the read process, right? And this is the write process. Of course, this is kind of similar, but here what you need to do is you will use some inbuilt functions, right? So when you are writing scripts, you cannot click on couple of buttons, right? You don't do that. So what you need to do, either you need to write your own functions to read, open a file, or to open a file and write. So because these are very generic operations, right? So opening a file or updating a file, it is not just used by you, it is used by others as well. So Python came up with inbuilt functions, so you don't have to even install packages. So there is an inbuilt function in Python called as open. Okay, so what you need to do to this particular function, okay, so to open a file in Python, what you will do is, this is the syntax. So you will start with as a statement, okay, then you will say open, and this open function takes two inputs. One is the path of the file, name of the file, and second one is, as we are talking here, you will open the file, but your intention is either to read or write. So similarly, to this particular function also, you have to say whether you want to read the file or write the file. So if you want to read the file, give R as an input. If you want to write the file, give W as an input. So what is the syntax to read or write a file in Python? So to read a file in Python, we will use this particular syntax with, probably, let's say, /opt/Abhishek. Oh, sorry, not this, right? So I need to say with open, inside the brackets, I'll say /opt/Abhishek, the path of the file. And then if my intention is to read, inside the double quotes, I'll say R colon, and I need to give some spaces, right? Just like we learned about in the definition or in the functions or in the for loop. So you are writing this statement, and then whatever you want to perform in this particular file, you will give some spaces and you will start writing. You will start writing here. Similarly, to write a file, I'll say with open /opt/Abhishek, and this time in the brackets I'll say W. Okay, so now we learned about basic file operations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain you a task that DevOps engineers does, and I'm also going to show how to write script for this particular task. So first, let me explain what is the task. So the task that is given to us is update server.conf file. Okay, so this server.conf can be Nginx, Apache, or any particular server's configuration file. So you need to update a server.configuration file when maximum connections. Okay. So when maximum connections on the server, let's say is reaching 200, then you need to write a Python script to update the server.configuration file and update this key called maximum connections from 200 to 500. So I have example here. So let's say this is my server.config file. Okay. So in this server.config file, I have different properties of the server, right? So this is the port, this is the maximum connections, this is timeout, this is SSL, this is all the different properties I have for the server configuration. Usually if you are aware of any server configuration, right? So these are the kind of properties that you have in server config file. Now the task that is given to us is, let's say if this value is 200, okay, the task for me is I need to update automatically, right? So I need to write a Python file which has a function called update server config. Okay. So update server config, there should be a function like this. And when someone calls this particular function, okay, when someone calls the update config function that you have written, so this maximum connections field in the server.config file is automatically changed from 200 to 500. Okay. So let's say this is the task that is given to us. Now let's see how to write this particular thing. It's going to be very, very simple, right? Only thing is you need to practice this multiple times so that you will master it. Because I have been writing such kind of things a lot of times, you might feel that I am writing them very easily, but if you repeat or if you practice it, then you will also find it easy. Of course, I have the entire program already submitted to the GitHub repository. So after the class, you can revise. Now let me write this without taking a look at this file so that I can write this along with you. So let's first write the algorithm, right? So that you people will be comfortable. So the algorithm is going to be step 1. Step 1 is read the file, right? And what I need to do when I'm reading the file, I have to store all of the lines in the file in a particular variable, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable, or this can be a list or whatever you would like to call it. So I'm going to create a list where once I read the file, that means once I open the file, I will read it and I'll store all of these things into a variable or a list. Then I will again open the file, but this time in the write mode. So here I am opening the file in the read mode, reading everything that is in the file. Next time I am opening the file in the write mode. And what I am going to do is this time when I open the file in the write mode, I am only updating maximum connections line, right? So only update this line which has field called maximum connections. So I'll open the file in the write mode, but I'll not touch any of these lines. My thing is only to update this particular line. So when there is a condition that you have to update only one particular line, what we are going to do is we are going to use the if condition. So if you have watched or followed all the previous videos, you will understand, right, what is conditional handling, why I'm using if condition here, and all the syntax that I'm going to write here is going to be pretty straightforward. Let's start writing. So what I am going to do is firstly create a dummy file here called test.py. Okay. So now inside this file, first I'll start with, as I told you, this is an inbuilt function. What is an inbuilt function? Open is an inbuilt function where you can directly use. So I'm not using any pip installation or I'm not installing any packages. So firstly, I need to write a function called update underscore server underscore config. And this particular function will receive 3 inputs. Input number 1 is going to be file path. input number 2 is going to be the property that I have to update, right? I told you that I'm going to update maximum connections, but tomorrow they might ask me to update port number or timeout. So I want to write a generic function. So what is the key to update? And finally, with what value should I update? In the example, I told that I will be updating this particular thing from 200 to 500, but in future that can be 1000, 2000. So better let's use a variable for it. Perfect. So now what this function has to do, first of all, with open, I need to open file called whatever the path that is provided to me. Perfect. And in what mode I have to open? I have to open this in the read mode. Once opened, what I have to do? I have to read everything that is available into a variable, right? Everything that is available in this particular file, I have to read to a variable. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just say lines in the file is equals to. So let's use an alias here with open file path in the read mode as, let me call it as file. So here I'll say file dot read lines. So you might be thinking, Abhishek, what exactly this is? So this is again an inbuilt function. Read lines is an inbuilt function that is available. And what does this do? I mean, inbuilt function on the files object. So what does it do is when you use this particular function, so it will copy everything into this particular variable that you have declared. So technically, now I read everything that is available in the server.config file. Where is this? Yeah, this particular file. I've read everything. Now, as per the algorithm, what is the next thing that I have to do? I have to again open this file with open file underscore path, right? But this time in the write mode. This is an alias I'm creating, right? As file is an alias. And now what I'm going to do is I will read each and every line from this list of lines, right? So I have copied this entire thing into this variable called lines. Now I have to go through each and every line that is available here. So for that, what I'm going to do to read each and everything, we will use concept called loops. So for line in lines, now, okay, I'm in this particular line. Should I update it? No. I'm in this particular line. Should I update it? No. Should I update this? Yes. So how do I understand that? For that, I have to use a condition. So what I'm going to do is I will say here, if key in line. Okay. So what is the key here? Maximum connections, right? So if max connections is in line, then I will say file dot write. Okay. So I am going to update this particular line. So to update, you need to say file dot write. What needs to be written in this particular line? So what needs to be written? So here I'll just say key plus is equals to plus value, right? And I will add a new line character at the end, because each and every line here, if you see, if you go to the server.config file, after each line, the next line is not written here, but it is written here. That means every line has to be written in a new line. So that's why I'm saying key is equals to value plus n. So what is the key here? Key is maximum connections. What is the value here? Value is 600 or 1000, which I'm going to pass. That's it. The logic is very simple. And in the else condition, what I'm going to do? So in the else condition, I'm just going to say file dot write the same line. Okay. Whatever we are reading here, if the condition is met, that is, if the line has something called as max connections, only then I'm updating it. If not, the line is going to be the same. Now I need to call this function. So to call this function, what I'm going to do is I'll just say update server config, and inside the brackets, I'll provide the path to the file server.conf, which we have already stored in the GitHub repository. Then what is the key? Key is max connections. And what is the value? Value, let's say, is 1000. Okay. Now let's try to execute this file and see if it works. Python test.py. Let's move to the folder day 12, and let me execute this and see. Now program is executed. Let's go to the server.conf. Perfect. Max connections is updated. So this is how you perform file operations. So don't worry, this is a very, very simple program, right? I went little quick because I know that you all are practiced for loops. You all have practiced if else conditions. So that's why I did not stress more on what I'm doing here, because we have practiced them a lot in the previous videos. So if you're finding this parts difficult, then please go through the previous episodes of this series so that you will understand them in an easy way. Perfect. If you want to read the file, the script that I've written with comments, I have already updated that into the GitHub repository under day 12 folder. Thank you so much for watching today's video. See you all in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 13 of Python for DevOps series. And in this video, we will deep dive into the concept called Boto3. Some of you might have already heard about this term called Boto3, but if you haven't, don't worry. Boto3 is a Python package that is used to interact with AWS. Let's say your task is to create an EC2 instance or S3 bucket on AWS programmatically using Python. Then the module that you will use to interact with AWS APIs is Boto3. I'll make it even more simple. When we start learning Boto3 using examples, you will understand the what aspect of it, why aspect of it. And finally, we will do a real-time project that is cost optimization, where we will use Boto3 as well as Lambda functions in AWS, which is going to be towards the end of the video. But before we do all of these things, let's quickly recap what we have learned in the first 12 episodes of this series. So right from episode 1 to episode 10, we have covered all the fundamentals that are required by a DevOps engineer to learn Python. This includes very basics such as difference between shell script and Python, learning about variables in Python, how to use variables, how to write variables, good practices. Then we learned about operators, we learned about data types, we learned about functions, modules, packages, we learned about lists, we learned about tuples, all the things that are required. And we also learned about the for loops. So each and everything that you want to use in Python to implement projects is learned from day 1 to day 10. And from day 11, we started doing projects on Python. The day 11 project is about using Python to interact with the GitHub APIs and get your work done. For example, how to get the list of pull requests by a particular user. Day 12 is about using Python to perform file operations. Day 13, that is today, is to use Python to create resources on AWS. Tomorrow we will learn about JIRA integration and so on. So you can find about the complete course syllabus in the README file of this GitHub repository. And if you want to refer notes of any particular day, you can click on that day-wise folder. And if you want to learn day 4, probably. So what you can do is, if you go to the day 4 folder, you have the complete notes of what are the things that we discussed, and it will help you for the revision purpose. Now let's move ahead. Let's go to the whiteboard and start learning the topic for today, that is Boto3. Again, I want to tell you, this is a very, very simple concept. I think the most easiest thing that you can use as a DevOps engineer in Python is this Boto3 module and create resources on AWS. Of course, there is a prerequisite which I'll cover. But if I have to explain Boto3 in a nutshell, if you ask me, Abhishek, explain Boto3 in one line, what I'll do is I'll simply tell you, if you are asked to write a Python script, right? And using this Python script, if you have to create resources on AWS, probably you want to create S3 bucket. There is an API for S3 bucket, right? So using Python, if you want to talk to this API and create resources in AWS and get the result back, display it to the user, the module that you will use to do all of these things in Python is Boto3. Of course, you might say, Abhishek, I can use the request module, which we did in day 11. We interacted with GitHub using request module. So the problem is that when you are talking about AWS, there is not one single API. You have hundreds of APIs, and there is authentication, right? And there is a lot of abstracting that is taken care by the Boto3 module. So if using request module, if you can do it in 100 lines, using Boto3, you can do it in probably some 20-30 lines. So that is what Boto3 does for you, and it will abstract a lot of details from you so that you don't need to learn serious Python programming. Now, saying all of these things, right? Now you might say that, Abhishek, no, yeah, I think I understood about Boto3, but one prerequisite that you have is that if you want to master Boto3, the first thing that you need to learn is how to use AWS from the UI. Let's say using Boto3, if you want to create S3 bucket or EC2 instance in AWS, I will tell you first you need to learn how to create EC2 instance through the UI. If you know how to create it through the UI, then you will learn some things like, okay, what are the mandatory fields, right? Or what are all the fields that are available in EC2 instance? For example, if you don't know how to create EC2 instance through the UI, then you would not know there is something called as AMI. You would not know there is something called as instance type. You will not know that there is something called as key pair, right? So Boto3 is basically an automation. And who can be a better person in doing automation? The person who knows the manual steps, right? So if you ask me to automate something, if I don't know how to do that particular project manually, then I can never be successful in automation. This is where people find Boto3 difficult. Similarly, this is where people find Terraform also difficult, right? In our Terraform playlist, that's what I explained. You find Terraform difficult, that means you don't have proper knowledge on AWS. You cannot create that same thing in the AWS UI also. That's the reason why you find Terraform difficult. Same with Boto3. Now comes the next part. Abhishek, there is AWS CLI. There is Terraform. There is cloud formation templates. Now we are learning something called Boto3, and all of these things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. What all of these things do is almost the same. All of them are used to create and manage resources on AWS. Then why should I learn Boto3? This is a good question. Now, what I'll do is I'll try to split this into two categories. Okay, category is AWS CLI and Boto3. Second category is cloud formation templates as well as Terraform. So these things will fall under templating languages, right? Because here you don't need to learn any programming or something, but you have some template files such as the HCL templates or cloud formation templates. If you know how to write these templates, then you have created the infrastructure. Whereas here, these are scripting languages. So if you want to create more than one resource, or if you want to run more than one command in AWS CLI, you would use bash scripting. And if you want to do same thing using Boto3, then you will use Python scripting. So the fundamental difference between both of them is this thing is used when you want to use scripting, and this thing is used when you want to use templating. Now you might ask me second question. That is, Abhishek, when I can do things using templating, why should I even use the scripting part? Good question. Again, the answer to this is, let's say you want to create just EC2 instance, or you want to list out all the S3 buckets. This is a very simple thing. And probably if you're using AWS CLI, you will just say AWS S3 LS, which will not take even a half of a minute for you. Same thing if you want to implement in Terraform, you have to firstly install Terraform, you have to set up all the files for Terraform, you have to write the templating language. So this is not good for, quick actions, right? Or immediately if you want to get some information, then scripting or programming is easy for you. Now, okay, Abhishek, I agree with you. You said this is better for scripting. Again, you have two things here, right? One is you have AWS CLI, and then you have Boto 3. I agree to your point. For quick actions, I'll use AWS CLI. Then why should I use Boto 3? So the answer to this is you can do the same thing using Boto 3 as you did here using the AWS CLI. But the fundamental advantage of Boto 3 is that this is used in the serverless programming as well. That means in AWS, you know that there is something called as Lambda functions, right? Where using Lambda functions, DevOps engineers perform some projects such as cloud cost optimization, right? Or DevOps engineers monitor resources on AWS, or you can send out some notifications upon triggering of some alerts. To do any of these things, you will use Lambda functions, which is serverless programming. And for that, there is no option to use shell scripting. You can only use Python, Node.js, Golang, such programs. And in Python, because DevOps engineers mostly use Python, the choice that you have is Boto 3. Now, I hope you understood the significance of Boto 3. Now, if next time someone asks you, what is the difference between CFT, Terraform, AWS CLI, and Boto 3, you should be able to answer. If not, just try to go back 2 minutes and try to understand what I have explained, right? So this is about the use case of Boto 3. Now we discussed a lot about Boto 3. Let's try to see it in action, right? So first thing that I'll do is, I am using my GitHub code spaces. You can use Visual Studio Code, IntelliJ, doesn't matter. You can use anything. If you are using code spaces, what you need to do is firstly, you need to install AWS CLI in this code spaces. Why you need to use AWS CLI? Because one easy way to authenticate with AWS is, of course, you can store the credentials and everything in your Python scripting as well. But, the easiest way to authenticate this particular environment with AWS is just download the AWS CLI and run the AWS configure command. That's it. Then you don't have to handle any kind of authentication or authorization. So what I'll do is just come here and say dev container, right? We did this in Terraform also, if you remember. Right? So just say dev container, add dev container configuration file, click on it, modify active configuration, and then you will see a pop-up screen. Just say AWS, and you need to install this particular thing called AWS CLI. In this particular environment, I already have it, but if you are doing it for first time, you need to select this option and you need to install it, and immediately you will see a pop-up called restart, right? And that restart would take 10 minutes, 15 minutes, depending upon your internet bandwidth. Don't worry about that, right? You will see such screen. Perfect. Now I've just restarted to show you how does that look like. Perfect. So now let's start. I have the AWS CLI. So go to your terminal and authenticate this particular environment. It can be your Visual Studio Code, it can be IntelliJ, or it can be GitHub code spaces. So to authenticate, I'll run this command called AWS configure. I think we did this hundreds of times, but still if you are new to AWS, AWS configure is a command. Once you enter, it will ask you for your access key and secret access key, which will help you to authenticate with AWS. And where do you get these details from? Just go to your AWS account, click on the security credentials, and under the security credentials, you have this particular thing. If you haven't created access keys, you will see this section where you can click on create access keys, and you can copy access key ID and secret access key. Then click on the next button, click on secret access key, provide any default region, that's okay. and provide any kind of output. Default to JSON is fine. Perfect. Now I have authenticated, so I can start writing my Boto3 scripting. So I'll create a simple file called test.py. And now the first thing I have to do is I will need to install Boto3, right? For that, pip install Boto3, or in your case, it can be pip3 install Boto3 also. Don't worry. When you are doing pip install Boto3, if you are seeing any error, that means you can also try pip3 install Boto3, right? Something like this. Yeah. So now pip install Boto3 works for me. So as I click on enter, it will install the Boto3 module for me. Boto3 is also installed. First thing what you'll do is you will use import statement and say import Boto3. What's next, right? So let's say I have to create a S3 bucket. So how to do that? Very, very simple. Just go through the Boto3 official documentation and you will notice even if you have zero experience, we will be able to do it in next 2 minutes without help of anything. So I'll just go to this Boto3 documentation, and if you just scroll down here, you have something. Let me just, yeah, available services. Click on that, right? And just search for S3 here. So Boto3 can basically interact with all of these services. Now I want to just use S3. So I'll just scroll down and wait for S3. Here I have. Click on the S3, and this is the code that they're asking to use, where they are saying the first thing that you have to do is import Boto3, which I've already done. And second thing is create a client. I'll tell you what this line means. Okay, don't worry. Just wait for a couple of minutes and then I'll explain you what does client mean. And then what you need to do is create an S3 bucket. So just search here, create. You have this section called create bucket. Again, if you scroll down, you will have the complete code. Just copy it from here, paste it, right? And these are all the fields that you have. That's why I said UI or manually creating S3 bucket is very, very important. You need to understand that before automating. So, in my case, because I know how to create resources manually through the AWS, I know that I'm not bothered about all of these things. Okay, because I just want to create a dummy S3 bucket and show you all. So all of these things are not required. Of course, you can search the same thing from the Boto3 documentation also. If you just go here and if you scroll down, these are all the parameters that are available here. And you will notice a section called required, and whichever fields has the section called required, those are the fields that you have to definitely mention. So bucket is the field that is required and rest all are not required. If you are using EC2 instance, then the required flag will be for AMI and instance type, right? So in my case, bucket is the only required field. So let me create a random bucket name called Abhi demo Boto3 YouTube 123. Just trying to keep the S3 bucket name as unique as possible. Now, let's go ahead, clear this screen, switch to day 13 folder, and simply say Python test.py. Now, see the magic. You don't know anything about Boto3 till now. And within 2 minutes, now if I go to my AWS console, where exactly it is, this one, search for S3 section, and you will see a bucket with the same name called Abhi Boto3 demo bucket 123. Oh, sorry, this one, Abhi demo Boto3 YouTube 123. So this is how Boto3 helps you in abstracting most of the things. Here, I did not make any API call with AWS, right? I am not even bothered about any of the things. I just went to the Boto3 documentation and created. You might be thinking, okay, Abhishek, for just creating EC2 S3 bucket, it's very easy. But for anything that you want to do, documentation is available. Let's say you want to create or list out the objects or list the ACL of the S3 bucket. right? So let's do that. It's a little complicated, right? So let's say how to get the ACL of this S3 bucket. So let's search for ACL. Do we find? Perfect. Access control list. These are the ACLs. And let's try to understand how we do that. Is there any code for that? Let's search for it. Bucket ACLs. Again, we need to go to the S3 section. We are already here. So here search for, go back to S3 section, and here search for ACL. Get bucket ACL. Now, if I scroll down, again, I have the code for this, right? So let's see. Here, there are two sections. One is bucket, which is required, and expected bucket owner, which you see here, is not required. So I'll just copy this code just to show you how easy Boto3 is. Replace this. And now what I'm trying to do is say response is equals to client.get bucket ACL, remove this particular field and replace this string with the name of the bucket that I've just created. And now I need to see the ACL of this bucket. Let's see if I run this Python test. Oh, yeah, you need to print the response, right? So let me just say print response. Perfect. See, I got the complete response ACL. Now, if you want to perform any sort of actions on this, right? You all know what is the format that returns back to you is JSON. You need to convert that into a dictionary. And by converting that to a dictionary, you can perform any sort of actions on this data. For example, you want to get who is the owner of particular bucket, right? So looking at this particular thing, you can perform action. I'm not explaining it one more time because we already learned it in the GitHub class where I explained you how to read this data and how to perform action, right? So this is how Boto3 works. Very, very simple. You can take any resources. Most of the resources it's available. Now, there are two things that I want to explain. One is what exactly this line is. So this line is a common syntax. If you want to talk to EC2, just come here and replace this particular thing with EC2. If you want to replace this with, I'm just giving an example, I'm just making it up. AKS, let's say EKS. So if you go to the particular page where, in Boto3, I went to the S3 page, you will find this syntax where Boto3 client S3 and all the things that you can do, you will use the same syntax for S3. If you go to EC2, you will find this as EC2 and all the options that you have for EC2 will have the same code as the first line. So you are basically creating a client and using this client, you are talking to the AWS API. If this client is not there, Boto3 has the capability of talking to AWS, but with which AWS service should it talk? Should it talk to S3? Should it talk to EC2? Should it talk to EBS? It does not understand. So that's why first you will say Boto3.client S3 and then going to the S3 documentation page, you will find what is required. Previously, there was other option also. I mean, right now also it is there. So you have two options. One is you can create client saying client is equals to Boto3 dot client of S3 and using this client you will talk to the S3 API. Similarly, there is something called resource is equals to Boto3 dot resource and here you will put something called S3. Okay, so you might be wondering for same Boto3 why you have two different things, right? Either you can create using client saying that client.s3 bucket create, or you can use using resource.s3 bucket create, for example. Then why you have two different things? So within Boto3 itself, they were supporting two different options. One is using client, which we did, and two was using resource, which makes things even more easy. But the problem is that, I mean, this was something which used to be even more simple, where you don't need to understand low level things. This is highly abstracted thing, which is much easier thing. But now Boto3 team said that any new services, they will not support the resource package. So that's why go with the client thing only. That means same way that we did previously. If you see any code where if they're doing something like, you know, boto3 dot resource of s3, don't worry, that is also a valid thing where you will have slight different in the syntax. But going ahead, people should be using boto3 dot client only, because resource is going to be get absolute. They will no longer support it, right? And boto3 also supports something called as boto core, where you can also handle exceptions, right? We learned in the exceptional handling class that there is something called as try catch. In Python you call it as try except. Using that you can perform exceptional handling. Similarly, you don't need to know exceptional handling also when you are using boto3. Just like if you are using boto3, you don't need to know the request module. Similarly, if you are using boto3, you don't even have to write that try and accept part intensively, where you don't need to know all the inbuilt exceptions. What boto3 does is it provides something called as boto core, and this module has all the kinds of exceptions which you don't have to define. So inbuilt, boto core has defined some exceptions, which is little advanced, which we will learn in the project section. Right now you can ignore this one. Right now, till here, your goal is to learn how to create resources using boto3, and you can perform the same examples that we done, right? And you can also create some different resources. Now, moving to the project section. So in the project section, as I explained you, the difference between boto3 and AWS CLI is that, right? We compared AWS CLI, we compared boto3, we compared CFT, Terraform. Now, okay, Abhishek, you said some simple things where DevOps engineers use boto3 to create S3 buckets. But you said the major use case is in the serverless programming, right? Where as a DevOps engineer, I would use Lambda functions to perform some projects such as cost optimization or resource monitoring on AWS, right? Or verifying the AWS configuration, sending out some notifications. What is this Lambda functions? And how to perform this particular project? We will take this project as example because this is very, very important. Cloud cost optimization is one of the major things that you would do as a DevOps engineer. So Abhishek, teach me. First thing is Lambda functions. Second thing is cost optimization. Because I understood about boto3. It is very, very simple. I know how to use it. Now I want to go advanced and learn about Lambda functions and cost optimization. So both of these things we have already learned in the AWS playlist, and I will make your job much easier. What I'm going to do is, instead of asking you to find this particular things in this video, I'll stop this video here and I'll attach this video as well as this video. It will be a continuation only. Once you complete this video till here, you can just play the next parts. First, from the AWS playlist, I'll attach the Lambda functions section where you will learn what exactly is Lambda functions in AWS. If you already know this, then you can skip this part and move towards the cost optimization project, where you will learn how to use boto3 plus Python plus Lambda functions to perform a DevOps engineer regular task. So this is the video for today. I hope you found it useful. Please continue watching the Lambda function and cost optimization. So I'll be attaching it after this part. Basis, there are multiple use cases of Lambda functions for DevOps engineers. You use Lambda functions for projects such as cloud cost optimization as a DevOps engineer. It's one of your primary responsibility. So you can use Lambda functions for cost optimization, and you can trigger Lambda functions with wide range of services such as S3, CloudWatch. You can use a lot of services and perform activities which are basically called as event driven actions. Now, don't worry about all of these keywords that I'm using. I'll explain each and everything that we are talking here. And by the end of today and tomorrow's video, that means we'll take two videos for Lambda functions. And by the end of these two videos, we will master Lambda functions from the point of view of DevOps engineer. So Lambda functions has wide range of use cases. Developers also use Lambda functions with respect to serverless architecture, serverless application development. But what we will try to do is we will try to learn how DevOps engineers makes use of Lambda functions. So today's video will be focused on the fundamentals. You will understand what is the serverless architecture. You will understand the difference between EC2 and Lambda functions. When should you use EC2? When should you use Lambda functions? This is very, very important because as DevOps engineer, you have both the choices, right? You can use EC2 instances, you can use Lambda functions. So when will you use? Which service is cost efficient? I'll provide you all of these details in today's fundamentals. And then we will move on to try to understand, okay, we will go to the AWS dashboard, we will see what are the different features of Lambda functions, we will try to explore how to write a Lambda function on the AWS UI, and we will also expose this to outside world, and very simple application we will execute and understand how Lambda workflow works. But in tomorrow's video, we will do practical demonstration regarding the cost optimization. That means I'll show you in real life how DevOps engineers use the combination of CloudWatch with Lambda functions and can help their organizations reduce the cost. But to understand this demo, you should definitely watch today's video, because without this, without the foundational knowledge on AWS Lambda or the serverless architecture, it is not possible to understand tomorrow's video. So watch the video till the end, and I hope you will also perform the simple demo that I'm going to do at the end along with me. Okay, so first things first, first of all, let's try to understand this entire concept of Lambda. Like, when we say Lambda, the first thing that you need to understand is what problem is it solving on AWS. So whenever we discuss about a service, we always talk about the problem that service is solving, right? When we talk about S3 bucket, right? For example, when I say S3, the thing that immediately comes to your mind is storage, because AWS is solving the storage problem with S3. Similarly, when Lambda comes to your mind, there are two things. That one thing is compute, and the other thing is serverless. So Lambda functions belong to the compute family, but it solves the problem of serverless. So it has two primary characteristics. So it belongs to the same family that EC2 belongs to. So EC2 is again one of the service that we discussed on day 3, and it was also solving the problem of compute, right? So previously, when you are on your on-premises instances, right, when you were working on the data centers or when applications were on the data centers, so people used to create their own servers and people used to work on it. When people move to AWS, then there is an offering from AWS which is called as EC2, and what it does, basically you have to provide bunch of parameters to it, what kind of image you want, what kind of instance type, which is basically memory requirements, CPU requirements, and if there is any security related stuff. Once you provide all of these things, AWS will give you a EC2 instance, which is nothing but a virtual compute, or you can call it as a virtual server, right? So this is what EC2 is doing. Now Lambda function also does something similar. So Lambda functions can also give you compute. If you have an application, let's say you have a Python based application, you can run this Python based application on this compute that belongs to Lambda. But the primary difference between using EC2 and using Lambda functions is that Lambda functions follow the serverless architecture. That means if you are spinning up a Lambda function, like you can go to the AWS console and create a Lambda function, which I'll show you. What would happen is that you will not provide all of these details to AWS. So AWS will automatically take care of the server depending upon the application that you are running. Let's say you say that you want to run a Python application, you want to run a Node.js application, or you want to run any kind of application. Then what AWS does is AWS will automatically create a compute for you, right? Depending upon your requirements. And once your entire application is run, let's say your application is triggered, you wrote an application for calculator function, for example. Okay. So when your application is running, what AWS does is it will create this entire compute for you. And once your application is done, let's say user try to perform 2 plus 3 for addition functionality of calculator. Once this function is done, what AWS does is AWS will tear down the compute. Whereas that is not case with EC2, right? So EC2, you have to take care of tearing down the instance. So you can create this instance, you can provide all the requirements for the instance, and once your job is done, you will tear down this instance. Whereas in the serverless architecture, you are not responsible for the server at all, right? Even in EC2, you don't manage, you don't create security upgrades for your EC2 instances, or AWS does some kind of managing, right? Even AWS take care of managing for your EC2 instances. It reduces a lot of effort for you. You don't have to bother a lot. But when you compare with Lambda functions, in terms of Lambda functions, you don't even have to tell AWS that, okay, I want 8 CPU, I want 16 GB RAM, or you don't have to tell AWS that, okay, these are my requirements. AWS can automatically, right? It can automatically create a compute instance for you depending upon your application. If your application requires more amount of compute than it created, it will automatically scale up. And once your application is done, so once the task is done, it will automatically scale down. Let me give you one basic example that we use on a day-to-day basis so that you will understand the concept of Lambda functions. So let's say there is a platform called food delivery platform. Okay. So let's assume that there is a food delivery platform, and it can be a mobile application or it can be a desktop application, but there is a food delivery platform. And this food delivery platform, when a user creates a request, so let's say user has created a request for he wants XYZ food. So he goes to the check-in, he goes to the checkout, he performs the payments, and once his transaction is done, then he will simply move out of the application and his food order is placed, right? So if you are using Lambda function for this specific activity, like the checkout form and the payments and all the things, what happens is, depending when a user sends a request, only then AWS creates the infrastructure for running this application, for running the payments application. Once payments is done, transaction is done, this user's performance or this user's job is done, right? Now this user do not want to go to the payment application one more time. So his job is to make a payment and place the order. Once this is done, AWS will tear down the infrastructure that it created for the payments application, right? So if you use serverless architecture, this is the advantage. So EC2 instance is basically pay as you use, but you have to take care of you have to take care of scaling up, scaling down. When you don't require EC2 instance, you have to manually go there and you have to tear down the instance. But here everything happens automatically. That's why this architecture is called as serverless. There is no server. You don't have to take care of servers. Once the requirement is there, AWS will create that server for you. Once the requirement is done, AWS will tear down that server for you, right? So this is primary advantage of serverless. But if you compare it with EC2 instance, if you create an EC2 instance, for example, so you will get an IP address, right? Whether it's a public IP address, private IP address, anything. Whereas in terms of Lambda functions, you don't get anything related to IP address, or you will not even know where this instance is created, where is it hosted, okay? Is it created with auto scaling enabled or not? Of course it is created with auto scaling enabled, but you cannot see all of these details for the Lambda function. Whereas if you're talking about the EC2 instance, you are the complete owner of all of these details. You can control the public IP address, subnet range. You can control if auto scaling has to be enabled or disabled, right? And you can do a lot of other things that I've shown on day 3. So you should definitely watch day 3 if you want to understand more about EC2 instances, right? So these are the primary differences between Lambda functions and EC2, which is nothing but serverless and server architecture. So who will decide this? Who will decide that should they go with the server approach or should they go with the serverless approach? So as a DevOps engineer, you will not decide if the application that you are working on or if the project that you are working on should go with the server approach or should go with the serverless approach. So this will be taken care by the development team, the architecture team, the design team. They will decide if you want to go with the server approach or if you want to go with the serverless approach, because it depends a lot on the application that is written and if that application is written in the serverless approach or not, right? So a food delivery platform, for example, a food delivery platform can run on the server architecture and it can also run on the serverless architecture. So how this application is written by the developers, how this application is designed by the architecture team is the one that drives the factor of going with server architecture or going with the serverless architecture. As a DevOps engineer, your responsibility is when someone tells you to create this Lambda function, when someone tells you to create the infrastructure, then you have to take care of it. Or you have to use Lambda function on your activities, right? For example, like I told you, you can make use of Lambda functions for cost optimization, right? And in that case, when you are doing these kind of things like cost optimization, why will you not go with EC2 instance and why will you go with Lambda functions only, right? This should be your question. Like Abhishek, you have been talking about a project called cost optimization, right? So you said that as DevOps engineers, we will do something called as cost optimization, where we will take a look at all the AWS resources that are there on the platform. We will see if there are any stale resources. We will either delete them, right? Or send some notifications. For example, there is a developer who has created a EBS volume. This EBS volume was created 30 days ago and no one is using it, right? So as a DevOps engineer, your responsibility is either go and delete this EBS volume or send out notification saying that, hey, developer, you have created a EBS volume 30 days ago and it is costing the organization and no one is using it, right? So this way you can perform, and this is a very basic example. So you can perform such activity on all the AWS services. Let's say your organization is using 20 AWS services, then you can write this code in Lambda functions to control the resource usage, not control the resource usage, but to govern the resource usage. Govern is basically like monitor and report. Using Lambda functions, you can take a look at all the AWS resources that your organization is using, and you can report back saying that, hey, I wrote a script as a DevOps engineer, and what I noticed is someone has created an EC2 instance almost a year ago. Nobody is using it, but the instance is still running with a static IP address. That is, instance is still running with elastic IP address, and you will be costed for the elastic IP and you will be costed for the EC2 instance as well. So I'd recommend you to delete it. And who shared this information? The script that you have written has shared this information. Now tell me, you will run this script. Let's say you have written 10 Python scripts for this activity. Okay, or you have written 10 Lambda functions for this activity. And this activity you will run, let's say, every day at 10 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so you will run this script every day at 10 a.m. in the morning. So you would definitely prefer to use Lambda functions, or you would definitely prefer to use serverless architecture over the traditional EC2 instance, because if you use an EC2 instance every day morning 10 a.m. you have to go and create an EC2 instance. If this script runs for 5 minutes, then after 5 minutes you have to delete that EC2 instance, right? Whereas if you are going with the serverless architecture, what is the advantage? So you just have to tell AWS CloudWatch that every day at 10 a.m. trigger this Lambda function. Why you have to tell CloudWatch to trigger the Lambda function? Because these Lambda functions, or in general the serverless solution on AWS using Lambda function, is only event driven. That means it has to be driven by the event. It cannot run by itself manually. See, I mean, that's a best practice. That's a better practice to trigger the Lambda functions using an event. So that's why what you do is every day at 10 a.m. you can just configure a cron job or something in the CloudWatch and tell CloudWatch to trigger the Lambda function, and it will perform the activity. It will create the compute, or it will create the server by itself. It will run your 10 Python scripts, And once your Python scripts are done, AWS Lambda will automatically tear down this instance, and your cost, you don't have to bother about it, right? Because it is automatically created and it is automatically teared down. Whereas in this case, you have to either write a Python script, or again, you have to write a shell script, or you have to write a CLI script to create an instance, tear down instance. If in some case, you forget it, then you will be affected with the cost. So when required, you have to go with the serverless architecture. And some of the best use cases of serverless architecture as a DevOps engineer is that the classic one that I just mentioned, cost optimization, which is primary responsibility of DevOps and cloud engineer, right? Because once you move to cloud, everyone wants to go and see what is their cost, how did they optimize the cost, did it increase or did it reduce. Then you can also take care of security, or in other words, I can say you can also take care of compliance. How can you take care of compliance or security using this serverless or Lambda functions as a DevOps engineer is that, let's say your organization has decided that nobody will create a EBS volume of type GP2. So in EBS volume, there are basically two types, which is GP2 and GP3. So if your organization says that, hey, nobody should use GP2 because GP2 has some security issues, what if one of the developer goes ahead and creates GP2? So you can automate this behavior, or you can write a Lambda function, say that this Lambda function has to run it every day at 10 a.m. to verify if there are any GP2 based EBS volumes on the AWS account. If there is any GP2 based EBS volume, you can trigger a notification. Again, you can use SNS service there. You can trigger this notification and you can send the notification to your management or the person who has created this EBS volume to immediately delete that, because it's against the compliance of your organization. Or you can basically say that someone has created a S3 bucket with public access. Even these kind of things you can monitor using Lambda function. So the scope is endless. What you can do with Lambda functions is endless. So as a DevOps engineer, you have to innovate. You have to make full use of Lambda functions. Depending upon your organization, you can come up with your own solutions, and you can improve cost optimization. You can improve the security of your organization. And additionally, you can also perform some things like, some regular routine activities. So as a DevOps engineer, probably you want to check every day on the IAM users that are available. Okay, if someone has created any additional permissions to the IAM users or IAM roles. So like I told you, the possibility of things that you can do is endless, but the primary things that every organization would look for is cost optimization and security. So you can do these things with Lambda or serverless architecture, and I will show you both the demos. So this demo, for example, if we take the security or compliance, I have already created the EBS GP2 to GP3 that is already available on my channel. I'll put the link in the description. So you can take a look at the link and you will understand, okay, how you will convert, or you can send out a notification using Lambda functions that someone has created GP2, please change it to GP3. The demo is already there. I'll put the link in the description. But tomorrow's video, I'll focus on the cost optimization, because one demo is done. I'll focus on the demo 2. And this one is very, very important. If you join as a cloud or DevOps engineer in any organization, you will definitely focus on the cost optimization part, because it will be primary goals, or it will be one of the most required things for organizations, right? So this is a brief introduction of Lambda functions. And now I'll quickly share my screen and show you how to use this Lambda function. It's very, very simple. The UI based thing is like, you can just learn the UI in 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll create a very dummy sample application and we'll try to access this application. I'll show you, like similar to EC2 instance, how you access the application from outside world. I'll show you that. But as a DevOps engineer, the accessing the application from outside or writing a Python serverless application might not help you much, because your goal is to write some scripts to automate or to provide security for your organization. But still better to go and look at the demo and understand how Lambda functions are used even in this specific case. So let me share my screen. Okay, so also if you have an interview and if you want to quickly go through the things that I've mentioned, if in interview someone asks you what is serverless or why do you use Lambda functions, you can also use this GitHub page. So I think people who are following these videos, they already know the GitHub location. If you don't know, you can go through the description, and I have provided the real life use cases, what is serverless, all of the things that we have discussed even on this GitHub page. So follow the GitHub repository to get updates every day. Now let's go to this AWS page. So I've logged into my AWS account, and all that you need to do is go ahead and search for Lambda. So you will go to this page called Lambda or Lambda functions. Click on create a function. Okay, so the user interface is pretty simple. All that you need to do is, do you want to write code from the scratch? So let's say you want to start writing your program directly here, or do you want to use any samples that are provided by AWS? So this will help developers as well as DevOps engineers. So let's say you are a developer. This samples also provides you example to create a microservice that interacts with DDB table. As a DevOps engineer, you might not need this, but if you scroll down, you have some examples like uh, trigger the Lambda functions when an object is created in S3 bucket. It's a valid use case, right? Let's say you have a S3 bucket and you want to get notified whenever an object is created inside it. You can integrate S3 buckets with Lambda functions. Similarly, there are multiple options here. And the other thing is you can also write code in your personal laptop. Instead of writing it here, you can also write code on your personal laptop, and you can create an image out of the code that you have written, right? So you can create a Docker image out of the code that you have written, and you can use the image here, but you have to push the image to the ECR. But again, these things are not that much required. As a DevOps engineer, you can focus on creating from scratch. You can use your Visual Studio or something. You can write it local, and you can upload zip file as well in this option. I'll show you in a while. So let's say test. Let's change this to Python. And Lambda functions can be written only in this programming languages that are available here. Let's say you don't know any of the programming language that is mentioned here, then you cannot write Lambda functions. So it supports Go, it supports Java, it supports Python and Ruby primarily, of course Node.js. But let's say you want to write it in shell scripting or something, it's not possible. So as a DevOps engineer, you can only write in these possible options. That's why I say that Python is also one of the useful programming languages as DevOps engineer. Click on the advanced settings, and you have an option here called enable function URL. When you enable this one, then you will get a public IP address, or you will get a IP address to access the application that you have written in the Lambda functions. If you don't enable this, you cannot access it from outside. You can still run the program inside the AWS environment. Who wants to access this? People with IAM access or anyone? For now, just say anyone can access it because you are just doing a demo. And now what you will do is basically click on create function. Sorry, I think, yeah, it's getting created. Just a second, I think, yep. So it is created. And if you watch it carefully, so this is the function. And there are two options to it, right? One is what is the trigger to this function and what is the destination to this function. Of course, destination and trigger are not mandatory, but a trigger is used most of the times. What is a trigger? I told you that Lambda functions or this serverless are basically event-driven functions, right? What does that mean? This is an event-driven function. That means they are triggered by a specific event. That event can be a CloudWatch event. Basically, you can tell CloudWatch to trigger every day at a specific time, or it can be a API event on the CloudWatch. You can tell CloudWatch that, okay, whenever a EBS volume is created, trigger the Lambda function. Or it can be trigger from S3. S3 also has something called as event triggering. So you can also trigger from S3 buckets or some other services that support triggering on AWS. Without a trigger, you have to manually run the Lambda functions, and that will kill the purpose of creating this serverless application as a DevOps engineer. Of course, you can create a Lambda function and by yourself, you can run it every day at a specific time, or you can run it whenever you require. But if you configure this Lambda functions with some events, then it will be more efficient solution, right? So here there is already an example of a Python function. Basically what it is doing is when you run this Python function, it will return hello from Lambda functions on the browser, right? So you can just change it, say that hello from AWS 0 to hero series, right? So I'm not tweaking a lot of things in today's video, because tomorrow's video we will anyways write the Lambda function for cost optimization program. Whenever we are doing day 18, you will see that. But right now I'm focusing on explaining you the structure of this Lambda functions. So what exactly is happening here is you can write any Python code here, but you have to make sure that the name of the function is Lambda handler, right? So why you have to make sure this is Lambda handler? Can you change it? Definitely you can change it. But if you are not changing anything like in the configuration, I'll show you in a minute. But let's say you are not changing the configuration, this name has to be the same thing. You can write multiple again, like you can write more functions. You can write function definition Abhishek, right? But these definitions will not be called automatically. This definition has to be triggered from the Lambda handler, right? So here you have to probably mention like Abhishek, and you have to invoke this function. Okay, so the first function, usually let's say you are a Java developer or something, you have a main function, right? So similarly, in terms of this serverless architecture of AWS, Lambda handler is the function that this serverless architecture calls, right? So if your CloudWatch is triggering the Lambda function, if you have 10 functions here, AWS has to know which function has to be called, right? So that first function that get calls is the Lambda handler. Now you can change this name, of course. You can go to the configurations. I'll show you in a second. You can go to the configuration and you can edit the name of the function, right? Once you edit the name of the function, you can provide any name and you can modify it accordingly. But if you are not changing the name, like I'm repeating it again, if you are not changing the name here, then it has to be Lambda handler only. Okay, perfect. Now this is how you write a function, just like Python function only, but there is not much difference. If you have requirements.txt, you can keep adding files here. Like if you click on the button here, you can add n number of files. You can click on new file, you can add a file, you can click on new folder and you can add folder. Let's say you're not comfortable with this terminal, you don't want to write your code here, then no problem. You can write your code anywhere and you can upload the content here. You can upload from a zip file. So what you will do, as a developer, you can write your code in the Visual Studio Code and you can upload the zip file here. If you upload the zip file, it gets populated here and you can view this as an editor, right? Now, how do you control this Lambda function, right? So basically, let's say you want to pass some arguments to this, or in future you don't want to make modifications to the code. Usually what you do, if you are writing this Python code on your laptop, you make use of environment variables, right? Similarly, even Lambda function supports environment variables. So you can tweak the environment variables. If you go here, sorry, you have option for the configurations, right? Here you can provide environment variables. Just a second, I lost it. Yeah, sorry, it's here. So you can provide environment variables, click on the edit button and you can add the environment variables. So whenever this function gets called, or on the compute that EC2 is creating, whenever this function gets called, you can tweak that values from the environment variables. So tomorrow you can just come here, modify the environment variable so that you don't have to touch the code again, right? So this is about environment variables, how to use it. And apart from that, if you go to configuration, you will find a lot of options such as triggers. I just explained what kind of trigger you want. Then you have permissions, who wants to access this specific Lambda function. So by default, when you create a Lambda function, a role gets created for you. Okay, so AWS automatically creates a role for you. Let's say you don't want to use that role that AWS is creating. So during the creation of function, right? So let's say I'll create a new Lambda function. Click on create function. Just call it as test1, for example. Okay, whatever it is. Let me keep that. So here you have changed default execution role. You can use an existing role. Now, why this is important? Because if you have your own role where you know all the permissions that are required to run the application, then yes, you can come here, click on create existing role if you have anything, and you can assign that role. Again, I'm repeating, whenever you are using a service in AWS, if that service has to access other services, for example, if this Lambda function has to talk to SNS, this Lambda function has to talk to, let's say, S3 bucket for some reason, for getting some information, then that role plays a critical role, right? If you are not creating a role, still it's fine. You can just use the role that AWS has created for you, and you can go to that role and you can increase the permissions, right? You can escalate the permissions. So it will just redirect you to the IAM console, and you can redirect the permissions there as well. Just like we did in the previous videos, add permissions and attach the permissions. But the key thing to understand is you can play with it. You can increase the permissions or you can use any existing role that you have. Destinations, like let's say this Lambda function has a destination called SNS, or this Lambda function wants to put some information, or you want to send out some uh, output for your Lambda function, then you can configure a destination service as well. Function URL, you just saw when I enable the HTTP access. So this is my function URL. I can make use of this URL and I can access the application. Right now, when I use this, what would happen if I click on this button? It will give me the output called hello from Lambda. Let me increase the font. So why did it give the output called hello from Lambda? Because that's the function that we have written. Let's say this is not available. I did not enable the HTTP access to this Lambda function. Then it cannot be accessed from outside, but still any internal service can call it and Lambda function can perform the required activity. This might not be that helpful for DevOps engineers because mostly we use Lambda functions for the activities that I defined. And in that activities, you don't need external access to the function. Mostly developers, if they are developing the applications in the serverless architecture, then for them, these kind of things are important. You can create this within a specific VPC, right? So if you want to create this Lambda function within a specific VPC, then you can also put that so that it is restricted, only it can access the service within the VPC. Only the services within the VPC can also access the Lambda functions. So you can also do that. Then again, there are few other options for asynchronous invocation, concurrency, uh, database proxies. So these things are not that important from the DevOps engineer point of view. And specifically in this course that we are doing, I don't think it makes sense to cover it because we are focusing on the job opportunities for DevOps engineers. So we will focus on real-time use cases of DevOps engineers. We'll not focus on the edge cases, but we'll focus on the scenarios that are most widely used within a company by DevOps engineers. So stay tuned for tomorrow's project or whenever the day 18 is getting released. So this is about day 17, where I wanted to explain you about the serverless architecture, Lambda functions, difference between EC2 instance, and just to give you a feel of how this Lambda functions would look like. And you can also do this very basic demo. Just run the Lambda function so that you will be ready for tomorrow's video, where you will be able to perform that cloud cost optimization project. I hope you enjoyed today's video and you got a lot of information from it. If you have any feedback, do let me know in the comment section. And thank you so much for watching the video till the end. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Take care, everyone. Bye. See you in the cloud cost optimization. So this video is going to be both theory and demonstration video. As part of demo, we will do a project using which I'll explain you how DevOps and cloud engineers, basically this is for both DevOps and cloud engineers, and how they are going to use this project in a organization. So we will understand how this is used in real time, the cloud optimization project. And let me tell you that this is a very important project and most of the DevOps engineers use the cost optimization on a day-to-day basis. Now, why is it that? Okay, so why is that most of the organization use this? In previous videos, I have told you multiple times that there are two primary reasons why organizations move towards cloud, right? The reason one, why people move towards the cloud is to reduce the overhead of the infrastructure. And the second thing is to optimize their cloud cost. I mean, you can just say to optimize the infrastructure cost. What does that mean? Let's say there is a startup, or let's say there is a mid-scale organization. For these companies, the process of setting up the entire data center, then purchasing the servers, arranging those servers, and maintaining an entire team. You can call them as a data center team, you can call them as system administrator team, whatever that is. So building this entire setup, the data center setup, the server setup, and continuously this team has to monitor this data center, right? So if the data center is not monitored, then it will cause a lot of issues, like there can be latency, there can be loss of data, there can be servers that are going down. So in a nutshell, that overhead for the startups or for mid-scale organizations is that they have to create this entire setup by themselves and they have to manage a team. Now, this is not just an overhead, but if you watch it carefully, or if you think of it carefully, setting up the entire data center, purchasing all of these servers for lifetime access, then paying out for all of these engineers. So it's going to be a big amount for the startups, right? Or even for mid-scale organizations. So that's why for them, a easy go-to solution is cloud. And this is something that I've explained you on the first classes itself, right? In the first classes itself, I've explained you what is the difference between public cloud and private cloud, and why people like the startups and mid-scale organizations show interest towards the public cloud. This is something that we have discussed. So in today's video, I will explain you this second aspect, that is the cost optimization aspect. Now you might be thinking that Abhishek, why why DevOps engineers need to perform some activities related to cost optimization. I can simply move from, let's say this is a data center, the on-premises data center, right? For startups, instead of setting up this on-premises data center, I can simply onboard on cloud platforms like you have the AWS, because series is entirely about AWS. Let's talk about AWS only. So you might say that as a startup and as a DevOps engineer in the startup, I can just suggest my organization that instead of going towards the culture of building this entire data centers and everything, simply move towards a cloud platform and my job is done. You can say that, right? But this is a wrong thing, because after moving to cloud, the cost, right? The cloud cost will go down only if you are doing this efficiently. Now, what does it mean? Why I'm saying that the cloud cost only goes if you use efficiently? Let me give you a very basic example. So let's say there is a developer. Sorry, just a second. Let's say there is a developer here. Okay, you've granted this developer proper IAM access, and the IAM access is that this developer can create an EC2 instance. Okay, so now this developer has good knowledge of cloud, so he went ahead and he created his own EC2 instance on the cloud platform. And what he has done is he has attached a volume to this EC2 instance, or by default, when you create an EC2 instance, there is a volume attached to it, right? Without volume, you cannot store data inside the EC2 instance. Let's say you want to create some files, you want to update some configurations and stuff like that. So this developer has created the EC2 instance, and he has started populating the volume. And what he has done, he or she, basically, the volume is filled with the information that is very sensitive for the organization, or they just want to take the backup of the volume. So what this person has done, he has taken backup each and every day. Okay, so taking backup volumes is nothing but this person has started taking the snapshots. Okay, so in this technology terms, we call it as snapshots. If you take a snapshot of a volume, that means you have technically taken a backup of the volume. So each and every day, this person has started taking the snapshots, right? Now, after a while, what has happened is, this person said that, okay, this feature is deprecated. No, I don't want this. So let me delete the EC2 instance. It is of no more useful. And this person went ahead and, let's say, has deleted the volume as well. Okay, has deleted the volume as well. Or for example, he was using some external volume. So like, just say that this person has created additional volume for the EC2 instance and deleted the EC2 instance but forgot to delete the volume. Now, if the volume itself is forgotten to delete, of course, the snapshots that this person has taken each and every day will also be forgotten and they will not be deleted. And AWS will keep charging you for all these snapshots and all these volumes. So this is just one basic example. You can think of this as like there are endless options, right? For example, there can be S3 buckets that are created by some developer, and probably that developer stopped using the S3 buckets, but he has forgotten to delete the S3 bucket. And the content in the S3 bucket, right? When you keep updating the content in the S3 bucket, eventually AWS charge will go significantly high, right? Or let's say this person has created a EKS cluster and forgotten to delete the EKS cluster. So there are 200 resources on AWS, and manually monitoring these 200 resources to verify if someone has created some stale resources. Let's call this as stale resources, which is an appropriate word, right? So what is stale resources? Stale resources is something someone has created but forgotten to delete those resources. So that way, the cloud cost will go high than you expected if you are not doing the cost efficiently, right? If you are not managing the cost of the cloud platform efficiently, then what would happen? The cloud cost will go high, right? Now, what is that means for an organization? So organization has moved to cloud platform, assuming their cost will go high, but it is, sorry, assuming their cost will go down, but it is actually going high. So this is one of the primary responsibilities of DevOps engineer, right? So DevOps engineer should make sure that the cloud cost should go down, and how DevOps engineer can ensure that by looking at if there are any stale resources on the cloud platform, right? If there are any stale resources, then a DevOps engineer can typically do two things. One is DevOps engineer can send out the notifications saying that, hey, I have noticed that you have created a EBS volume, but it is not attached to any EC2 instance, or you have created bunch of snapshots and these snapshots are not attached to any volume or any EC2 instance. So why don't you delete them? Or if this DevOps engineer has access or has permissions to delete them, which is in general cases, DevOps engineer would have that access. So you can go ahead and also delete the instances, right? Who can delete the instance? So DevOps engineers can also go ahead and delete the instances. So there are two possibilities. And in today's video, we will explore the second option, because sending of the notifications using SNS topics is something that we have seen in the past in this series. So let's focus on understanding how DevOps engineers can implement the cost optimization, right? How DevOps engineers can implement the cost optimization using the delete option. That means by deleting the stale resources. So the architecture here is very, very simple. I'll start with the basic architecture and I'll explain you this in a very, very simple way. We will use Lambda functions. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So we will be using Lambda functions, and inside this Lambda functions, we will write Python code, which is quite general for DevOps engineers. DevOps engineers usually write the code in Python for the Lambda functions, because many DevOps engineers are familiar with Python compared to the other options like Node.js or Go language, other options which Lambda functions support. So you will write Python code in the Lambda functions. We will use a module in the Python code called Boto3. Okay. So what this will do is it will talk to the AWS APIs. Let's say you want to, like, you will not write one simple or one single Lambda function for each and everything on the AWS, but you will write Lambda functions individually. That means you will write a Lambda function, for example, for EBS snapshots that we were talking about. Okay. For EBS snapshots, you can write a Lambda function, and this Python code that you have written will talk to the AWS API, and it will get the complete information of the EBS snapshots. If there are stale snapshots or if there are active snapshots, I mean, if some volume is actually using the snapshots, or that volume is already deleted, or that volume is not attached to EC2 instance, then you can delete those snapshots using the same Lambda function. And because Lambda functions are usually event driven, you can also attach this Lambda function, or you can trigger this Lambda function using a CloudWatch. So now let me explain this in a very, very better way so that you can also explain the interviewer. I've written the notes for this as well. So you can also refer to the GitHub link in the description where I've written the project notes, how to explain this to the interviewer, and the code entirely is also available on GitHub. So you can follow me and you can also perform this project on your personal AWS account. So the architecture goes something like this. Firstly, you have Lambda function. And what is the problem statement? The problem statement is that there are some EBS volume snapshots. Okay, so this developer has an EC2 instance, let's say, and for this EC2 instance, the developer uses a volume. This can be an inbuilt volume or a volume that that comes with the EC2 instance. And for this volume, the developer has created multiple snapshots because he felt that the information is important. Later, the developer has deleted the volume and deleted the EC2 instance, or just deleted the EC2 instance, you know, and these snapshots and volumes were not deleted. Any case one is just the EC2 instance is deleted, or case two is EC2 instance and volume both are deleted. In any of the case, these snapshots are useless, right? Because the snapshot makes sense if the snapshot is available for a volume that is attached to an instance. But if not, these snapshots are available for a long time and nobody is using it. So it would be better to delete those snapshots. Perfect. So EBS volume snapshots, this is the problem statement. And what you would do is basically you would write a Lambda function. And this function is written just as I mentioned, it is written in Python code. Sorry. Yeah, so it is written in Python code. Just a second, this stopped working. Perfect. And this will talk to the AWS API. Step one would be to fetch all the EBS snapshots. And step two would be to filter out. Okay, to filter out the snapshots that are stale. And once we identify this one, we will just delete the snapshot. Okay, so once we identify that, just proceed and delete the snapshot. And this is the exact same project that I'm going to demonstrate. And don't worry if you are not aware of this entire concept, and if you are new to it, if you just follow the video along with me, I have the entire code that is available for you. The description is also available for you. Step by step, I'll walk you through the code and you can perform the demonstration with me. And you can add this to your resume because this is one of the day-to-day activities. So without wasting any time, let's quickly go to the demonstration. And yeah, let me share the other screen. Okay, so now I have logged into my AWS account. You might be thinking like, Abhishek, I have a question. Now, what if, going back to the example that you have stated, let's say I have intentionally created some snapshots. I have deleted the volumes, I have deleted the EC2 instance, but I kept those snapshots just for backup purpose. You might be thinking in that way. Yes, that is quite possible, but you need to understand that even in such cases, what you can simply do is you can verify the timestamp. Like what is today's date and when was that snapshot created? You can give a buffer time. Let's say that for 6 months, if this snapshot is not used, then just delete it. So when was the snapshot last used and what is the current date? But let's not make it that complicated, right? So it is just a if condition. You can add it anytime. But in today's video, let's try the demonstration that if the snapshot is created and if it is not attached to any volume, or if it is attached to a volume, but that volume is not attached to an EC2 instance, right? In both the cases, the snapshot has to be deleted. So let's try that part. So perfect. So what I've done, like I just mentioned, you can go to my github.com and you can just go to a folder called day 18. So if you go to this folder called day 18, I have added the readme document. This is exactly the problem statement, and you can explain this same problem statement to the interviewer without any hesitation. If you are a fresher or if you are a college graduate, you can add this project as is in your resume as well. Or if you are an experienced person, you can add it as a point in your resume. Perfect. So now you also have the code available here. You can just go to this folder called ebstail snapshots.py. So this is the code that is available as well. Don't worry, I'll walk you through the code, but just for someone who wants to practice from their end first, and once they get the confidence, they want to learn the code, that is also fine. You have the entire code that is available here. Now, firstly, let me implement this and then I'll explain you the code structure, right? So that things will be clear. So I'll go here, I'll click on Lambda. Okay. And before this, what I need to do is I need to create a EBS volume snapshot. Go to the EC2 dashboard, and within the EC2 dashboard, now let's create a EC2 instance. Okay. Firstly, we'll create an EC2 instance and we will create a snapshot from the volume of the EC2 instance. I hope you all understood the concept of snapshot. It is very, very simple. You can just understand it as a copy of the image. So let's call it as a test EC2 instance. Just provide the name as Ubuntu. T2 micro is fine. AWS login is also good. I don't want to change any parameters. See, by default, there is a volume that is getting attached. If you want, you can add additional volume, but we are fine with this volume. Okay. So create launch instance. Perfect. Now the instance is launched, and with the instance comes a volume. So let's wait for the instance to be up and running. Meanwhile, if you go to the EC2 dashboard, you should be seeing a volume that is getting, see, there are two volumes. One volume will be the volume of the instance. Okay. So this is something that I already have on my account. So let me just delete the volume. Perfect. So this is the volume that is getting created along with the EC2 instance. Let's see if the instance is in running state. Perfect. Instance is in running state. If you go to the instance, there is this volume available here. Storage. See, this is the volume. It ends with 45E, right? So we can search for that. Go to the EC2 dashboard and go to the volumes. See, this is the one, 45E. Now, what this developer has done is each and every day he started taking the snapshots of this. So go back to the EC2 dashboard. You have some section called snapshots. Create snapshot. So he's just taking the copy of this volume. That's it, because he has some information. You can just assume it as an image of the volume. So next, if after 1 year, if they want another volume or if they want to copy this data, they can simply spin out the volume out of the snapshot. Okay. So I'm creating a snapshot. Let's call it as test snapshot. Create the snapshot. Perfect. Now the snapshot is also created. The snapshot status is pending, but it got created. Now what this person has done is, after a while, he actually want to delete the instance, want to delete the volume, and also want to delete the snapshot. Okay. But this person has forgotten. Okay. So this person forgot that the snapshot should also be deleted. He has some hundreds of snapshots, but he forgot to delete all the snapshots. He just deleted the instance. Automatically the volume got deleted, but snapshot stayed back. Okay. So in such case, we will use this lambda function, right? So we are going to write now a lambda function. that will help to do this activity for us. So I'll keep the instance as is. Firstly, we will write lambda function, and I'll show you that it does not delete snapshots which are attached to volumes, right? That are attached to EC2 instances. I mean, we will see that it will not delete snapshot that belongs to a volume, and that volume is assigned to EC2 instance. Right now we are in that state, right? So this EC2 instance has this volume, and this volume is taken as a snapshot, right? So let's go to the lambda function, create a lambda function called cost optimization EBS snapshot. Let's say Python. We will go with the default permissions, and I'll update the permissions later, right? So this function will fail couple of times. I'll tell you the reasons. So firstly, let's go to our GitHub page and copy this entire code. Okay, I've copied the code. Now go back here, scroll down, remove this, just paste the code here. And what you will do after that, save this, click on the deploy button, press Ctrl S, deploy, click on the deploy button, and then click on the test project. Just give the event name as test and save it, because you are manually triggering the event, right? You are manually invoking it. If you are invoking it through CloudWatch or something, you don't have to create the test event. So click on the test button, and now it will fail because by default lambda functions execution is only 3 seconds, and it is also failing for some permissions issue. Okay, it is saying that the describe snapshots permission, or that role which is running this EC2 lambda function, does not have permissions to describe the snapshots. Perfect, because what I'm doing, I'm describing all the snapshots and I'm filtering out the stale snapshots. Okay, we will give that permissions, but before that, let's go to the configuration tab and edit, increase the default invocation time to 10 seconds. So if someone asks you what is the default invocation cost time for lambda, sorry, not invocation, default execution time for lambda is 3 seconds, but you can increase it as your wish. Save it. It is better to keep the execution time as small as possible, because AWS will charge you using this as a parameter. Like the lambda execution time is also one of the parameter for charging. Okay, so make sure that you keep this time as less as possible. And while doing this project, let me tell you that if you don't delete this entire setup, or if you don't delete the EBS snapshots or volumes that you are creating as part of this project, it will incur costs. So please delete the instances. Now if you can go here, go to the code. Yeah, so the other thing is we have to grant permissions, right? So to grant the permissions, we need to know what is the role that is executing this lambda function. So if you scrolled, if you have followed the previous videos, you will know what is a role. Usually when one service tries to talk to the other service, that happens through an IAM role in AWS. Okay, so go to the configuration button again, and here you have general configuration. Where is it? Not triggers, environments, asynchronous syncs, test. Sorry, I lost the track of it. It is usually available somewhere here. No worries. Let's take a look at it. Permissions. Yeah. So this is the role, execution role. Click on it, go to the new tab. Now add the permissions to it, right? So what permissions are we going to add? We are going to give it describe snapshots and delete the snapshots. This is the default permission. Now click on the add permissions button. Click on attach policies. So if you just search for snapshots here, you'll not find anything, because that snapshot thing that we are doing, it is not part of any of these default things, and it is also difficult to find. So what you can simply do is you can create policy by yourself. Okay, it is much easier to create the policy. So what I'll do here is I'll come here and I'll say the role as EC2, sorry, the service as EC2. And here, let's filter the actions. Okay. What kind of actions do we want to perform? All actions on EC2? No. Or you can just say here, snapshot. So here you will get all the options here, right? One is describe snapshots attributes, right? Writing permissions, permission management permission. So what exactly do you want to do? So I want delete snapshot permission. I want permissions to list all the snapshots. So that is describe snapshots. I think that should be enough. Describe snapshot and delete snapshot. I'm not doing anything more than that. Let's see if there is something that we are missing. I'll come back and I'll update the permissions. Resources should be all resources, right? Click on the next button. Now just give the name of the policy. Cost optimization, EBS. Create policy. Did I miss something? Yes. So now the policy is created. Now what we need to do is we have to go back to that role and we have to attach that policy, right? We just created a new policy. So again, if I go back to this, click on this button. Now only let me attach the created policy to it. Add permissions, attach policy, cost optimization, EBS. This is the one, right? Add permissions. Perfect. I hope, yeah, policy was successfully attached to the role. Now let's try to execute the role. Now what is the expected behavior? It should not delete anything because the snapshot is attached to a volume. I mean, snapshot belongs to a volume that is attached to an EC2 instance. Test it. I'm expecting, it said unauthorized calling describe instances. Perfect, because we are also describing the EC2 instances, right? We are trying to see that this snapshot belongs to a volume that belongs to EC2 instances. So we need describe instances. We also need describe volumes, right? So, I mean, I will explain you the entire code. For now, firstly, I want to show you the execution result. You will understand what is happening. Then I'll do the code walkthrough. So let's grant describe instances and describe volumes as well. If you are less patient, you can give complete EC2 instance permissions. But basically, we want to do the least privilege or the least zero privilege approach. So now what I can do is search for EC2 here or create policy like last time, and you can grant this EC2 full access, or yeah, let's do the policy thing because people will learn from the video. Let's take a couple of minutes more. Right. Again, go to EC2, just say list. What are we trying to do? Describe volume. Describe volume. So this is describe volumes. And then we also have to describe EC2. Describe instances, right? So where is that describe instances? Yes, it's here. So this way, usually you need to grant the permissions. Click on the next button. Now if it fails again, don't worry, we will come back and we will attach. So I just want people to learn the thing. EC2 permissions. Let me just provide that. Okay. Create policy. Click on create policy. The policy is created. Now go back to the role. This is the one, right? And now let's attach one more permission to it. Attach policies, EC2. What was the role I just said? EC2. Just okay. Let me refresh the page. Probably the information is not cached, right? So now let's try it one more time. Attach policy EC2. Yeah, EC2 permissions. This is the one that I've created, right? Add permissions. So if you feel that the information is not reflecting, wait for a while and just refresh it. You will get that thing. Now let's perform one more time. And if it fails again, don't worry, I'm here only. Now the script got executed. Congratulations, we have increased the Lambda function's timeout and we have granted the permissions. Now the script got executed. But you will notice that the snapshot will not be deleted. Okay, I'm going to show you that. Search for EC2. See, the snapshot is still here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this instance. Okay, that instance will delete the volume as well. Terminate the instance. Okay, so the instance is shutting down. As soon as the instance will go down, the volume will also be deleted. Okay, and parallelly what you can do is, you can also create one more volume and you can also create one more snapshot out of the volume. Okay, so you can try out multiple things on this project, but let's go step by step and let me explain the code. Then it is all up to you. You can play with the project, you can create multiple instances, multiple snapshots, try out multiple scenarios by yourself. You just need to understand the concept. I hope it is done. Let's refresh and see. Perfect. Instance is deleted, volume is deleted, and snapshot is still there. Let me refresh the page and show you. Snapshot is still available. Now, usually within the organizations, so you can also add one more if condition here to the code. What that if condition would look like, instead of just directly deleting it, you can verify when was this snapshot previously used, or you can just send out a notification asking the team, hey, can you tell me if I can delete the snapshot. But let's assume that they have given you that 30 days threshold. They tell you that okay, if the snapshot is 30 days old, you can delete it, or if the snapshot was lastly used 30 days ago, you can delete it. So we can just add that if condition. It does not take much time. But now let's go to our project and give the test again. This time I'm expecting our code to delete the snapshot as well. See, it said deleted the EBS snapshot as it's not associated, as it's associated with a volume that was not found. And that was our aim, right? If the snapshot is not associated to a volume, if the volume itself is deleted, now I will consider this snapshot as a stale snapshot and I'll delete it. In your organization, or when you explain to the interviewer, you can also tell that we will also verify the timestamp, and if the snapshot was used 30 days ago, we will delete it. Or you can say it as is as well. There is no problem. So let's go back to the snapshot and see if got deleted. Perfect. Now the snapshot is deleted. So this is the way how you can manage the cloud cost optimization in your AWS accounts as a DevOps and cloud engineer. Now this is just one snapshot. You can perform this demo, like you can use the same example, create 100 snapshots here, and all the 100 snapshots will be deleted in one single go. Similarly, you will write Lambda functions for S3 buckets. You will write Lambda functions for RDS instances, EKS instances, whatever you would like to in your organization, right? So if you want one more example, let me quickly show you one more example. Go to EC2 dashboard, go to volumes, create volume. Do not create with 100 GB, just create volume with 1 GB. Right? Volume is created. Go back to the EC2 dashboard, go to the snapshots, create snapshot here. What is the volume ID? There will be only one volume. You don't have to worry it, because in my account, I just deleted everything. So there is only one volume that which got just created. Create the snapshot. Perfect. Now I have one volume, I have one snapshot. And now let's see how will this project behave. Test it. Right? The project got executed. I clicked on the test button. Now, if you go to the dashboard and click on the refresh page, the snapshot is 0, but the volume is still there. Why? What is the reason? Because I have written this in such a way that if the snapshot belongs to a volume that is not attached to any EC2 instance, then delete the snapshot. Now, this requirement might vary in your organization. From organization to organization, it depends, right? So you can add some if conditions, you can add some block conditions, but the fundamental principle that we have demonstrated here is if the snapshot is stale, if it belongs to volume that is not attached to any EC2 instance, just go ahead and delete it. It's up to your requirement. Now let me explain you the code, because I've given you the walkthrough of the demonstration. Final part that is left is I'll explain you the code. So what I've done here is I am using the Python code and I'm using a module called Boto3. Boto3 documentation is very, very good. All that you need to do is you can just write steps of what you want to perform, write it in plain English on a note paper or on a notepad. Then just go to the Boto3 documentation. Okay, search for Boto3. And these days you can make use of the chat GPT and other things as well for such programs. Now what I'm going to do here is I will search step by step. First thing what I want to do, right? So in this entire thing, the examples that I've performed, what I want to do is I want to list all the snapshots. I want to list all the volumes. I want to list all the EC2 instance, right? And once I list all of these things, now my thing would be to verify if this snapshot belongs to a volume and if that volume is attached to any existing EC2 instance or not, or running state EC2 instance or not. So firstly, what I've done here is I got the code for all the running EC2 instances. Okay, so how did I do that? I just went to the Boto3 documentation, just search for Boto3 EC2. So you'll go to the Boto3 EC2 documentation. Here you can search for different options for EC2 and you'll get the code ready. For example, I wanted to describe the EC2 instances, right? So I'll just search describe instances, go there, and here you have the syntax, right? This syntax will not be 100% correct. I mean, you have to modify it according to your examples. So what I've done is I've taken this syntax and I have put that in the program. Okay, and these days, like I told you, you can take help of ChatGPT as well. But I just said EC2, like I created the Boto3 client. This is the Boto3 module that I've imported if you know Python. And inside this, I created a client for EC2, and using that client, which will talk to the AWS EC2 API, I'm getting all the EC2 snapshots. Oh, sorry, this was the one. Ignore this statement for now. So using this EC2, what I did is EC2.describe instances. That means I'm getting all the instances that are in running state. Perfect. Now, once I have this, once I have the instances or EC2 instance information, now I am just getting the instance ID, right? What did I get here? I just got the entire JSON of the EC2. If you go here, you will also find that information. When you search for the Boto3 module, they have the request syntax and they also have the response as well. So what are you going to get as a response when you execute that? You are getting this entire information of all the EC2 instances. But I just want the EC2 instance ID. So there you need to understand how to parse the JSONs. So you need little Python knowledge here, because this is not a Python class. I'm not going to deep dive into it. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a for loop on all the EC2 instances JSON, and I'm just going to get the instance ID. So this active instance ID is a set data type that I've created, and I'm storing this in the active instance ID set. Similarly, I got all the snapshots information and I've got the volumes information. Okay, once I have that, this is the exact logic that I have described. Okay, so what I'm doing, once I have the snapshot information, I'm verifying if that snapshot has a volume ID or not in the JSON format of the snapshot. Then if it does not have any volume ID, then I'm deleting the snapshot. Let's say if it has a volume ID that is attached to it, or if it belongs to a volume, then I'm verifying if the volume still exists or not, right? If someone has deleted the volume or if it is available. If the volume does not exist still, then using the try catch condition, or use in Python we say try except. Using the try except, I'm handling the situation and I'm deleting the snapshots again, right? Both the cases I'm handling here. Volume is deleted or volume is present and it is not attached to the EC2 instance. Now in your organization, if the request is slightly different, if the requirement is slightly different, because there is no standard procedure for every organization. In some organization, they keep the snapshots like that. Okay, they just take the snapshots and they put that in the S3 Glacier. Okay, so if the snapshots are available, 100 snapshots, 1000 snapshots, instead of just deleting them, they'll create a S3 bucket, and inside the S3 Glacier, which is a Glacier Deep Archive, which is a cheap S3 lifecycle, they'll just go there and store the snapshots. Some organization would delete the snapshots, right? It depends upon the organization to organization. We took one scenario and I've explained you the entire thing, right? So this is how you use the AWS Lambda functions. But one thing that is left is, I told you in the last class that Lambda functions are event driven in nature. But here I was running this Lambda functions manually. So it's again up to you. If you want to run them manually, then you can create a test event and run it. Or else, we have our friend, which is CloudWatch. So you can go to CloudWatch and you can invoke this using CloudWatch. You can just tell that invoke it once every day, or you can say that invoke it once a week. You can say whatever you would like to, right? So you can go to the CloudWatch and here you have events. In the events, you can just say rules, and you can configure the Lambda function as an event, or you can run it manually. So it's up to you. So last time I have invoked a EBS volume check, which we have done in our channel only. So what you will do, I haven't deleted it. It is available from last time, but simple it is. Just create a rule. What is the name of the rule that you want? Let's say EBS snapshots rule. Provide any description. And instead of running with an event pattern, you can run it on a specific schedule, right? Continue with the event bridge scheduler. That means this CloudWatch is creating an event bridge between CloudWatch and Lambda function. So here you can say when exactly do you want to schedule, right? So use the default scheduling group. Is it one-time schedule or recurring schedule? So here you can provide a cron, which minute, like let's say it has to be provided in this way. Let's say you want to run it on 6:30 p.m. every day. Sorry, 6:30 a.m. every day. You can just say day of the month. Probably you can say every Monday or every Wednesday or every Tuesday, right? Or you want to run it on 10th of every month. Which month do you want to run? Day of the week. I'll explain you what I'm building the cron here. And let's say 2023. Sorry. What did it go wrong? Sorry. So I'm providing the wrong cron expression here. So click on the recurring schedule here. And once you click on the recurring schedule, here you have cron based schedule or rate based schedule. So go with the cron based schedule. And if you don't know how to build this cron information, just click on the info button and you will get the cron information, right? How to write this cron expression. Or you can use this managing cross cron based schedules. And once you put this, you can enable this. And once you click on the next button, this thing is enabled. So the CloudWatch and Lambda functions event driven approach is enabled, and it will start running each and every day. But do not do that if you want to keep your cloud cost low, because if you forget that, then this Lambda function keeps executing every day and that would incur a cost. I just wanted to explain you how this pattern works. So I hope you got a clear picture of how this entire thing works. And if you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. But do not fail to perform this demo. It takes a lot of time for me to build these demos for you and explain. So if you do this and if you find this helpful, I'll be more than happy. That's all I have for today's video. If you haven't subscribed the channel, please subscribe the channel and share it with your friends and colleagues who are willing to learn AWS. Take care, everyone. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. My name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 14 of Python for DevOps series, and I am back with yet another real-time Python project. Unlike every class where I start with the theory part, in today's video, let me show you the demo first so that you understand what this project is about. It's a very interesting project. And after that, I am going to explain you the theory part, how to write the Python programming for it, and step by step how to approach to the final solution. So you all know that this is the GitHub repository that we are maintaining for the Python for DevOps series. Similarly, you will have a lot of such GitHub repositories in your organization where you have to manage them as a DevOps engineer. Let's say there is a request from a development team where they have asked you that Abhishek, we have bunch of issues here created by the QE folks. Let's say this particular issue. And what developer wants is once they look into this particular issue, if they feel that this is a genuine issue where, if the developer feels that, okay, QE has reported a proper genuine bug, then, instead of they manually going into the JIRA portal. So we have a JIRA portal here today. So this is the JIRA portal. Let me increase the font. So instead of they manually going to this particular JIRA portal, and going to the backlog, they have to log in, they have to go to the backlog and then create a ticket in the backlog. So instead of doing all this activity manually, because they have to triage or they have to, debug a lot of issues that are reported by QE each and every day. So they want you to automate where they will just come to the issue, and if they feel this is a valid bug, they will just type /Jira or anything that you want to. You can also replace this with create a Jira for me, or the usual practice is they can come here and comment /Jira, and as soon as they click on the comment button, you should see a Jira that is created for them so that they can track the work, or after 10 days they understand how many issues they have to work on. So I can show you by refreshing the screen. Right now there is nothing here, right? And as soon as you click on the enter button, where is this? Perfect. Click on the comment. You will notice a Jira is created on this particular board, right? So Jira is created on the board where, I have randomly entered few details, main order flow broken. You can add anything where, I'll show you. We can create description. We can assign it to particular users, everything through automation. So what did I do? The request from the developer, I have taken that request and I said, okay, I'll automate this for you. And for that particular thing, what I've done is on this particular GitHub repository, I have configured a webhook. So if you see here, if we go to the settings of this repository, right? As you go to the settings of this repository, if you scroll down, you will notice a section called webhook. And this is the webhook that I've created. So if I edit this, you see here the EC2 instance URL where I have hosted a Python application, right? We will learn how to write this application and what this application is doing. So it is on an EC2 instance and it is running on a particular port. So I can show you the application as well. So see here, this is the application that is running. And what this application is doing is it is interacting with the APIs of Jira and it is creating the ticket automatically, right? So what are the things that we have to learn? Let's move to the whiteboard and try to understand the problem statement and how to fix this particular or how to provide this particular solution in a step-by-step way, right? So let's move to our whiteboard. Now, let me start explaining you. I hope you all understood what is this project about on a very high level, and I hope that it generated an interest in you people so that you can also implement it on your JIRA board. So the problem statement, let's start understanding with it. So as a DevOps engineer, what is the problem statement that is given to you by a development team? So the problem statement for them is that, so there are a lot of QE engineers, right? Or anyone in the organization, it can be QE or devs. So when they notice a bug in the application, okay, while testing an application or some of they come across a bug in the application, so they will create issue on the GitHub repository. Okay, so developer or QE people, they have created issue on the GitHub repository, and definitely, this issue, whoever creates an issue, that should not be considered as an issue. They might have some configuration mistakes, or they did not understand the application workflow properly. So there will be development team in your organization, right? So one of the developers, once in a week or once in 2 days, what this developer does is this developer goes to the GitHub repository, as I have gone through this GitHub repository, right? So I have created this GitHub repository, and some 5 people who are one of you, one of the subscribers who are watching this particular video series, they found out that, okay, they feel that there are 5 bugs on this, so they created this. Now it's up to me, like once in a week or once in a couple of days, I have to go through these issues and understand if there are genuine issues or not, right? So that is what a developer does here. One from the development team goes here and tries to triage, because this is a very generic one that I have, or this is a tutorial that I'm trying to explain. There are less number of issues, but on a real application, you might have some hundreds of issues. And similarly, development team, they might not have a single microservice. So they might have multiple microservices or multiple repositories. So this can be 100, 200, 300. And every time when they triage this issue, if the issue is not valid, so they can simply close the issue that is there. If the issue is valid, right? So they have to work on the particular issue. So to work on the particular issue, they have to track the amount of work that is required. They have to show the organization that, okay, these are the number of issues that we are working on. So what they need to do, they need to go to the JIRA dashboard and they need to create ticket on the JIRA dashboard. Now this is so much work for the development team. This is basically operations work, right? They have to log into the JIRA board, right? They have to provide all the details, usually on the GitHub repository itself. So if you look at this particular person, he has already provided the information. Now developer has to copy paste it or manually enter all the details. Instead, they will come to the DevOps team and seek the help, where they will ask the DevOps team, right? Hey, DevOps team, can you automate this for me? Right? And this is what I have shown you. What did I do? I have automated this entire process where, there are 2 parties. One is GitHub. Second is JIRA. So these are the 2 parties. And the automation, what it needs to do. So whenever someone comments on the JIRA, ticket has to be automatically created here. So what I did is they need to be a bridge between both of these things, right? So there needs to be a bridge, and using this bridge, when someone comments on the JIRA issue saying that a JIRA ticket is needed, only then JIRA has to be created here. So to write that logic, what I'll do is I'll choose programming language Python. I cannot choose shell scripting here, right? Because there are APIs involved, and this is very dynamic in nature. The server where you want to write this can be a Windows machine, this can be a Linux machine, and there are very good modules that are available in Python to do this. So Python is the better option. Now what I'll do is, firstly, I'll ask GitHub, whenever someone writes that comment called /Jira, hey GitHub, I have created a Python application and I have hosted it on EC2 instance. Why don't you send me a webhook? Understand this carefully. So here I will configure a webhook in GitHub where I'll tell GitHub through the webhook that, okay, if someone comments /Jira on this particular repository, okay, so using this webhook, send me all the information of that particular issue. That means send me the description of the issue, who has created this issue, when did they create, what did they create, everything that you see on this board right now, right? Each and every minute detail, this entire UI thing is converted into a JSON format. You don't have to do anything here, right? GitHub automatically does this for you. All that you need to do is you need to go to the repository and you have to just provide GitHub the URL where it has to send the JSON information. So it will send JSON information for the Python application that we have. And now what we will do, we will take this JSON information, what are the required fields from it, like the description or whatever is required, and we will make an API call to JIRA. So there are two parts to it, right? So the first part, so if you say GitHub and if you say JIRA, I'll split this into two parts. This is part one, let's say, and this is part two, for example. Okay. So in the part one, what is the automation that is required? First of all, you will create an EC2 instance and you will write your Python application. And what part one does is, as a DevOps engineer, you will configure GitHub saying that, okay, send me this particular information. Don't worry, I'll show you each and every minute configuration. You don't have to worry anything. You will get all the configuration that is required and you will also get the Python script. So you can practice it at your end. Now, part one is you will configure a webhook. This webhook tells GitHub that, okay, just keep watching for this particular comment called /Jira. Whenever you find that comment, okay, so in the webhook configuration, DevOps engineer has provided you URL for the Python application. What you need to do is just provide a JSON for the Python application. So in part one, we are receiving JSON. And in part two, what we are doing is we are sending JSON, or where we are making a API call with JIRA and we are creating the JIRA ticket. So what I am going to do is I'll split this entire thing into two videos, right? Because if you want to implement it and if you are a newbie, it will be very difficult to understand the entire flow in just one video, because we will talk about Flask application, how to write Flask application. We will talk about HTTP protocols. We will talk a lot of technical details. So I'll split this into two videos. Today is video number one. And in today's video, we will learn how to set up JIRA, which is, like a couple of minutes work. Then I'll show you how to understand the API documentation of JIRA, right? I can tell you if something has the best API documentation, and if you are beginner to Python, JIRA is the best thing because they have super cool documentation for you to understand the APIs, which you will come to know, right? So you will understand how to install JIRA, set up JIRA. You will understand how to make API calls with JIRA. Then I'll show you how to write this Python script. Unlike the previous videos, we will not use any modules. We will use the request module, and using request module, I'll show you how to make that API call. And finally, after this Python script, I'll show you, how to execute this particular thing. because during the execution, there are some details such as how to choose the fields for the Jira board and everything. This is as part of today's video. And as part of tomorrow's video or the next class, we will learn, like we wrote the Python script here. But what's interesting is we have to convert this Python script into a Flask application. Why? You will learn tomorrow. You cannot directly use the Python script. We will convert that into a Flask application. We will learn how to host it on EC2. Probably most of you already know it. And finally, we will learn how to set up the GitHub webhook for it. This is going to be the part 2. So this is part 1 and part 2. Now let's try to understand the part 1 part today, where the first step will be, let's write the algorithm, right? What is the first step for us? First step is Jira setup. Second step is understand Jira API calls. How to make API calls with Jira. Third step is write the Python script. Fourth step is execution of this script, right? So what I will do is, instead of just explaining how to create Jira, I'll show you a couple of examples. One is we will try to list all the projects that are there in Jira. We will try to list the issues. And finally, we will try to understand how to create issue or ticket in Jira. So this is, again, I'm trying to repeat. This is very, very important because these are some real-time tasks that you do as DevOps engineer, and you will get the complete understanding if you watch this video till the end. Cool. Now let me close this. I think we are good with the whiteboard part. Let's try to understand how to set up Jira. So Jira gives you, I'm taking an incognito window because I already have Jira. So just search for Jira and you will get this Atlassian link called Try Jira for free. Click on this. So this is the Atlassian dashboard that you have. And if you want to use up to 10 users, then there will not be any charge. You can set it up for yourself. Just sign in, right? I'll show you by signing in. Also, I have a Jira dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'll click on this thing, right? And here, what I will try to do is provide my email address, right? Let me provide one of my email addresses and click on the next button. So I have signed up. Now, it's asking me to create an account. Click on the create account, right? So as soon as you do it, you will see that an account is created for you. This is the Atlassian account. Click on Jira software. So, Atlassian has a lot of products, but our focus is to try Jira. So click on get it for free. Now, click on the next button. It does not ask you for any credit card details or anything. And you have your Jira dashboard set up. Just provide your email address and what should be your Jira site name, where I can simply say something like Abhishek Jira or whatever you would like to, right? So if that name is not taken, it will give you, or else you can just say Abhishek Jira 1234. Agree. And a Jira dashboard is set up for you. So this is going to be your Jira dashboard on which you are going to play. Skip. You will see, once you try to create a project, you will see, do you want a Kanban project, Scrum, top level planning, bug tracking? So better go with Scrum because it's very simple, right? So choose the Scrum template and say which template you would like to use. I don't want to change anything. So let me say, select a team managed project. Provide the name for your project. Let me say this as again, Abhishek, and click on the next button. Click on go to your project and you have the Scrum board here. So this is the Jira board that you have created. If you want to go through the quick start guide or something, I don't want to go through the quick start. Now our task is to create Jira tickets on this, try to play and try to automate this particular dashboard, right? So because I already have a dashboard, let me close this and go back to the one that I am already using. So this is the dashboard that I have. And once you have your dashboard, the first thing that you do is, I have explained this previously also. Whenever you want to talk to an application, right? Jira is an application or a SaaS solution, anything. There are two ways. One is you interact with it through the API, or the other is we interact it with the CLI. Now we are learning Python. We want to programmatically talk to the applications where API is the solution. So to learn how to make API calls with Jira, first thing that you need to do is you need to have a API token, right? So let's learn how to create API token. What is API token? It's nothing but like, when you want to log into your Instagram, Facebook or anything, you would use the user interface, you would provide the username and password, right? But when you're using APIs, for better security, go with the API tokens where you can manage these API tokens. It's just like a password, but these tokens you can, provide RBAC on this particular tokens. You can timely delete these tokens. For one particular service account, you can create multiple API tokens and you can play with it. So now let's go to the dashboard and learn how to create the API token. Without the API token, you cannot make API call to it. So first thing is go to the profile, and within the profile, manage your account. Click on the security button, right? And in the security, you have, if you watch carefully, let me increase the font. You have the API token section where create and manage API tokens. Click on this particular thing. Like I have already created an API token. Because you don't have, what you can do is you can click on this create API token and provide a label as I have provided. Just for the reference, what is this API token to understand? I've provided the label as Python. You can also create your API token. Done. So once you have the API token, you are almost set. Now you need to understand how to talk to the Jira APIs, like which modules in Python you have to use and on which URL you should access this Jira. What is the context route, right? Because in Jira, you have a lot of things. You can create issues, right? Or you can create bugs. You can add comments. You can do a lot of things. And programmatically also, you can do all of these things. So you should go to the Jira API documentation. So this is the Jira API documentation page. All that I did is just search for Jira API docs, nothing more than that, right? So you will get this particular page, and on this page, you will have each and everything. Let's start with something very, very simple, right? So we just created a project called Abhishek. So let's try to see if we can list the projects using Jira. So without going to the Jira dashboard and trying to understand what are the projects that are available on my Jira board, I have two projects. You can understand it as two development teams which are using two projects, for example. Now I want to list both of this. I want to understand how many projects are there without using the UI. So what I'll do, this is a very simple one to start with. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the API documentation, search for projects. You will find this, expand it, get all projects, where I'm just trying to list the projects. And why did I say Jira is the best place to start if you're learning programming or if you're learning how to make API calls? Because it already gives you a lot of information. If you want to do it using shell scripting, this is how you do it. If you want to do it using Java, this is the sample code that you have. Today I want to try with Python. So, what I can do is I can simply copy this thing. Of course, you have a button on the top where you can just click on this, but sometimes it's not working as expected when I was doing the demos. That's why I just copy pasted it. Now you can go to your code spaces environment, right? Or you can use your personal laptop. Doesn't matter. You can use anything. we will use the API token that we have generated, and we will try to make the API call with the sample code snippet that is provided to us, right? So let's wait for the code spaces to start, because in today's video, I'll be using code spaces environment. But you can use your personal laptop, easy to instance, whatever you would like to. So I'll create under this day 14 folder, I'll say the first program that I want to write, right? So I'll say examples, create a new folder called examples. And inside that examples folder, the first Python file that I want to try, program that I want to try is list projects. So I'll call it as listprojects.py. Okay. So this is the code that I have copied from JIRA documentation, and see, it has provided us literally everything. Now, what I just need to do is best, I'll explain you the code. I'll walk through the code, but to execute this program, all that I need to do is just replace this particular URL with the URL that I have, atlassian.net. And where is this? Perfect. So I have replaced this particular thing. And then in the HTTP basic authentication, you just have to provide your email address. So let me provide the email address that I have. And then in the API token, just provide the API token that you have created. So of course, I'm going to delete this entire board. So it doesn't matter if I share the API token, right? Because after this demo, I'm going to delete the entire board. So what is my API token? In your case, you can get the API token from the Jira board. I've just shown you how to do it. So let me access my API token. I've stored it here. The better practice is, I mean, because you are just starting with it, right? I'm pasting my API token here. But the better practice is read this API token as environment variable. We learned in the previous classes how to read environment variables and command line arguments, right? So tomorrow's class, when we enhance this program, we will also do that. We will read this through an environment variable so that it's more secure. Even if someone access your code, they will not understand. And when I upload this program, I'll remove this API token. You need to replace it with yours. So here I'll just say API token. That should be it. Now I can simply switch to day 14 folder. Now you will realize, why did I say Jira is one of the simplest things to learn the API automation. So if I just execute Python list projects.py, of course, you will see if there are any dependencies that are not installed here, it will say you don't have the Python dependency. In such cases, we will install. If these things are already available on my code spaces environment, you will see the output. You might say that, Abhishek, the output that is given to me, right, is a very lengthy one. I just asked it for the projects. But what Jira returns you back is this entire thing that you see, right? Of course, you asked it only for the projects, but for each project, it will give you all the details, not just the project name. That's where the JSON handling comes into picture, which we have learned in the last classes. So what you can do is, as a person who is learning, you can go back and, you can literally copy this entire thing. Okay. Copy this entire thing. Go to any JSON formatter, online tools that are available for you, right? And, you can just say beautify, and you will see that what exactly it returned is two projects. Basically, it gave you a list because you have asked for list of projects. And what you will get back in Python, you will get a list data type. And in list data type, you basically have two elements. This is element number one, and this is element number two. Now you must be understanding why did I explain so much, why did I stress so much on the fundamentals. We took 10 classes to understand the fundamentals. Each and every data type we understood. We did some assignments. People who did that will find these classes very, very simple. If you are directly jumping to the project section, then yeah, you might find some difficulty here. If you are learning Python through our course from the starting, you will not find this difficulty. So this is a list that is written back, and in the list there are two elements, element 1 and element 2. That is, this is element with index 0 and this is element with index 1. Now if you look at this particular element, right, where is the project name? Project name is somewhere here, right? This is the project name. So to access, if I just want to print the project name of this particular element, what I can do is I can go back to my program. They try to use some keywords here. So I'll just replace this entire thing. And what I'll do is, take the response, or I'll say output is equals to JSON dot loads. Why are we using JSON dot loads here? I have explained in the last class also. In Python, when we try to parse the JSON information, we have to convert the JSON to dictionary, and we can try to execute operations on the dictionaries. So for that we use JSON.loads. And here what I'll try to do is I'll say response.text. Okay. And on this particular thing, we need to just say name is equals to output of 0 of name. Okay, I hope that is right. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I did not print the name, right? So let me again say print name. Perfect. So it says the first project that we have here is with name Abhishek. Let's see if that is correct or not. I'm finding it difficult to move through the tabs. So where exactly is this? Sorry. Yeah. So the first project that we have is with name Abhishek, and the second project is with the name My Scrum project. Let's also see that. So if we go back to this particular script, and if we change element with index 1, we should see My Scrum project. And if you want to print both of them, you all know you can write a simple for loop, and you can print both index of 0 and index of 1. That is, just traverse through the list and print both index 1 and index 2. Sorry, index 0 and index 1. Perfect. So now this tells you how easy it is to integrate a Python script with JIRA, because almost the code is given to you by JIRA itself. And not just in Python, it gives you in shell scripting, Node.js, Java, each and everything. Now let's try to understand what this code is. Of course, we got the entire code, but let's try to understand. So basically, what we are trying to do is we are trying to use the request module. We learned in previous classes, request module is used to make API calls. When we try to do automation with other applications, we might not use this request module. That depends on the application to application. For example, when we want to talk to AWS, there is Boto 3, which does a lot of heavy lifting for us. But JIRA modules are not as stable as the AWS modules. So that's why we will use the standard module that we have, that is the request module. And the next line that we have, as I've explained in the packages class, so we have imported a particular package, but from that package we want to use this particular module, that is HTTP basic authentication. So you want to authenticate with JIRA, because if you don't authenticate with JIRA, like if anybody in the world tries to make an API call with your particular application, JIRA should not give you the output. Only valid user with valid API token should be able to access. So that's where we will use the basic HTTP authentication. Because we are also using JSON, we have used the JSON module, because I'm doing JSON.loads. So you need to import that as well. Now we took the URL, we took the API token, and we just performed the request as shown in the documentation. This is a very simple script. Now let's try to write the script which is required for us. That is script to create JIRA ticket. Okay. Now, meanwhile, let me remove the API token so that when I commit this entire thing, you will not see the API token. Similarly, I'll remove the email address as well. Perfect. Now, this is what I have. This is the code that I will submit. Now, let me create one more thing that is called create jira.py. Okay. So better to use the underscore, but that's okay. So create -jira.py. And now what I'll do is I'll go back to the Jira documentation, right? And what I want to do now is create an ticket or an issue. So search for issue. In Jira, tickets are basically called as issues, right? So we will search for issues here. So again, expand this section, create issue. Similarly, you will find the entire code. Just copy paste this thing. But the only change that is going to be, right? I'll copy paste this entire thing. But the only change that I will notice, see, when you create a Jira ticket, like if we go through the Jira dashboard as well, if we try to manually create it through the UI, click on the create tab. You have bunch of fields, like there are 20-30 fields that are available, and each of the field, some of them are mandatory, some of them are not mandatory, right? So what the Jira documentation provides you is all the mandatory and non-mandatory fields. Okay. So here, when you want to create a ticket with Jira, that is, here it gives you all the fields that are available. Just like when you want to create an EC2 instance, you have a lot of fields, but only some of them are mandatory. Similarly with Jira also, when you want to create issue, right? So if you look at this payload, Jira is taking entire information from us. Like it is saying in the Python script that you are writing, provide this entire information. But we know everything is not mandatory, right? That's why I'm saying you need to have idea on the product before you automate it. It's not that Python, API, so you can automate it. First, you need to have knowledge on it, whether it is AWS, whether it is any platform. First, you need to know how it works through the UI. So what are the mandatory things here? Let's see. Project name is mandatory. Issue type is mandatory. Summary is mandatory. Reporter is mandatory. That's it. There are only 4 fields that are important. In that also reporter, because we are using the API token, Jira automatically knows who is the reporter. But the 3 mandatory fields here are project, issue type, and summary. Let's only keep them and remove everything else because the program looks much easier for us. So what I'll do is I'll remove this particular section called assignee. It is not required. I'll remove this particular section called component. It is not required. All these custom fields are not required. Let me remove this particular custom field, not required. Remove. I'm just trying to use the ID advantage here. Just click on this particular bracket and it will show the closing bracket. Remove the entire thing. This particular custom field, not required. This is not required. Description is required, right? So I'll keep this description, and in the description I'll say my first Jira ticket. Okay. Again, outside description, you don't need this due date, remove it. Environment, I don't really need this environment, so let me remove this as well. Fixed version, not needed, remove. And then comes the issue type. Issue type is required field, which we saw. But here, if you see, it is asking for the ID. How do you get the ID? Just go here, and here I am trying to create a story. And when I'm trying to create a story, it is giving me this particular field called as story. But in the API call, it is asking me for the ID of this particular story. So we need to fetch the, not the name, but the ID of it. What you need to do is you need to click on this particular icon that you see and say configure board. And here you have the section called issue types. Click on it. And let's say you want to create story. Click on the story, and in the URL, you will see the issue type ID. I know this is complicated, but this is how I figured out how to get it. If you know any other easy way, then let me know. I read through the documentation also. I did not find much. So this is how I get the issue type ID, and replace this one because I want the actual issue type ID. And labels, I don't need. Priority is not required. Project, instead of project ID, you can give key, and key is AB. When we created the project, you must have noticed, like this is the project that I've created, for example, Abhishek, and in brackets, you see something called AB, right? This is my project key. So use that as a project key. Reporter, you can keep as is, or just remove the reporter because anyways you're using the API token thing. And I don't need this security. I can remove. In the summary is required, where I can say first JIRA ticket. And then I don't need this tracking part. Coming to the versions, let me remove, and let me keep this the same thing. Okay. Now here on this particular board where we are trying to create, let me show you. I just have one item in the backlog, right, which we created at the starting of the video. Now we should see two items, right, if we execute this program. Let's see if that happens or not. So I'll say Python create jira.py. Specify a valid project ID or key. My bad. We got that error because we did not update these details. Sorry for that. So we can copy this thing again from the URL itself, and let's go back, replace it, provide the email address, and then provide the API token. So let's do the same thing. So I'll just say API token is equals to the API token that I've created at the beginning of the video. I've copied it. So let me paste this here. And replace this with the API token. Perfect. Now I'll try to execute this project. Python create jira.py. And now it should create a ticket. Let's go back and see on the board here. We should see a new ticket AB-14, and it says first Jira ticket. So that's it. Now we have created a Jira ticket. We learned how to interact with the APIs. Isn't it very, very easy? Yes, it is. So in this, all the applications that we try to use and the API references, Jira is the most easiest thing because it provides a lot of information for you through the documentation, right? So we will learn the part 2 in tomorrow's video, where we will understand how to convert this application into Flask framework and integrate with GitHub webhooks. So that's going to be part 2. So before that, I hope everyone would try this and practice it from their end. See you all till the next video. Take care. Hello everyone, my name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Today is day 15 of Python for DevOps series, and in this video, we will deep dive into GitHub Jira integration project using Python scripting part 2. Now I call this part 2 because we have already completed the first half of it in day 14 folder. But don't worry, I'll quickly recap and I'll show you the demo of what this project about and what we have done in day 14. So basically, let's say there is a development team who owns this GitHub repository, and there are a bunch of issues that are created by the QA engineers or developers from other teams who are using this particular project. Now, the issues that are created, some of them might be the genuine issues, some of them might be configuration issues, or the issues that are not correct. So what these developers want to do is they want to go through the issues. Let's say one of the developer goes through this particular issue, and if developer feels that okay, this is the right issue, then developer can accept this issue. And what developer wants to do is he wants to or she wants to track the entire work that they are going to do for this particular issue on a JIRA board or as a JIRA ticket, so that 10 days later, if manager comes and asks, what is the work that is done as part of this particular issue, there has to be a way to track. Now, developers might triage hundreds of issues every day. It becomes very difficult every time they have to go to the JIRA board and create a ticket against the GitHub issue. So they reach the operations team, DevOps team, and ask the DevOps team, can you create an automation where if I feel that this particular issue should be accepted, I'll just come here and I would comment something as /JIRA. And as soon as I commit or comment something as /JIRA, I should see an issue in the backlog. Now, if I refresh the backlog, right now you will not see any issues, right? This board is completely empty. As soon as developer comes here and clicks on the comment button, what you will notice is there is a issue created. Let me refresh and show you in the backlog. So now this issue will have the complete details of this particular GitHub issue, that is who has created this particular issue, what is the issue that they have reported. You can put technically all the things into this particular JIRA ticket that you are creating through the automation. Of course, we have populated it with dummy details because we are more focused on the integration part. So this is the project. The outline, or if I have to put this entire thing in one single line, we are trying to automate GitHub and JIRA integration. So how we are going to do it, I have explained in day 14, but I'll quickly recap what I have done in day 14, and we will also understand what we are going to do in today's class. So let's move towards the whiteboard. So let me take a whiteboard here. So what we did as part of day 14 is that, overall, the project is, as I have explained you, GitHub, JIRA. These are two different parts, and we are trying to integrate them using Python. So as I have explained you, to achieve this, what is required? So GitHub as an entity should talk to Python first. So this Python application can be stored in an EC2 instance on a particular server or any place. So basically GitHub has to talk to the Python API. And then part 2 is that the Python script that you have written, it has to interact with JIRA. How it has to interact with JIRA? So it has to talk to the JIRA APIs. And how is this particular integration done? We have used something called as webhooks in GitHub. Now I'm just giving you a simple overview. If you want to understand in detail, then you should watch day 14 video, because I have clearly explained these things, taking so much of time. Now, what did we do as part of day 14 is, on day 14, we understood how to write this Python script. We just understood how to write the Python script. We did not convert this Python script to an API, but what did we do? We understood how to write Python script to talk to the JIRA API. And what did we also do? We also learned about the JIRA setup, installation, and we learned how to use JIRA APIs. So these are all the things that we have done. Of course, This particular part is not that much important. You don't need to understand how to set up Jira and install, because usually this particular thing is done in the organization by Jira admins. But of course, for our local setup, we need to understand how this needs to be done. So I've also shown you this particular thing. So this is what we have learned in day 14. But today's class is very, very important, because you are going to learn how to convert this Python program into an API. Now, you might be wondering, but Abhishek, why should I write an API? So if you put this particular part aside, what is the first part of this particular project? So there is GitHub. As we saw, developer is writing a comment on the GitHub page, and now GitHub through the webhooks. I've shown you the webhook configuration in the last class. So GitHub through the webhook, what it is trying to do is it is trying to talk to the Python application that you have. Now, like I told you multiple times in my previous classes, if someone has to talk to a program, it can be you, it can be GitHub, it can be any particular person or application. To talk to another application, programmatically, there are only two ways. That is either use the API or use the CLI that this application has provided you. Definitely, we are not writing CLI for this application. So the only way GitHub can talk to your Python program that is available on an EC2 instance or your personal laptop or anywhere in the world is to talk to the API of your Python application. So if you see here, this is the GitHub repository that we have. And if you go to the settings, what did I do in the settings? There is an option called webhooks, and this is a webhook that I have configured. Let me just provide the password really quick. So this is a webhook that I have created. And in the webhook, what did I do? I just provided the API of the Python application that I have written, or the URL of the Python application that I have written. So this is the Python. No, don't worry. How did I write this Python API? I'm going to show you. And we are going to use Flask to write this particular Python application. What I'm going to do is I'll just convert the Python application that we have written in day 14 to the Flask framework so that an API is exposed. So it will be very simple. Don't worry. And once I provide this URL to GitHub, so as I mentioned here, GitHub is going to send the entire JSON payload. If you look at the payload that GitHub has sent, payload is nothing but the JSON information where GitHub is going to return me. If we go to one of the previous deliveries that GitHub has done to the particular application, see, GitHub is sending all this information to my Python application. This is the complete information that GitHub has sent. From this, I can pick up whatever information is required and I can talk to the JIRA APIs. For example, if you want to understand who has created the particular GitHub issue, then you can search for the user who has created the particular GitHub issue, and you can get the user's ID, you can get whatever you want. So the complete information that you see on the user interface, for example, this was the issue, right? So everything that you see here through the UI is sent as a JSON information to my Python application. Now it is up to me how much information should I post to JIRA, which is this particular part. So let me repeat it one more time so that it is clear to each and every person. Because after this, I'm going to talk about Flask. I'm going to talk about APIs, how to write the API. So before I go there, I want to make sure everyone understands it, because I want each and every one of you to implement this particular project. So the first part here is that we have GitHub. Of course, I know I'm repeating it, but to make sure everyone understands it, we have to do it. Then you have another entity, which is EC2 instance, where we have deployed our Python API. So this is the first time we are writing our own API. Then you have JIRA. The problem statement or the end goal that we want is there is a user, if some user comments on the GitHub issue that we have on this particular repository, any issue, immediately GitHub has to send the complete information of that particular issue, right? GitHub will send complete information of that particular issue through a JSON payload to my Python application. And how is this done? We have configured webhook, which tells GitHub that, okay, whenever someone comments /JIRA on a particular issue, you need to send this information to EC2 instance. Of course, right now what we have done is we have asked GitHub in the webhook to send for any comment. It can be /JIRA, it can be /XYZ, or the user is commenting anything. Webhook sends the request to EC2 instance. We will come to this particular part later. Now JSON information is sent to the Python application. And now the Python application should make an API call to JIRA. And I've shown you in the last class how to understand JIRA's APIs. Go to the JIRA documentation. I've shown you clear steps on how to write this code and each and every step. So this way a ticket is created or an issue is created on the JIRA board. Now we have already understood this particular part in the day 14 class, where we clearly learned how to write this Python application, how to make JIRA APIs. So today's class, we will focus on this particular part. For this, what we are going to do is let's write the algorithm first. The first step that we have to do is understand what exactly is an API. And second step is to convert our Python application that we have. So previously we just had a Python script. That's it, right? So we need to convert this Python script that we have. So if you go to the day 14 folder here, you will see the Python script. In the examples folder, you have create JIRA. So this is a Python script that we have. So this is not an API. This is just a script. And whoever runs this particular script, they can make a call to the JIRA thing. But what GitHub has to do is it has to talk to the API, because GitHub cannot log into your EC2 instance and execute this program. So convert the Python script to API. Why are we converting this Python script to API? Because if it is not API, GitHub needs a way to log into your EC2 instance and run the program as you are running it. If it is an API, then GitHub can directly invoke, because this Python script will be deployed to a server. So that is another thing that we need to understand. That is, deploy this Python application to server. Step number 4, how to set up GitHub webhooks, which is very, very simple. It's not a big deal. Now, step 5 is conditional handling. That is, right now, the state of this integration is that I commented /JIRA, it created a ticket here. But even if I comment something like /something, okay, even if I do this, you will notice a JIRA ticket will be created. Okay, so if I refresh, you will see a new JIRA ticket. Got it? So what we need to do as the last step is we have to conditionally handle it, where only if user comments /JIRA, I need to create the ticket, because this has to be your keyword. Otherwise, both the user as well as the developer, they might talk something, like the developer might request for more information. Developer might be looking into it, just might comment, please give us 2 days, we will look into it. Finally, if developer is okay with the issue, only then developer will comment /JIRA, and only for that particular action, you have to create the JIRA ticket. So that is just nothing but what you need to do in the last step. In the last step, you need to go through the JSON information that is sent from GitHub to the Python program, and you have to write just an if condition. So these are the 5 steps that we need to do to implement this particular program. So let's start with the first step, that is what exactly is an API. Okay. So I know I've discussed this multiple times in the previous classes, but I'll repeat it one more time. Okay. And in today's class, how we are going to write the API? We are going to use the Flask framework. So first of all, what is an API? So API is nothing but it's just like an application interface where, today, let's take one example of a ticket booking application. Okay. Let's take an example of ticket booking app. This might be a bus ticket or it might be anything, but you are trying to book a ticket. So there is a website for this particular application, right? So what does website do? Website provides a user interface. That is, technically you can uh, use this website on your browser, and using your mouse and using your keyboard, you can submit some information. Basically, this is a user interface, right? And let's say you want to book a ticket. So what you would do to book a ticket, you will log into this particular ticket booking app and you will just provide some information where what is your name, what is your age, where you want to go. All such information you will post to the user interface. And what this user interface will do, it will say, okay, I got all of this information. Let's move to the transaction page. Please do the payment. And then it will say, okay, your ticket is booked. Now, this is all called user interface. There is another thing which is called as application interface. Okay. So now what is application interface? See, when it comes to automations, this particular user interface is not that friendly. Okay. So it is not easy that you go to the web page, you provide all this information through an automation and do that. The easy way of doing it is whoever is writing this particular application, they will create an API, right? Best example is GitHub. Okay. So the one that you are seeing here is nothing but the user interface of GitHub. Whereas if you can just do api.github.com, okay, this is the GitHub's application interface, where if you want to just search for issues, you will just say api.github.com/issues. Of course, I did not authenticate. That's why I'm getting error. What is authentication? In this particular case, what I'm doing, I have logged in as a user, and then I move to Python for DevOps page, and there I am searching for issues. Here I randomly search for it. I did not authenticate. I did not provide the API token. That's why I got error. But this is the application interface. So for programming point of view, when you want to talk to any particular applications, application interface is very, very friendly, so that you can write a Python program and directly talk to this particular application. Just what we did with the JIRA as well, right? We created JIRA ticket in this particular example or the demo that we are seeing, where I did not click few buttons, but I wrote Python program to talk to the JIRA API. Got it? So for programming, APIs are easy, whereas for users to understand or to do something, user interface is important. Now, what are the different types of APIs that we can have, right? That is, I'll give you a very simple example. This entire APIs work on the HTTP protocol. Okay. And generally, if we go back to the same example itself, there are 4 different types of HTTP types or protocols, whatever you would like. It's not protocols, but HTTP request types. What does that mean? I'll give you a simple example. If we go back to the same ticket booking thing, right? So let's say you have this ticket booking website. Okay. What are the different actions that you can perform on this ticket booking website? One action, as I've explained, is let's say you want to go to a movie. So there is one action that you can perform. You will go to this ticket booking website. For each of these things, I am assuming that you have already authenticated and authorized. That means you have access to this ticket booking website. One action that you can do is you can post your information. That is, you can say that I want to book a ticket for this particular movie. where this is my name and this is my ID, whatever it is required for this ticket booking website. So here you are posting information. Then let's say your ticket is booked. After 2 days, you want to see, okay, you forgot when this ticket timings exactly are. So again, you will go to this ticket booking website, and this time you will perform the get action. That is, you are trying to get the ticket time or when on particular date you got this ticket booked. First is post HTTP request type. Second is get HTTP request type. And there are two others where, let's say, this ticket booking website allows an option where you can modify your booking. That means you can change your booking from a particular date to another date. In such particular action, what you will do is, again, you will log into this particular website and you will modify. In the API language, we call it as put. And one option, another thing this ticket booking website would provide is delete the ticket. That is, you can cancel the ticket, right? If you don't want, you can delete it. Now, this same concept of post, get, put, and delete applies for anything. Let's say you have a database, okay? And this database also has an API, okay? So even you can consider the same thing. You want to add a new user, you will post the information to the user. Let's say you want to get information of a user, you will use the get protocol. If you want to update users information, you will use put. If you want to delete, then you will use the delete operation. So overall, any actions that happens on the APIs. Now don't confuse that APIs are only for application. There are cases where databases also have APIs. Okay. Now let's not go into that, but any API action that you are trying to perform, it corresponds to 4 kind of requests. Request type 1 is get. Request type 2 is post. Request type 3 is put. And request type 4 is delete. Of course, there are 1, 2 more, but these are the predominant ones that you would use: get, post, put, and delete. So why did I explain this, Abhishek? I got this entire thing, but why did you explain this entire thing to me? It is required because now, of course, today writing an API is very, very simple. And if you're talking about Python, if you just have a program and you want to convert the Python program to an API, with Flask, you can just do it in couple of minutes. You will see that. I'll just convert the complete program into Flask in a couple of minutes. Or even if you want to write a new API, with Flask, it is very, very simple. You can just write it in 2 minutes. But the most important thing that you need to understand is, in our project, GitHub is talking to the Python program or the Python API that we are writing. Let's say this is hosted on an EC2 instance. Now you need to tell this particular GitHub what kind of information does it have to perform. Now you might tell GitHub that, okay, this is my API URL, talk to it, but should GitHub post the information? Should GitHub get the information? Should GitHub put the information or delete? Depending on this particular action, you will build your API type. In our case, what we need GitHub to post the information to us, because GitHub is sending us all the JSON information related to the user. GitHub is not taking anything from us, but GitHub is providing us some information. So the API that we have to write should be of post type. Of course, I'll start with simple get API. I'll show you how to write a simple Flask get API, because get is very, very simple. But in today's class, you need to understand that we will use a post type of API, because we are receiving the information where GitHub is posting some information to us. And what we will try to do on the JIRA part, as well, we will post the information only, because GitHub is posting to us and we are posting to JIRA, where we are saying JIRA, okay, create a ticket and this is the information, take this all information and create a user. It's just nothing but, if you consider JIRA as a DB, we are populating a record to the DB. That's it, right? Done. So one thing you need to notice is we need to create a post type API. Now let's go back and through the console, let's understand how to write a Flask API. So first thing is keep in your mind that this is very, very simple. If you are afraid of something, then you will find it more complicated. See how simply I will write the Flask API so that you will also say that, okay, Abhishek, I thought Flask was difficult, but now I understand it's very, very simple. So I've taken a terminal. The first thing that you have to do is you need to install Flask. So for that, pip install Flask. Okay. So this will install the Flask module or the package on my particular instance. So now I have got Flask, right? So if you are using Visual Studio Code or if you are using your virtual machine, then the command can be pip or pip3 install Flask. You need to check that. Now, what I'll do is I'll go to the day 15 folder and I will create in the day 15. Don't worry, once you see this video live, you will see the day 15 populated with notes as well. So in the day 15 folder, let's say simple Flask app or just say hello world. Okay, we'll just say examples. Sorry, let's create a folder called examples. Okay, inside the examples folder, I'll create a new file called hello world.py. Okay, so let's write this very simple Flask application. So we need to start with importing the package that we have, and Flask is a package, but we don't need the complete package. What we need from the Flask package is just the Flask module. So we will just say from Flask package that we have installed or downloaded, just import the Flask module because this package might have a lot of things. So now we have imported the Flask module, and what we need to do, we are just writing a very simple Flask API. And my goal is that when someone hits this Flask API on the internet, they just need to access something like hello world, right? If someone hits this particular API, they need to see the response as hello world, nothing more than that. So what I'm going to do is from Flask, import Flask, and then I need to write this particular statement called app is equals to Flask. So this is just nothing but instantiating a object where so the first thing that I have to do is say from Flask import Flask module. So what does this line mean? If you have followed our previous classes where I've explained about packages and modules, so from the Flask package, we want to just import the Flask module. So why do we do this? Is when we are talking about huge packages, like Flask is a huge package, and we don't want the complete Flask package to be imported, but we just want to use the Flask module. What happens if you import the complete package? It will take a lot of time for your program to execute. So if you want to keep it light, then you just import the particular module that you want. So we are importing the Flask module. And then you will write this line every time. This is a common line where you will just say app is equals to Flask underscore underscore name underscore underscore. What does this mean? Basically, you are creating a Flask application instance. Okay, so this particular line is required to create a Flask application instance because we will perform all the actions using this Flask app instance. Okay, so this is a framework that we are using, and within this framework, the entire thing that we do, how user talks, depend upon this Flask instance that we have created, And this is the line that we write on every Flask API that we are trying to build. Now, what I'm going to do is, usually you have a function like this, right? So definition, let me call it as hello, just hello. And whoever calls that function, I just want to return something like hello world. This is how I write a usual program, right? Now, what you need to do is you just need to add a decorator for this particular function. Again, Abhishek, you are using a new term called decorator. What does that mean? It's nothing but, decorator in Python is something where before you execute this particular function, if you are writing something like @ decorator should always be started with @ where using @ I'll just say @app dot route and I'll say slash. So now what this particular line does, right? This is the important question. Generally, this particular line is called as decorator. Now, before I explain what this particular line does, any decorator that you are trying to write, the main purpose of the decorator is, so before executing this particular function, let's say someone invoked this particular function. Before executing this particular function, please try to execute this action. Okay. So decorator performs an action before the execution of the function. So one example I can give is, let's say someone is trying to access a particular microservice of Amazon, right? It can be the payments microservice of Amazon. Now, in which cases you will use decorator is that you want to verify if the person who is accessing the Amazon API, the microservice API, is authenticated to the Amazon website or not. In such particular cases, you can use the decorators. The best example for it, where you can verify if someone is trying to talk to an API, is that particular person authenticated or not. Of course, in our case, we are not worried about authentication, right? Because this is a very simple application that I'm writing. But why I'm using this particular decorator here is that in Flask, if you write this particular decorator, which you have to write for the function which you are trying to use in Flask, what happens is that Flask will try to verify if someone wants to access this hello API, are they trying to access this particular thing on this particular path or not? Only if someone is trying to access on this particular path, then Flask will send the request to this particular hello function. We will see that in a couple of seconds, where when I try to execute this function, you will notice if I provide in the URL, if I provide something like EC2 instance :5000 slash, if I say something like Abhishek, then you will not receive the output as hello world. Whereas if you only say slash, you will receive the output as hello world. We'll see that. Now, finally, like I told you, if you want to build this API and deploy this API, you need a server. What Flask does is Flask creates an inbuilt server, which is Flask comes with an inbuilt development server where you can execute this program without deploying it on servers like Tomcat or WebSphere or any particular application servers. So what you need to do for that, you can simply say app.run and on which particular URL this app has to run. So I'll just say 0.0.0.0, which means you need to run it on the EC2 instance IP address only, or your local machine's IP address. So because this is code spaces environment, I cannot expose it. Creates a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to create a tunnel and all. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this program and I will try to execute this program on an EC2 instance and show you. So let me take my EC2 instance console, right? This is my EC2 instance console. And here I just have one file. Let me create a new one called helloworld.py. Okay. Inside this, I'll just copy paste the program that we just wrote. And on this particular EC2 instance, I have already installed Flask. If not, you need to install using the same command called pip3 install Flask. So now I will run this Python program saying that Python 3 followed by hello world.py. And what you will notice as soon as I run this, see, Flask has started a development server. It is saying serving Flask app hello world, and it is running your particular program on this particular IP address. So if you go to the browser now, so this is my EC2 instance where I'm running it. You can create an EC2 instance by yourself. And on the EC2 instance, what I have done is I am executing it on the public IP address. So I'll just take a browser on the public IP address. By default, Flask application runs on port 5000. If you want to change it, I'm going to show you how to change it. But now I'll say port 5000 slash, and the output should be a hello world. Perfect. Exactly what we expected. Now, if you enter something like slash ABC, see, it says not found. So who returned this not found? This is very important, right? So you have hit this particular URL and the output is not found, but someone has sent you this not found, right? If not, you should see a different web page, or you should see a web page crashing or something like that. But here we got a proper error message, which says the requested URL was not found on the server. If you entered the URL manually, please check your spelling or try again. So who sent this response back? This response is sent by the Flask. And who is doing this particular action? This particular decorator. Now, did you understand what is the use of decorator? The use of the decorator is whenever someone is trying to access this particular API. Okay. So here in terms of Flask, it is doing two things. One is it is saying Flask that, okay, only serve this particular function on this particular slash. If someone is trying to access it on a different URL, then send out this particular error message that we are seeing. The main purpose of decorators, if someone asks you in an interview, what is a decorator in Python or why are we using decorators? Then you can say the examples that I've mentioned. Let's say there is an API, and if someone wants to access the API, what I can do as a developer or DevOps engineer who has written that program is I will use a decorator in front of the or before the function definition, saying only authenticated users should access the function. So authentication action runs before, or authorization action runs before your function execution. That's the point of decorators in Python. Okay, now we have learned how to write a simple Flask application. Now all that we need to do is just replace this particular line. Okay, so see how simply I'll try to do it. So what I'll do is I'll simply replace this particular line and I'll change this function name, let's say create JIRA. Okay, what is the reason why I've converted this thing to create JIRA? Because the function name looks more relevant. What we are trying to do is we are just trying to create a JIRA. That's why I changed this to create JIRA. And let's also say this has to be executed on the create JIRA URL itself. That means now my new application that I'm writing will not be accessed on any URL other than slash create JIRA. Now we will go to day 14 folder, examples, create jira.py, which we have written. I'll just copy this entire thing and paste it inside the function definition block. Of course, I'll just take this entire thing, right? And because we are writing inside a function definition, what we need to do, did I remove the part? 1 second. Yeah. So what I need to do is I need to provide a tab. Right? Let me remove these things. And the import statements that we have written, let's put at the first lines of the program. And rest all, I will not change any particular thing. So the URL, API token, everything that we have used in the day 14 class, I'm not changing anything. I've just given a tab because the indentation has to be perfect. And instead of print statement, because this is an API, we cannot be using the print statement. But what we can use instead of the print statement is that we will use a return statement, right? Where I'll just say in the last line of the program, remove print, this particular line, and add a return statement. Just give me a second. I've already written it, so I'll just copy it. I've just replaced the print statement with return. That's it. Okay. So this is the proper syntax for the return statement. And if you want, you can also change the port. But for changing the port, you can just say port is equals to 5000 or 9000, whichever port that you want to use. So let me keep the port as is. I'm not going to change anything. The only other thing that you have to change, as I've explained in the theory part, because this API that you are writing is not of the get type, so you need to change the method. So change methods is equals to post. Okay, so this is another line that I have written. Now I'll not modify any other line of this program. If there are any errors, let's try to handle the errors. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just copy this entire thing. Now I'll go to my EC2 instance here, and within the EC2 instance, let me create another file. Right now the Flask application is not running here. If you try to send a GitHub webhook, that is, now let me show you, because I have stopped the Flask application. Okay, the previous application that I've written to show you the demo. Now the demo will fail because I've stopped. See, there are two JIRAs. Let me refresh. Okay, now even if I comment something like /JIRA, you will notice that the integration will not create anything. Go back to JIRA, refresh. You will still see the two JIRA issues only, because I've stopped the Flask application that was running on the development server. So now what I'm going to do is I'll create a new file called GitHub jira.py, and inside this I'll just copy paste the entire thing that we have written. I've not changed any particular line in this. Now I'll save this. Okay, and let me execute this. Python 3 GitHub jira.py. Okay, it said there is some issue here. Let's see what is that issue. So let me open the file one more time, and let's go to the first lines. Okay. So this should not be dot. It should be a comma, right? So let me replace this with comma. Now let's save it, and let's try to execute it one more time. Perfect. Now my Flask application is running, and now I want to validate and verify if my entire flow is working fine or not. So what I can do here is create a GitHub webhook. So to create that GitHub webhook, what I'll do is first I need to understand what is the URL of my EC2 instance. So I'll come here. Either you can copy the public IP address or you can copy the public IPv4 DNS. Let's copy the IPv4 DNS because it looks more genuine. And I'll go to the GitHub and I'll show you how to create the GitHub webhook. So come here, click on the settings button, right? And on the settings button, sorry, my bad. You will have webhooks here. Let's delete this webhook that we have. See, right now it says the integration is failed because we deleted the Flask server that we previously created. Now I'll delete the webhook and I'll show you right from scratch how to do it. First, copy this particular thing that you have. Call it as HTTP, not HTTPS. Okay, even when you are accessing the URLs on the browser, it should be HTTP only because we haven't created HTTPS, right? Colon 5000 / create JIRA. Let's change this to application JSON. I'm not touching anything else. And here I need to select the individual event. Now, what is this, Abhishek? So this is for GitHub to understand on which actions should I trigger the webhook and send the request to the Flask application or the API that you have written. Now, because on GitHub, there can be pull request actions, there can be issues actions, branch creations, repo creations. How will your GitHub understand on which actions it has to make an API call. So it has all of these options. And what did I select is issue comments. If you want to perform the same logic on pull request, you can go back and search for the pull request options here. There will be, yeah. So you have pull request reviews, you have pull request review comments. Similar to the issue comments, pull request review comments is also available. If you want to trigger the Python Flask application on branch creation, you also have branch deletion, branch creation. Everything is available. You just need to select the relevant action. So let's remove this. Only select the issue comments. Add webhook. Now, as soon as you add webhook, GitHub will immediately perform the test validation. And here it says the test validation has failed. Let's see what might have happened. So it tried to send, it is trying to ping, but it got some error. Let's open it and see what is the error. So it said requester URL was not found on the server. If you entered, see, do you remember this error? This is the same error that we got when we tried to access wrong URL through the website, and we are getting the same thing. So we have some knowledge of troubleshooting. Let's go and see what is the request that I have set up. So I said this is the URL. I said colon 5000, and then I said / create JIRA. Okay, everything looks good. Okay, I got what is the error. It was a very silly mistake. Basically, in the day 14 folder to make sure of security, what we have done is we have removed the API token, and we have also removed the email address. So we just need to fill this particular thing before you copy directly. What you need to do is just make sure you are providing your proper email address and the API token, as we have learned in day 14 class. And using the API token and this particular thing, you need to populate, and then you can do the same copy paste thing. And when you are copy pasting, make sure of the format as well. Now I have fixed it. And if I execute this particular program, once I enter the API token and this thing, you will notice that the GitHub action. So I just verified again, and the GitHub action is passing. So it was because I missed that API token part. So I'll publish the same script onto the GitHub repository. Don't worry. You can just replace your API token as well as URL, and you will notice that it will start working. And now let's go back and verify. If I go to my GitHub page, where is it? And on this GitHub, let me go to any other issue, authorization with cron jobs, for example. And let's say /JIRA here. Now I should see another ticket created on my JIRA dashboard, which says the mechanism is working. Let's refresh the board. See, JIRA ticket is created. That means the complete mechanism is working fine. So this is about the API integration. And there is one part that is left, which is, as I mentioned, I have commented as /JIRA, but even if I comment something like /ABC, the ticket will be created or the issue will be created on the JIRA dashboard. So the assignment for you is just use a if condition and verify if the comment is /JIRA, only then a ticket is created. How do you do that? Very simple, right? I'm also giving you a hint. What you can do is go back. If you go to the settings of this repository, and if you go to the webhooks, if you look at the JSON information this GitHub is sending you, this is the JSON information GitHub is sending you. And here, if you search for the comment called /JIRA, so this information is available in the body. So all that you need to do is traverse this particular JSON, which I've explained in the last class also, right? Understand how to iterate through this particular dictionary object. And in the dictionary object, you need to get this particular body, and in the if condition, say if body equals to /JIRA, only then perform the API creation. Where will you add that if condition? So you can technically add the if condition at this point of line. Wherever it is creating the API call, here it is making the request, right? Request.request, where it is making the API call. So you can just populate this entire thing into a if block, right? So add a if block and then put that if into this. And in the else condition, you can say comment should be /JIRA only, something like that, whatever you would like to. Perfect. So that's all I have for today's class. Thank you so much for watching. And you might be thinking this end-to-end integration is useful or not. This is very, very useful because most of the organizations use this kind of automations, and this will give you a very good hands-on experience. I'll add the complete Python script also. So of course, this is a Python script, but what I'll do is I'll just add the comment saying that you need to add the API token here and you need to add this particular thing here so that you can just follow it. Of course, there are some indentation mistakes also. If you see here, probably this project key should be here, issue should be here. So I'll fix those indentation mistakes which we got while we are copy pasting, and I'll update the script here. So in organizations, one difference is that we are using the development server, right, on the EC2 instance. This is the development server, but organizations don't use this development server. Basically, you will deploy it onto a Apache server, Tomcat, or whatever it is, and you will use something called web server gateway interface. So we will not discuss the topic in today's class because it becomes overwhelming. In some other class, I'll explain you how to use the web server gateway interface as well. See you all in the next class. Take care. Bye bye.